Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Everyone turned their attention towards Kaido. Those who already knew what was going to happen appeared very calm, while the few who did not know appeared somewhat confused. Fugaku Uchiha was one of those confused people, but his inner unease had increasingly become more severe. He could sense that this event was probably directed at him. After all, the two factions had come together and deliberately bypassed him. They had also kept his son outside, which already spoke volumes, yet he still wondered what exactly these people wanted to do. What was the purpose of pushing Kaido forward, and wasn't Shizue in the same boat as him? Could it be that Shizue already had new ideas? Amidst these various doubts, Hector rose and walked to the center of the venue. He first nodded gently to Uchiha Takaki and so Uchiha, finally turning his gaze to Fugaku Uchiha. Ladies and gentlemen, I presume you all know who I am, so there is no need for self-introduction. Even though I personally am reluctant to stand here, the situation within the clan has become so severe that it can no longer be ignored. And the cause of it all is our clan leader. I stand here today with the purpose of impeaching our clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 51. Even though they were somewhat prepared, Kaido's words still caused a stir among the crowd, the intensity of which varied. Impeaching the clan leader was an event that had never occurred in the history of the Uchiha clan. Now that such an incident was unfolding before their eyes, how could they remain calm? And Fugaku Uchiha's face didn't look so good either. He had anticipated that this clan meeting would involve him, but he hadn't expected it to be about his impeachment as the clan leader. Throughout his tenure as clan leader, he believed that even though he may not have been doing an excellent job, at least he had maintained a fragile harmony between the clan and the village. Furthermore, he had prevented any one faction within the clan from becoming overly dominant, thus preventing the clan from having to lean towards one side. Such balance, though not foolproof, at least ensured that the clan was not in chaos, and that neither the clan nor the village had seen any disorder. Kaido's open call for his impeachment left him somewhat at a loss and puzzled as to why he was being impeached. What sort of agreement had they reached? Kaido Uchiha, do you even understand what you're saying? Uchiha Hirano stood up in anger once again, and this time he had activated his Sharingan. In his crimson eyes, two tomoe were slowly rotating, and the chakra throughout his body was gathering, as if he was ready to strike. Not just him, the others who followed Fugaku Uchiha also stood up in anger, and like Hirano, they all activated their Sharingan. The clan meeting suddenly took on an atmosphere of confrontation. However, in the face of all this, Kaido remained calm. Of course I know what I'm saying. I don't need your reminder. Kaido gently shook his head as he spoke in a moderated tone. Put away your Sharingan. Those eyes are nothing special in front of me. Moreover, this matter is not something you or any of you can participate in. Please sit down. Kaido Uchiha, don't think you're all that just because you're talented. Who do you think you are? Are you in a position to critique the clan leader? Against expectations, Uchiha Yashiro, standing behind Hirano, spoke up in anger. Uchiha Yashiro is a captain in the guard department and a staunch supporter of Fugaku Uchiha. Kinda recalled how, in the original story, Yashiro had been sent flying with a kick from Itachi Uchiha. However, those events had not yet occurred, and Uchiha Yashiro was already making his way towards Kaido. Don't think that possessing the 3 Tomoe Sharingan gives you the right to spout off here. You're just a brat. I want to see just how formidable you are, whether you have the right to be so bold here. As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Yashiro immediately made his move. However, he did not draw any weapon, showing some level of restraint. However, the fact that he would act in such a place reveals just how reckless this man truly is, causing Kaido to involuntarily furrow his brow. In an instant, Kaido's eyes turned a deep crimson, and in that same moment, Uchiha Yashiro felt an uncanny power seeping from Kaido's eyes. Ganjutsu? Uchiha Yashiro sneered inwardly. Using a Ganjutsu on an Uchiha who has activated his Sharingan is decidedly not a wise choice. Even though Kaito was already a 3 Tomoe Sharingan user, hastily employing a Ganjutsu while his opponent had activated his Sharingan. Then, even if the Ganjutsu had any effect on him, it would certainly not be too potent, it would even be normal if it had no effect at all. However, in the next moment, Uchiha Yashiro's expression froze as he felt a sudden dizziness sweep over his mind. And in his field of view, at this moment, only Kaido's crimson 3 Tomoe Sharingan remained. Thump. Just then, a muffled noise suddenly burst in Uchiha Yashiro's ears, and at the same time, he felt a sharp pain shooting through his chest. This intense pain brought his consciousness back to his body. However, it was also at this moment that he realized his body was flying backwards. It wasn't until he crashed hard onto the ground that he realized he had been defeated. It is not for you to judge whether I am bragging. Just then, Kaido's voice once again echoed in his ears, still so calm, yet it caused him to grind his teeth in resentment. And likewise, you have no right to stand before me and spout big words and threats. I told you this isn't your fight, sit down and behave. You. Uchiha Yashiro's face twisted hideously. He wanted to say something, but the moment he opened his mouth, waves of intense pain radiated from his chest. This prevented him from uttering a full sentence, he could only clutch his chest and gasp for breath. You bastard. Uchiha Hirano could no longer hold back at this moment. He rapidly charged towards Kaido, and immediately aimed a punch at Kaido's chest. His eyes turned crimson red, his movements incredibly sharp, and at the same time, he did his best to avoid direct eye contact with Kaido. With Uchiha Yashiro's pitiful state right before his eyes, he certainly wouldn't make the same mistake. However, to everyone's surprise, this time Kaido stood still without moving, simply watching as Hirano's fist landed on his chest. Thump. There was another muffled sound, but this time Kaido showed no reaction at all. Because a blue halo had mysteriously appeared in front of his chest. Obviously, this was chakra, and this field of chakra completely blocked Uchiha Hirano's punch, preventing him from truly hitting Kaido. It seems, this chakra shield is quite effective. Kaido silently observed everything before him. Just after he had performed his illusion, he had clearly felt his own chakra invisibly gathering in front of him. The strength of this chakra shield was high, seemingly proportional to the intensity of his own chakra. This was why Kaido stood still and watched this guy attack. He wanted to see how the shield would perform against taijutsu attacks, and the facts proved that the performance of this shield was indeed excellent. After all, Uchiha Hirano failed to break Kaido's chakra shield, which remained in its original quality and intensity. Is this all you've got? Kaido looked calmly at Uchiha Hirano, and suddenly asked in a soft voice. Uchiha Hirano's face was extremely ugly, and upon hearing these words, his expression froze even further. He quickly tried to withdraw his hand, but at that moment, Kaido gripped his hand tightly. Before he could react, Kaido's knee had already brutally collided with his abdomen. Uchiha Hirano grimaced in pain, his body involuntarily bending slightly, but at this moment, Kaido's hand began to exert force. Crack. With a slight twist of his hand, Kaido skillfully dislocated Uchiha Hirano's hand, and then he let go of Hirano's hand, grabbed the guy's throat. Did you take what I said for granted? Or did you really think that you could challenge me? Chapter 52 Stop. Kaido Uchiha, what are you doing? Let him go now. Kaido instantly took down Uchiha Yashiro and gripped Uchiha Hirano's neck, immediately causing a great dissatisfaction among Fugaku Uchiha's supporters. Many of them swiftly stood up and circled around Kaido. The crimson in their eyes had already appeared, and those Sharingan eyes looked quite eerie in this shrine. And with their movements, the atmosphere in the entire shrine became suffocating, as if a powder keg was about to be ignited at any moment. Fugaku Uchiha was also frowning at this time. Although Kaido's indictment against him did make him feel dissatisfied. But similarly, he was also unhappy about Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Hirano's unrestrained actions. Although their actions seemed to be defending him, they were actually setting him up, but the irony was that he really couldn't blame them for anything. The most fatal thing was that their actions not only had no actual effect, but also resulted in an ugly loss, and caused an even larger disturbance. This outcome truly gave Fugaku Uchiha a massive headache. Although he was very dissatisfied, he still needed to protect those who supported him. However, just as he was preparing to get up, he suddenly noticed that Shisui and the spirits had stood up. Not just them, but those from the Blood faction had also promptly risen to their feet. Their Sharingan eyes had quietly blossomed, their gaze locked firmly on his supporters, and their chakra also began to surge. Fugaku Uchiha was stunned by this scene and then fell silent once again. He knew that Kaido was close with these two factions and had received their support to impeach him. But as he saw it, Kaido was likely just the candidate pushed out by these two factions. If he succeeded, naturally the benefits would go to these two factions. If he failed, it wouldn't have much to do with them. But it seemed that the situation was different from what he had imagined. He had not expected these two factions to support Kaido to such a high degree. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't just seem like they were pushing Kaido to the forefront, they were giving Kaido the utmost support. Not only was Fugaku Uchiha stunned, even his supporters were somewhat dumbfounded at the moment. They had no idea what was going on, but they clearly understood that they were probably in danger now. Rest assured, I will let him go. Kaido, on the other hand, didn't seem to have much of a concern. To him, it didn't matter whether these people took action or not, and he didn't plan on escalating things further. Disciplining these reckless fools had already been the limit. If it came to taking a life, the outcome would indeed be quite different. Seeing the somewhat purple-faced Uchiha Hirano, Kaido gently released his hand, and the man immediately started clutching his throat and gasping for breath. Even though his eyes were still filled with anger at this point, there was a faint trace of fear within the fury. Kaido paid no heed to him. He turned his gaze to Shisui and then said with a smile, "Shisui, there's no problem, lead everyone back to their seats. This is a clan meeting, not a martial arts arena. Everyone, stand down." Kaido is right, this is a clan meeting, not a martial arts arena. At this point, Fugaku Uchiha had also recovered. He sounded a bit weary but nonetheless spoke up. "Yashiro, you and Hirano should get some medical attention. And for the next month, you are not allowed to go out. Reflect on your actions at home. You have been too presumptuous. That's... Yes, clan head." Although Yashiro and Hirano seemed very unwilling when they heard Uchiha Fugaku's words, given the situation, they reluctantly nodded in agreement. They weren't truly foolish, they fully understood the extent of trouble their actions could stir up. However, their goal was clear, to uphold the prestige of the clan head. It's just that they had not anticipated that Kaido, a 15-year-old boy, would be so terrifyingly powerful. There indeed was a qualitative difference between the 3 Tomoe Sharingan and the 2 Tomoe Sharingan, but what a ninja considers has never been these things. Chakra reserves, combat experience, tactical use, and intelligence information, these are the indispensable conditions for a ninja to defeat an opponent. Otherwise, in the ninja world, there wouldn't be someone without the Sharingan who could defeat these Uchihas. Yet, the harsh reality revealed to them that even though Kaido was only 15, he was not someone they could compare with. Supporting each other with their heads lowered, the two of them quickly left the room. At this time, everyone had retaken their seats, and tranquility was once again restored in the entire shrine, as if the previous conflict had never occurred. But for those who supported Fugaku Uchiha, despite their dissatisfaction with Kaido, the way they looked at Kaido seemed to have subtly changed. The Uchiha clan has always been a family that reveres the strong. Although Kaido's previous performance didn't show much power, those he faced were not mediocre opponents. The way he easily neutralized his adversaries, with such strength and ability, even if they harbored dissatisfaction, a certain degree of respect had been instilled in their hearts. It was this sort of respect that now made them maintain silence and made them intend to seriously listen to why Kaido wanted to impeach their clan head. "Kaido, I'm sorry for everything that happened just now. I hope you won't mind." They were just a bit impatient. Fugaku Uchiha sighed slightly before turning to Kaido and speaking earnestly. "They've already left, so let's continue the clan meeting. You said you wanted to impeach me. I have been diligent in my position as clan head. Although I haven't achieved anything praiseworthy, I have not done anything to let down the clan. There must be a proper reason for you wanting to impeach me. So, please tell me, in what aspect have I failed to be a qualified clan head?" Fugaku Uchiha's attitude, although calm, demonstrated to a certain extent the demeanor of a clan head. Moreover, This attitude was somewhat unexpected to Kaido. In Kaido's imagination, this guy would likely be hysterical or extremely angry. But such tranquility and calmness momentarily left Kaido a bit bewildered. Regardless of his attitude, Kaido knew he had to carry on with this matter today. Gazing earnestly at Fugaku Uchiha, Kaido finally nodded slightly, and then shook his head. I can't deny, clan head Fugaku has indeed been diligent in his position as the clan head. Perhaps in normal times, clan head Fugaku would be an excellent leader. But, the current environment of the Uchiha clan, and the internal situation of Hidden Leaf Village. It really isn't a normal time, is it? Chapter 53. Kaido's words seemed to be helping Fugaku Uchiha evade some unnecessary responsibilities, but those who understood knew that this was the biggest accusation against Fugaku Uchiha. His message was very clear, that is, to inform everyone that Fugaku Uchiha might be a competent clan head during normal times. But when it comes to critical times, Fugaku Uchiha truly isn't capable of fulfilling the duty of clan head anymore. Fugaku Uchiha clearly understood Kaido's words, his expression becoming somewhat difficult to read. However, he could still control his emotions. He simply watched Kaido in silence without interrupting. There was certainly resentment brewing within him. He wanted to see why he was deemed incapable. Clan head, distinguished members, our family is now facing an unprecedented crisis. I believe the elders among you should have noticed this already. From the time I was attacked by the Root Ninja, I think everyone should understand what Hidden Leaf Village's attitude truly is, right? Kaido didn't care about the change in Fugaku Uchiha's emotions. He just sighed lightly and then slowly began to speak. Hidden Leaf Village wants to force us into action because they know our clan has split into two factions, one of which advocates regaining all that the Uchiha have lost through force. Imagine, if I were successfully ambushed and disappeared without a trace, and Hidden Leaf Village denied having anything to do with it. And the sentiments within the clan are being manipulated and begin to lean toward the Bloods, then what clan head could do, I suppose, would only be to support the Bloods, right? With such an outcome and environment, Hidden Leaf Village would virtually have a hold over the Uchiha rebellion. Can you guess what will happen next? At this point, Kaido paused slightly, his gaze lingering on Fugaku Uchiha, observing the changes in his expression. To his disappointment, Fugaku Uchiha didn't show any significant changes in his demeanor. Perhaps he already knew of such an outcome, or perhaps he simply didn't believe such an outcome was possible. However, Kaido didn't care. Some things would continue as planned by Kaido, some things were bound to change. My answer is simple, it would be a catastrophe of clan extermination. Kaido pronounced the most horrifying response in the most calm tone, and all the members present, whether they were spirits or Bloods, had extremely unsightly expressions. The Bloods present were after all taught a lesson by Kaido that one night and had heard him speak of similar matters before. Their situation was slightly better at this time. However, the spirits and those supporting Fugaku Uchiha appeared somewhat disbelieving and found it very difficult to accept. They had never dreamed that this would be the answer. Kaido Uchiha, what nonsense are you spouting? Stop spreading alarmist talk here. Uchiha Inabi, the captain of the security team and also a supporter of Uchiha Fugaku, spoke up. Moreover, even if there is such a thing, I believe that our clan head will lead us through the crisis. Unfortunately, he cannot do it, and he has never done it. For this man who was also kicked away by Adachi Uchiha, Kaido didn't even have the desire to give him a proper look. He continued to speak slowly and firmly. Perhaps you all are wondering why it has come to this. There are two main reasons. The first is the second Hokage. From the perspective of clan history, he has always disliked the Uchiha. And from the village's perspective, there is the fact that Madara Uchiha led the Nine Tails in a powerful assault on a village, resulting in the death of the first Hokage. These two factors naturally led Senjudo Rama to be full of resentment toward the Uchiha. Don't be fooled by his establishment of the police force, granting our clan considerable power. He also took Uchiha Kagami as his disciple, but in fact, this was setting a trap for the Uchiha. Accepting Kagami as a disciple was meant to lower our guard, but associating the establishment of the police force with the prison inherently distanced us from the political center. Moreover, both Kagami and the structure of the police force could serve to surround and monitor us. Can't you all see it clearly by now? Kaido couldn't help but sigh as he spoke up to this point. Apart from the elders and Shizui, the expressions of the Uchihas present turned unsightly. They really wanted to rebut Kaido's words, but they didn't know how to refute them all of a sudden. Fugaku Uchiha also fell silent. Obviously, there were some things he could understand quite clearly, which left him at a loss to retort. The third Hokage and others are the successors of the second Hokage's will. This hostility, I believe, should have been passed down. Kaido organized his thoughts and continued to speak, but this time his tone became much harsher. As for the issue with the Hyuga clan a few years ago, I believe everyone present is well aware. Let me ask you, if such a thing happened to our clan, could you bear it? That's the second reason. The Hueco were not satisfied, and likewise, many other clans are not satisfied. So, if you were the Hokage, what would you do? Kill the chicken to scare the monkey, as you all should know. So if my attack was successful, and the clan made a decision, what would be our eventual fate? Kaido raised 3 questions, each one more troubling than the last, each one silencing the room, each one stirring anger. Following Kaido's logic, it seems that the clan truly is facing a tremendous crisis, possibly even a disaster of clan extinction. At this moment, even the clan head supporters understood why Itachi Uchiha was not allowed to enter. However, they were also somewhat puzzled as to why Shizue was still able to remain inside. But Kaido didn't give them an answer. Instead, he stared at Fugaku Uchiha, his tone becoming even more severe. I don't need to elaborate on what the end would be like. I've said before, I don't deny that clan head Fugaku has been diligent in his duties as the head. Unfortunately, clan head, you lack both competence and courage, your character is too soft, and your will is not resolute. The real reason why our clan has come to this step, apart from external factors, is you. The external environment is so harsh, yet you only think of compromise. The clan is so divided, yet you have never thought of integration. Clan head Fugaku, are you truly a competent clan head? Kaido's words hit hard in the hearts of everyone present, particularly in Uchiha Fugaku's. He didn't say anything, just silently looked at Kaido, because at that moment he didn't know what he should say. For a moment, the entire shrine became even more silent, the atmosphere especially oppressive, with everyone looking at Kaido and Fugaku Uchiha. They were waiting for Fugaku Uchiha's response, and also for Kaido to continue his assault. But just then, a burst of noise suddenly came from outside the shrine, causing everyone to frown, including Kaido. Soon, a young Uchiha ninja pushed open the door and walked in, whispering, "Elders, Itachi-sama has arrived." We followed instructions and did not let him in, but Itachi Uchiha. Hearing this name, everyone present had mixed expressions, yet they couldn't help but look towards Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku Uchiha's face also looked somewhat uneasy. However, before he could speak, Shizue suddenly stood up. "I'll handle this matter," Shizue calmly said. "Kaido, you once said that the clan needs discipline, even if I regard Itachi as my brother, but he must also obey the clan's discipline." Chapter 54. Watching Shizue leave, Kaido could only sigh helplessly. He had originally intended to go out and resolve this trouble himself, as he had promised Shizue that he could take over such matters. Of course, this also included Kaido's desire to teach Itachi a lesson. Even if Itachi hadn't yet committed any unforgivable act, Kaido had indeed been living in the shadow of his predestined actions, fraught with worry for 15 years. In those 15 years, he had considered brainwashing Itachi, but alas, the boy was the clan leader's son, and he couldn't possibly approach him casually. When he finally got the chance, he only subtly expressed some of his thoughts, only to have the kid ignore him. Shizue was slightly better. He had grown up with Kaido, but back then, Kaido was too young, and there were some things he dared not say casually. Especially those related to political stances. He was afraid that if he said them, Shizue might turn around and tell the elders, bringing trouble upon himself. Things have to be done step by step. Hoping for immediate success is impossible, so he always planned to express some of his positions first. The difference between Shizue and Itachi is that, although the positions Kaido expressed conflicted somewhat with Shizue's, Shizue could agree to disagree on some subtle points that he didn't fully agree with. Therefore, Shizue could accept Kaido, and their relationship had always been pretty good. Perhaps that's the difference between Shizue and Itachi. Shaking his head, Kaido turned to look at Fugaku Uchiha and continued, "Although there have been some unexpected incidents, I believe Shizue can handle these troubles." "Yes, Shizue can solve problems," Fugaku Uchiha sighed and nodded. "Let's continue the meeting." "Please proceed, Mr. Kaido, I really want to see just how unfit I am in your eyes." Clan leader Fugaku, your inadequacy lies in your inability to grasp reality, in your compromises, and in your indecisiveness. Kaido continued to look at Fugaku Uchiha, speaking calmly. "The most important thing for a clan leader is to understand reality. I wonder, clan leader Fugaku, do you still remember your decision on the Night of the Nine Tails?" The Night of the Nine Tails was undeniably a turning point for the worsening situation of the Uchiha clan. No one could deny that. And those who were involved in that night all remember one thing: Uchiha Fugaku ultimately heeded the command of an elder and halted all support actions. Many people had questioned this decision, but according to Fugaku Uchiha's explanation, it was the third Hokage's command, a way to dispel suspicions of them controlling the Nine Tails. Kaido had brought this up again today, which seemed a bit strange to them, And Fugaku Uchiha was also puzzled. Mr. Kaido, that was the third Hokage's command, Fugaku Uchiha began, only to be interrupted by Kaido. No, clan leader Fugaku, it's not necessarily the case that this was arranged by the third Hokage. Kaido shook his head slightly, his expression serious. Do you still remember? The situation was so dire at the time, the third Hokage was already combating the Nine Tails at the front line. With the Nine Tails being so dangerous, how could he have time to issue such an order? Moreover, any additional force could increase the possibility of defeating the Nine Tails. You might argue that the Uchiha were suspected of controlling the Nine Tails, but in fact, only by directly confronting the Nine Tails can we best clear ourselves of suspicion. Kaido's words left Fugaku Uchiha gaping, but in the end, he didn't say a word, and Kaido didn't stop there. Moreover, even if we assume that it was the third Hokage's order, I have a question for clan leader Fugaku. 8 years ago, who was the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village? Was it the third, Hiruzen Sarutobi, or was it the fourth, Minato no Mikaze? Kaido's question completely changed Fugaku Uchiha's complexion, and everyone else present also had subtle changes in their expressions. Indeed, whether the order for them, the Uchiha, to stand down was given by Hiruzen Sarutobi or not, the key issue was, who was the Hokage at the time? Clan leader Fugaku, because you failed to understand reality, the clan missed the best opportunity to prove itself. And the chain reaction to this incident was that after the Nine Tails incident, when the village was divided into sectors for rebuilding, we were shamelessly driven to more remote areas. The reason is simple, we did not prove ourselves innocent of suspicion, and you, clan leader, made another mistake on this matter. You chose to compromise, you chose to accept all this, you didn't choose to reject it all with a firm attitude, you have practically admitted to everything. Kaido's words were like a sharp sword thrust mercilessly into everyone's hearts. At this moment, their gazes involuntarily turned to Fugaku Uchiha. Even Fugaku Uchiha's most steadfast supporters were now looking at their clan leader at this moment. Fugaku Uchiha clenched his fists. The struggle and pain in his heart were visible, yet he didn't voice any refutation. He didn't know how to refute. Moreover, as he listened to Kaido and thought about his past actions, he realized that it seemed that Kaido was indeed correct. As for your indecisiveness, Kaido looked at Fugaku Uchiha and sighed. His tone was no longer as harsh. The situation outside the clan has evolved to this point, but within the clan, you've never thought about unifying everyone's ideas and correcting the wrong trends within the family. The spirits are too compromising, and the peace they compromise to obtain, as you have shown us, will inevitably end in destruction. On the other hand, the Bloods are too tough. They don't have a correct target, only insisting on regaining the glory of the Uchiha. Does this mean, then, that the Uchiha are to make enemies with the entire Hidden Leaf Village? The Hidden Leaf Village is vast and houses many ninja clans. As a single Uchiha clan, what do we have to fight against the whole Hidden Leaf Village? The Hyuga, Inoshikacho, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and other clans such as Akimaki, as well as the vast number of civilian ninjas can we, the Uchiha, truly go against the entire Hidden Leaf Village? Are you still Madara Uchiha, our clan leader? Others can wear us down, but you let such ideas grow. You've never thought about integrating clan ideas, but rather balancing the people from the two factions. And your approach makes clanspeople from both factions believe that they are the ones in the right, causing continual internal strife within the family. Each clan meeting is like a food market, without a suitable, concrete plan to solve any problems. The clanspeople do not have a clear and correct goal, they don't even know what they truly want. This is the change that you, as a clan leader, have brought to the Uchiha. Upon saying this, Kaido paused slightly. He looked at Fugaku Uchiha with utmost seriousness, and after a long time, he asked in a soft voice, Clan leader Fugaku, you really are not a qualified clan leader. Chapter 55 Kaido continues to impeach Fugaku Uchiha within the shrine, while Shisui has already arrived outside the shrine. Tonight's clan meeting is extremely important, and Shisui will not allow anyone to interfere, even if that person is Itachi Uchiha. Moreover, from the beginning of the clan meeting, it has been decided that Itachi would not be allowed in. Now that Itachi seems determined to force his way in, Shisui naturally wouldn't agree. Quickly reaching the outer edge of the shrine, Shisui sees Itachi, who is currently surrounded. However, he quickly frowns. That's because he notices many clanspeople lying on the ground nearby. This could only indicate one thing, Itachi has already made his move. What are you doing? Without addressing Itachi's issue, Shisui asks directly, the clan meeting is ongoing. Why all this noise and commotion? Lord Shisui, Lord Itachi is trying to force his way in, Uchiha Ninja speaks up somewhat reluctantly. Although he is Uchiha Ninja, it's obvious that he doesn't possess the Sharingan, hence he cannot attend the clan meeting. Moreover, Offending either party in this situation is not something he can afford. On one hand, there's the collective command issued by the elders, on the other, Itachi, who possesses the Sharingan and is the son of the clan leader. In such circumstances, even clanspeople with Sharingan would feel a headache and a sense of difficulty, let alone him. Who made the first move? Shisui nods and then asks. We received orders to not let Lord Itachi in. When Lord Itachi tried to force his way through, we had no choice but to stop him. We didn't expect. The ninja speaks, lowering his head. This guy's words were rather vague. He didn't clarify who initiated the confrontation, and it was evident that he was filled with worry. However, Shisui didn't care about these details. Or rather, he didn't care who threw the first punch. All he wanted was a rough account of the incident and an accurate outcome. Nodding again, Shisui turned his gaze to Itachi, his expression somewhat complicated at this point. But he quickly reined in his complex emotions, and in the end, all that remained was a calm sigh. Itachi, you know the rules. You shouldn't have come tonight. Why should I not be allowed? Itachi's tone was equally indifferent. He stared intently at Shisui and said in a deep voice, if you can be here, why can't I? This is the elder's command, and the clan leader has agreed. Shisui shook his head, finally providing an answer. You don't need to attend tonight's clan meeting. Leave, and don't put me in a difficult position. Don't make it hard for everyone. After saying these words, Shisui turned to leave. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strong surge of chakra brewing behind him. This immediately made him halt his steps. Slowly turning around, he saw Itachi's eyes had turned a deep, intense red. As expected, you have completely changed, Shisui. Itachi looked indifferently at Shisui, his voice uncharacteristically icy. You're no longer the Shisui I remember. I don't know what has caused you to change like this. But I want to tell you that you cannot stop me from going in. Even according to the traditions of our clan, I, with my 3 Tomoe Sharingan, have the right to enter the clan meeting. Itachi, don't make me do this. Looking at Itachi's stance, Shisui's heart was filled with bitterness, but he remained incredibly calm and steadfast. As I said, this is the collective decision of the clan leader and the elders. Even if you have the 3 Tomoe, it won't work. As he spoke, Shisui's eyes also turned a deep red with 3 Tomoe. This was his stance. He wanted to tell Itachi that he could not change this situation. As expected, I can't harbor any illusions about you. You're indeed not the brother Shisui I remember. Upon seeing this, Itachi Uchiha seemed a little saddened but also somewhat relieved. He slowly closed his eyes, his voice still icy and detached. However, at this moment, a more mysterious chakra began to bloom from him. The dense and cold aura instantly spread around him. In that case, there's nothing left to discuss. I'm going in and that's my stance, so, I'll ask you. As he spoke, Itachi Uchiha slowly opened his eyes, patterns similar to darts slowly spinning in his eyes. Are these eyes enough to let me in? Mangekyo. Shisui looked on, slightly stunned by the sight before him. He had never expected that Itachi would also have these eyes. However, beyond his surprise, he suddenly felt even more concern in his heart. He didn't know how Itachi got these eyes, and Itachi's attitude was clearly antagonistic now. After a moment's hesitation, Shisui gritted his teeth and quickly closed his eyes. The next moment, when he opened them again, a similarly eerie pair of Mangekyo had appeared. As he stared, the chakra inside Itachi was also gathering. At this moment, Shisui finally spoke, Mangekyo Sharingan, indeed you have the qualification to enter forcibly. But there's a question I need to ask you. Itachi didn't respond, he just silently watched Shisui. And Shisui didn't mind, he directly asked, if I ask you not to report anything about tonight's clan meeting, can you do it? Outside the shrine, along with the fall of Shisui's words, the surroundings fell into silence once again. The Uchiha ninjas who were surrounding them had already retreated, they simply couldn't endure the aura emanating from these 2 young men. That oppressive, suffocating aura made them feel truly desperate. I understand. After a long pause, Itachi Uchiha suddenly spoke, then he turned around and left without looking back. This move made Shisui's expression darken, he couldn't help but softly call out, Itachi, you. There's no need to say anything. Itachi Uchiha interrupted Shisui, he walked and slowly spoke, it's really disappointing that it's come to this. But I've already guessed your thoughts, and the final outcome. You, take care of yourselves. Under the silver moonlight, Itachi Uchiha's figure grew farther and farther, gradually disappearing from Shisui's sight. At this moment, Shisui felt an intense pain in his heart. Behind the shrine, the entire venue seemed extraordinarily silent, everyone's gaze was focused on Fugaku Uchiha. At this point, Fugaku Uchiha remained silent, he was reminiscing about his past, he was wondering whether he was really that unbearable. After a long while, Fugaku Uchiha sighed. He lifted his head and looked earnestly at Kaido, then asked, "So, how do you plan to deal with this incompetent clan leader? Since there's an impeachment, naturally clan head Fugaku is no longer suitable to continue sitting in the clan head's position." After saying these words, Kaido turned his head to look at Uchiha Takagi and So Uchiha. "Two elders, we'll have to trouble you next." Uchiha Takagi and So Uchiha nodded at the same time. They exchanged a glance and then So Uchiha stepped forward. "Given Fugaku Uchiha's various actions that have plunged the family into such difficulties, we have decided to remove Fugaku Uchiha from the position of clan head, and..." At this point, So Uchiha took a deep breath, then his voice started to rise. "We propose Kaido Uchiha to be the new clan head." Chapter 56. The nomination of Kaido as clan head is something that was already decided, and it can be said it's an unchangeable decision. Everyone has their own interests, and these elders are no exception. But no matter how biased they are members of the Uchiha clan. The most typical mentality of Uchiha clan members is their reverence for strength. When facing Kaido, who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan and is backed by Shizui, even if they have personal biases, they dare not reveal them, or they won't reveal them at all, because these biases have been completely shattered. The subsequent voting, in fact, has no suspense. The Bloods were the first to step behind Kaido, although they were well aware that Kaido did not accept their ideology. In fact, after hearing Kaido's argument, they also realized the problem. They indeed did not have a clear goal, and the outcome of arrogantly considering Hidden Lee Village as an enemy is unimaginable. It's not that they felt they were incapable. Every Uchiha, every ninja, though cautious, also needs to have confidence alongside caution. If they don't have confidence, how are they going to face formidable enemies? But confidence and arrogance are two different things. The thought of having to face an attack from all of Hidden Lee Village's clans, and a large number of civilian ninjas, would give anyone the chills. They highly agreed with what Kaido said. Even if they feel they can win, others can exhaust you to death. Moreover, Kaido had demonstrated his extraordinary power, even their elders respected him. Naturally, they wouldn't go against Kaido's words. The spirits, after seeing the Bloods make their choice, silently took their position behind Kaido as well. Strictly speaking, they were the first group to make a choice, because Shizui had already decided to follow Kaido. Moreover, their elders had already made their decision. Even if they hadn't physically confronted Kaido, they knew what he had done among the Bloods. With Shizui's connection, the elders' support, and the assurance of Kaido's martial prowess, they didn't hesitate in the slightest. As the two factions had completed their positioning, those who supported Fugaku Uchiha began to stir with noise. Many of them looked troubled, and quite a few appeared extremely conflicted at this moment. Regardless of what choice they would make, this matter was essentially already settled. Especially when Shizui had already returned to the shrine. Although he looked somewhat absent-minded. After learning that it was voting time, he showed no hesitation, directly positioning himself behind Kaido. This move essentially removed any suspense from the vote. It seems the outcome is already determined. Kaido looked at Fugaku Uchiha and said calmly, "Clan head Fugaku, do you have any further instructions?" For this outcome, Kaido was not surprised at all. He had spent so much time on Shizui, on these faction members. He even purposely revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan and got into a fight with the Bloods. His goal was to smoothly complete this impeachment. Moreover, during the impeachment at the clan meeting, Kaido once again took an overview of the Uchiha clan situation from a god's perspective. He had done everything that he could do. It was like a game of cards where all his opponents were essentially playing with their hands revealed. With his knowledge of everything and the assistance of the system, it would truly be strange if he couldn't gain sufficient support. However, he didn't dare relax in the slightest, because there was still one person he had to be wary of, and that was Fugaku Uchiha. In terms of clan support and prestige, Fugaku Uchiha had already lost. Under Kaido's onslaught, Fugaku simply couldn't hold on. But the most crucial point was whether this guy possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. If he were to simply give up, then naturally everything would be for the best. But if he didn't want to step down so easily, and he also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, then Kaido would probably have to engage in a fierce battle with him, because this was almost inevitable. The Uchiha clan was inherently a warlike one, and Kaido himself had gained the opportunity to negotiate with these elders through the Mangekyo. If Fugaku Uchiha also mastered the Mangekyo, and used the necessity for the clan leader to have sufficient strength as a reason, Kaido simply couldn't refuse this. If he were to refuse, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to his prestige. Yes, it seems the result is already determined. Fugaku Uchiha nodded, but his next words caused Kaido to sigh involuntarily in his heart. Fugaku lifted his head and looked at Kaido seriously. Then, his eyes started to change. As they turned crimson red, a terrifying aura poured from him. His eyes had transformed into the state of the three Tomoe Sharingan. He quietly looked at Kaido, then at Shizui, and after a long while, he slowly spoke. I admit that, under your narration and after my deep thought, I am indeed not a qualified clan leader, and I am willing to step down. However, Kaido-san, as a clan leader, I believe that your wisdom can indeed be competent, but the clan leader, especially the Uchiha clan leader, can't rely on intellect alone. You must have sufficient strength to gain the approval of the entire clan. Although your performance just now was excellent, in my view, all of this is not enough, because your Sharingan is not strong enough. Upon saying this, Fugaku Uchiha paused, and the three Tomoe in his eyes began to spin rapidly. In just a moment, his three Tomoe had completely joined together. At this moment, almost all the elders' faces changed dramatically, for they had never expected Fugaku Uchiha to hide so deeply. They had never thought that this seemingly weak clan leader could also possess the Mengekyo Sharingan. Mengekyo Sharingan, this is the strongest state of the Sharingan. In fact, I have always been reluctant to show these eyes because I have always believed that these eyes would bring trouble. Fugaku Uchiha's voice was very soft, and likewise, very resolute. He looked at Kaido with utmost seriousness and said, if you want to be a clan leader, I am actually willing to support you, but I think you are not enough. I suggest that Shizui become the clan leader candidate. Because he also has these eyes, he is qualified, and there is another condition for him to truly become the clan leader, that is, to defeat me. Only by truly defeating me who possesses these eyes, can one be considered a qualified clan leader. Kaido-san, do you understand my meaning? I understand. Kaido sighed slightly, nodded his head in agreement, but quickly shook his head again. He slightly turned his head and gave a soft smile to the elders behind him who seemed somewhat worried. Then, he turned his gaze towards Shizui. Finally, he and Shizui together looked at Fugaku Uchiha. At this moment, their eyes turned incredibly crimson, and the pattern in their eyes was not the Tomoe state. Instead, it was those eerie eyes, with irregular patterns, emanating terrifying power. Fugaku Uchiha was a little dumbfounded at this moment, and not just him, those who stood behind him in support were also stunned. However, after their momentary bewilderment, everyone's faces became incredibly horrified, astonished, and their shock was impossible to hide. Mengekyo Sharingan, Kaido Uchiha actually also possesses the Mengekyo Sharingan. Kaido calmly looked at Fugaku Uchiha, and finally, he revealed a smile. However, it's unfortunate that I too possess such eyes. I believe I'm qualified for this, right? Chapter 57. What a fine day it is today. Early the next morning, Kaido sat in his room, the events of the previous night still fresh in his memory. He succeeded. He successfully forced Fugaku Uchiha to abdicate, and at this moment, Fugaku Uchiha was no longer the clan's leader. Because through his omniscient analysis and judgment, the mistakes Uchiha Fugaku made were exposed in front of all the high-ranking members of the family. His reputation had suffered an unimaginable blow. Clearly, he was no longer capable of controlling the large Uchiha clan. But Kaido hadn't entirely succeeded, for Fugaku Uchiha had revealed his Mengekyo Sharingan in front of everyone at the last moment. And he also made a request that was impossible to refuse: the new clan leader needed to defeat him. Only by defeating him could they qualify to be the new clan leader. Although Kaido was not surprised by this turn of events, after all, Fugaku, despite his weakness, was still Uchiha, and Uchiha who possessed the Mengekyo. In simple terms, he's just a lunatic. Kaido had already prepared himself mentally, and he wasn't even surprised that Fugaku Uchiha possessed the Mengekyo. After all, in the true tale of Itachi, this guy had unabashedly displayed his Mengekyo to Itachi, so its appearance now was not really a surprise. However, his actions prevented Kaido from directly claiming the position of clan leader. After subsequent negotiations, his fight with Kaido was scheduled to take place a month later. But this battle for the position of clan leader is just a nominal dispute for legal succession. In essence, Kaido and Shizui, both possessing the Mengekyo Sharingan, had already gained actual control of the family. Fugaku Uchiha was no longer considered the clan leader. Such a severe blow to his reputation and trust had already cost him control of the clan. And the Uchiha clan's high-ranking members had basically taken sides. It could be said that the final say in the Uchiha clan now lay with Kaido. All he lacked was the formal title of clan leader, which needed the approval of the former clan leader. That was all there was to it. However, Shizui told me that the young Itachi Uchiha has also activated the Mengekyo Sharingan, which is the most perplexing part. The thought of Itachi Uchiha's situation made Kaido frown. He had never expected Itachi Uchiha to activate the Mengekyo Sharingan. How could this young man have activated the Mengekyo Sharingan, especially when Shizui hadn't died? Although Kaido had always known that Itachi Uchiha had the potential to activate the Mangekyo, without a strong emotional breakthrough, how could he have done so? Could it be that he believed Shisui has taken a different path, and decided that the Shisui in his heart had died, thereby activating it? Kaido couldn't help but silently complain. Who knew when the Uchiha clan would have a mental breakdown and then undergo a spiritual transformation? As for how to deal with this kid, if we go by the original narrative, Kaido really doesn't need to take Itachi Uchiha too seriously. The reason is quite simple, that is, Kaido knows him like the back of his hand. In the original story, the abilities of Itachi Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan are practically known to all, and since Kaido is aware of these abilities, he can naturally formulate corresponding countermeasures. But the way this guy has now awakened is somewhat baffling, and Kaido finds it somewhat difficult to guess his abilities. Right now, he is as tricky as Uchiha Fugaku. However, if my thoughts are correct, then Itachi Uchiha's abilities should still be the same as before. After all, it seems that only Shisui could have stimulated him to awaken. In any case, I haven't heard of any accidents happening to Izumi, and Shisui is no longer the Shisui of the past. So, this kid has likely awakened due to the changes in Shisui, combined with a series of actions by the clan that have plunged him into profound despair. Although Kaido can't be sure if his thoughts are correct, after all, Shisui didn't lay a hand on Itachi at that time, this doesn't prevent Kaido from guessing in this direction. Moreover, regardless of what type of Mangekyo it is, Kaido still has some confidence to cope with it, because he too has his trump cards. His success at the clan meeting resulted in a boost to his points, though it wasn't much, just about 1,000 points, but Kaido is still very satisfied. Especially so, as the rewards granted by the system are really bountiful. Current binding, Uchiha clan, current status, relative equilibrium. You've solved the internal issues of the clan and received official recognition, but external threats still loom. Prosperity level, 12,345. The base prosperity level of a normal clan is 10,000. Suggestion: acquire the position of clan head to lead the clan and deal with those who target the clan. Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the clan. Although you are one step away from leading the clan, reaching this point also demonstrates your ability, hence you are awarded the advanced points reward draw. Secret Heart, Unyielding Will, can purify all current negative states and acquire high healing ability. Does this not harm the self fundamentally? Lasts for 8 seconds. Secret Heart, Crescent Guard, use chakra to repel or kill nearby enemies and form a protective wind. All ninjutsu and kunai throws from enemies outside the wind's range will cause no harm. Lasts for 8 seconds. Secret Heart, Braham Curse, can use the secret technique to strengthen your own ninjutsu, ganjutsu, and sage techniques, causing massive damage. Within 8 seconds, the rewards this time truly left Kaido gaping. If he remembered correctly, these all fell into the category of ultimate moves. And to be frank, he was coveting all 3 of these skills because each one could give him a tremendous boost. No wonder the system said it was an advanced points reward draw this time. Perhaps these abilities aren't ones that can be acquired at the current stage, or maybe they can't be exchanged with the current 1,000 points. However, Kaido couldn't be bothered to care about these now. Given these choices, he certainly wouldn't miss out, but as for which one to pick, he was really torn. In the end, after much deliberation, he chose the skill, Secret Heart, Unyielding Will. Although this was a defensive skill, the ability to purify all negative effects was something Kaido truly didn't want to miss. In the original work, Fugaku Uchiha's abilities weren't explained, but he demonstrated future fragments that he derived through thought to Uchiha Itachi via Ganjutsu. This suggests that his Mangekyo Sharingan likely also possesses strong Ganjutsu abilities, thus this technique would be a good counter. As for the issue of Itachi Uchiha, even though I don't understand what his jutsu is, the high recovery power of Unyielding Will could also play a major role. Combined with my Susanoo, I'm really not afraid of you. Kaido strolled along, silently pondering in his mind. Although he always had a feeling that he'd become a Minotaur, having this ability did indeed provide security no matter what. Get up, go to the library and read carefully, then go to the training ground and train hard. I can't waste this month. Although Kaido was not yet the clan head at this point, the permissions he had obtained were already quite significant, which was also a good thing for him. Moreover, in order to secure a steady victory, Kaido had to prepare thoroughly. He had to defeat Fugaku Uchiha, so he absolutely couldn't slack off in the slightest. What he didn't know was that at this moment, Itachi Uchiha had quietly arrived at the Hokage building. Chapter 58. In the dead of night, Itachi Uchiha stood silently at the edge of the cliff where he and Shisui would secretly meet. Looking at the abyss that stretched infinitely deep, Itachi's heart was filled with melancholy. Ever since he returned from his leave, he found that many things he had understood had undergone earth-shaking changes. Firstly, Shisui, the man he considered his brother, The man who had taught and helped him since childhood, the man who conveyed the peaceful coexistence between the village and the clan, had changed. He had become a stranger. He was not the Shizue he remembered, and the so-called new viewpoints proposed by this Shizue had collapsed the faith in his heart. He had never thought about opposing the village, as he liked to consider issues from the perspective of the Hokage. The current situation in the village is very bad, because the actions of the Cloud-Hidden Village had caused the village's credibility to drop sharply, leading to a rapid decline in the number of Hidden Leaf Village's missions. In such a bad situation, once the clan and the village have a severe dispute, even if a coup d'état event erupts, the impact on the village is unimaginable. Even if such a coup takes place, no matter who wins, the weakness of the village will not be able to be concealed in the end. Every shinobi village has spies in other villages, which means that whatever happens in Hidden Leaf Village will inevitably be known by the other villages. Such a weakened Hidden Leaf Village will surely attract the prying eyes of other villages, and the hatred spawned by the end of the Third War has never diminished. When other villages come to Hidden Leaf Village to seek revenge and launch attacks, Hidden Leaf Village will not be able to resist the offensive of other villages, which could lead to the extinction of Hidden Leaf Village. Such a thing must never happen. Itachi Uchiha vowed silently in his heart that, whether for the sake of the village, the clan, or his younger brother, he would not allow a conflict between the clan and the village. So Shizue's words had struck Itachi's heart hard. Shizue's transformation made him feel as though the Shizue he knew had died. Under such an impact, his inner turmoil could be imagined, and it was due to this turmoil that he felt a slight change in his eyes. However, this change was not yet complete. In his heart, he still held on to some hope and expectation. But all this hope and expectation were completely shattered when he was directly blocked by Shizue last night, as he was hoping to attend the clan meeting to understand the specific situation. Why wasn't he allowed to enter? Because he was a member of Anbu, and because Shizue knew he would report the information to the Hokage. Why was he worried about him reporting this time? Because this clan meeting was definitely determined to do the most terrible thing. After understanding these things, Itachi Uchiha could no longer control the chill in his heart. That suffocating despair continually stimulated his heart, stimulated his nerves. Under such painful and incredibly strong mental stimulation, he activated his own Mangekyo Sharingan. But, this is still not enough. Itachi Uchiha's heart was filled with sighs. Although he had obtained the most powerful strength of the Uchiha, it was a pity that he was not the only one in the clan who possessed this power. The person he once respected the most, Uchiha Shizue, also possessed such power, and even had it for a longer time and with greater mastery. He knew he was not Shizue's match, and he wasn't allowed to participate in the clan meeting, so he had no idea what the clan's next plan was. This feeling of confusion and despair made him feel somewhat at a loss now. Who's there? Suddenly, Itachi Uchiha uttered coldly, his hand subtly reaching behind him, a kunai held in his grip. Just a moment ago, he felt an eerie and unfamiliar chakra rippling beside him, indicating there was someone around. In such a situation and environment, he had to be extremely careful and cautious, no matter who it was. Suddenly, the spatial ripple disappeared, and a mysterious figure clad in a black robe emerged from the void. This mysterious person wore a hood. Apart from the yellow mask visible in the moonlight at his jaw, Itachi could glean no other information. Nice to meet you. Let's not make the atmosphere so tense, shall we, Itachi? The mysterious man took the initiative to speak, his voice seeming to carry a light laugh. Answer my question. Itachi Uchiha did not entertain him, instead becoming more alert. His eyes turned blood red, the Sharingan firmly focused on the other's every move, seemingly looking for the right opportunity to strike. The younger generation today is overly cautious indeed, the mysterious man murmured, then reached up to remove his hood. A patterned mask was revealed, with a single hole at the right eye, where a Sharingan with 3 tomoe was clearly visible. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a member of the Akatsuki. My name is Madara Uchiha. Before his words fell, a flash of cold light emerged. The moment the other party took off his hood and began speaking, Itachi took his shot. Under the moonlight, the kunai traced a chilling arc. His figure crossed with the others, the kunai sweeping directly across the other's throat. However, nothing happened. The masked figure calmly turned around, his Sharingan with 3 tomoe emotionlessly staring at Itachi. Such tricks are pointless. I have no ill intentions this time. If you insist on pushing me to the opposition, I'm afraid it will be a decision you'll regret for life. The moonlight spilled onto him, paired with his words of absolute control. It exerted a pressure on Itachi that he had never felt before. Such pressure, even Shizue had never given him, or rather, had never exerted such pressure on him. He stared at this man who called himself Madara Uchiha. It took a while before he spoke in a deep voice. If so, the first step of our interaction should always be openness and honesty. You just claimed to be Madara Uchiha, but I'm sorry, I find it hard to believe. Not just me, any sane person wouldn't believe it. If you have no ill intentions, then start by removing the mask on your face. The mysterious man suddenly chuckled, slowly speaking in a low tone. Ignorant Uchiha offspring, I didn't expect you to live in your narrow world just like those mediocre people. Everyone says Madara Uchiha is dead, but what is the truth? People always take their ignorance as the truth because they don't understand. I hope you understand that I am Madara Uchiha. This is something I don't need to prove to you, and right now, it's your side that's in crisis. Even if you are Madara Uchiha, what's your purpose in seeking me out? Itachi Uchiha stared silently at the mysterious man for quite a while before asking. Purpose, you ask? The mysterious man kept smiling, addressing Itachi with a detached tone. I don't have a specific purpose, I came here just to see you. I can see that you are in distress, but I'm not interested in the Uchiha's situation, and I don't care about Hidden Leaf Village's attitude. So, you don't need to be too cautious with me, at least we don't have any direct conflicts, right? Itachi didn't speak, as he still couldn't determine the man's true intentions. Especially in their brief confrontation just now, whether in language or in action, he found himself at a disadvantage. Hey, your vigilance remains. The mysterious man looked at Itachi's stance, and in the end, he laughed unconcernedly. But that's right, if you believe too easily, it wouldn't be worth the attention I'm placing on you. It's getting late, our talk for today ends here. However, there are some things I need to remind you of. The situation of the Uchiha is now at the edge of a cliff. Not just the Uchiha, even this world is at the edge of a cliff. If you find yourself at a dead end, or if you've made some decision, consider seeking my help. In the middle of his speech, the figure of the mysterious man started to become vague, and his final words left as he disappeared made Itachi Uchiha even more silent. I will come to find you. You can tell whoever you want, say whatever you like, but I hope next time you can give me a satisfactory answer. Remember, my name is Madara Uchiha. Chapter 59. Just how fearsome and the man Madara Uchiha truly is, even Itachi, who never lived in that era, has some inkling. As the son of the clan leader, Itachi has had access to resources from a young age that others might never acquire in their lifetimes. And the amount of information he can access and review is incalculable. Even at a young age, he has been able to come into contact with some secret techniques. For example, Izanami, the counter to Izanagi. Perhaps this is a privilege of being the clan leader's son, though it cannot be denied that Itachi indeed possesses such talent and qualifications. In such an environment, he knows a lot more than others, which includes some information about Madara Uchiha. The appearance of Madara Uchiha truly caught Itachi off guard. Anyone would feel fear in the face of such a terrifying individual. According to his age, Madara Uchiha should be near his grave by now. But the man boldly appeared before his eyes, forcing him to stay on guard. Even though Madara claimed he had no interest in Hidden Leaf Village, Itachi simply didn't believe him. Madara Uchiha, the Uchiha clan, and Hidden Leaf Village. At this moment, Itachi felt an unparalleled pressure. As so many things converged, he felt a sense of breathlessness. However, he knew that the more he found himself in such a situation, the more he needed to stay calm. Now, he could only rely on himself to save Hidden Leaf Village, to save everything. What should I do? What should I do? Itachi kept asking himself, his gaze lowering to the cliff by his side, seemingly deep as an abyss, and for a moment, he froze. Then he slowly closed his eyes, his hands clenched into fists, his body seemingly trembling. Finally, after a prolonged struggle, all movement in his body quietly ceased. Opening his eyes, he once again fixed his gaze on the towering cliff, and at that moment, his aura became incredibly cold. He seemed like a demon emerging from hell, like ice that will not melt for 10,000 years. The next morning, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hamura Mitakato, and Koharu Utain were sitting in a row, and beneath them was Itachi Uchiha, dressed in the outfit of Anbu, kneeling on one knee. According to your statement, has the Uchiha clan already come to this point? The first to speak was Koharu. Now over 60, she had truly become an old woman, no longer retaining her youthful beauty, and her expression was exceptionally serious. And also, what's the deal with this Akatsuki organization you mentioned? Itachi lowered his head, his voice incredibly cold and grave. However, after some consideration, he decided not to mention the name of Madara Uchiha. Madara was too distinctive, and the man in the mask was too mysterious. He planned to gather more information before sharing anything. I can't be certain about the clan's attitude, but they forbade me from attending the clan meeting last night. Shisui also told me that we can't show weakness to Hidden Leaf Village anymore and we need to resist, so I believe it's very likely. As for Akatsuki, I don't know much, but I can sense that they're extremely dangerous, and they seemed to harbor some ill intentions towards Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen Sarutobi silently lit his pipe, took a deep breath, and then said, I really didn't expect things to came to this point again. Having said this, Sarutobi fell silent for a long moment, then shook his head. Itachi, now that we're aware of these matters, we'll find a way to handle them. Don't stress yourself too much in this period. You should get some rest. As he reached this point, Sarutobi paused. He looked at Itachi with a deep and meaningful gaze, before slowly continuing. By the way, I believe there are some things you should inform Danzō about. Even though you are not a member of Root, your subordinates are, and it's only right that you inform him since he is not here. I understand. Itachi nodded gently, saying softly, rest assured, Lord Hokage, I know what needs to be done. Itachi Uchiha rose to his feet, respectfully bowed to Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others, then activated the teleportation jutsu, his figure abruptly fading into a shadow and disappearing. The third Hokage watched the spot where Itachi had vanished. After a long moment, he shook his head, then placed his pipe heavily on the table before speaking in a low voice. Now that there are no outsiders, I hope everyone can speak their minds openly. We need to make decisions, given the way things have progressed. Also, Danzō, you've been listening for so long, it's about time you came out. With the fall of his words, from the shadows in the room, Danzō Shimura quietly stepped out. Clearly, he had been there all along. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't pay much attention to Danzō Shimura. His expression was completely different from when he was facing Itachi Uchiha. What are your thoughts on the Uchiha clan, and that Akatsuki organization? Koharu Utain and Hamura Midokado exchanged glances, and in the end, it was Hamura Midokado who spoke. I've never heard of the Akatsuki organization, but the current upheaval within the Uchiha clan is too troublesome. No one knows what they truly intend to do. However, the impression that little Itachi Uchiha gives me is that the Uchiha clan has already reached the most dangerous point. Problems need to be gradually resolved, so we should first deal with the pressing issue of the Uchiha clan. That is the most important. Although we don't know what the Uchihas intend to do, haven't there been reports of their clan meetings expressing some unique thoughts? I believe that striking first is the best choice. At this moment, Danzō Shimura also spoke up, but there was a hint of mockery on his face as he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Moreover, haven't you already made a decision and given that youngster a direction? Hearing Danzō Shimura's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi gently shook his head. In the end, he lifted his gaze to look at Danzō, speaking in an extremely solemn tone. Striking first is indeed beneficial, but I will not issue an order to annihilate the Uchiha clan. The shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village cannot do such a thing. I believe you understand my point. Humphrey. With a cold snort, the walking stick lightly tapped the floor, and Danzō spoke coldly. Your hypocritical facade is nauseating. After serving as Hokage for so many years, Sarutobi, you've really degraded. As Hokage, the boldness you once possessed has completely vanished. But rest assured, I know what must be done. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. He paid no attention to Danzō Shimura's mockery, nor did he offer him any explanations. Because this is not about boldness, nor is it about hypocrisy. It's a necessity. Regardless of how others perceive this matter, a Hokage absolutely cannot issue an order to annihilate a major clan in the village. Unless the Uchiha clan takes action first, even the shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village absolutely cannot get involved, otherwise, the village will no longer be their village. In the subsequent meeting, the four continued to discuss potential details that might emerge. For instance, the Uchiha clan is likely to be on high alert right now, so reckless action should be avoided. For instance, Itachi Uchiha should prepare well, and they should decide who would be the best support when the time comes. 2 hours later, the four finally departed in succession. However, the future of the Uchiha clan had already been decided by them in that short 2-hour span. Chapter 60 What Akatsuki is, Hiruzen Sarutobi and his F4 don't know and don't care. What they are really concerned about is the Uchiha. The sudden defection of Uchiha Shizui, the alienation of Itachi Uchiha by his clan, and the mysterious circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan meeting. All of this gives them reason to suspect whether the Uchiha clan is really planning something. But whether it's true or not, as long as the Uchiha don't make the first move, they absolutely cannot strike first. This is too passive for them. Fortunately, Itachi Uchiha is now a squad leader in Anbu, and he has been assigned to Danzō Shimura for special reasons. His two teammates are from Root, so there are some things he needs to report to Danzō, and some things he only needs to report to Danzō. And Danzō can directly issue orders to Itachi Uchiha, which makes a lot of things easier. For example, some special tasks can be issued by Danzō, and these tasks won't go through the Hokage, nor will they be recorded by Anbu. Therefore, In some extremely specific situations, the value of Itachi Uchiha is fully realized. Because he is a member of the Uchiha clan, and because he stands firmly on the side of the Hokage. Moreover, they have decided to wait a while before taking action, having just revoked Itachi Uchiha's right to attend clan meetings, so the Uchiha are definitely on their guard. Besides, the Uchiha are not fools, they will certainly take precautionary measures. Waiting until they become complacent will be the best opportunity. What the F4 of Hidden Leaf Village is thinking, Kaido doesn't know. Even what Itachi Uchiha has done, Kaido's understanding is limited. Even if he asked Shisui to find a way to follow Itachi Uchiha, the information he got wasn't much. After all, being a holder of Mangekyo Sharingan and a member of Anbu, Itachi Uchiha's ability to counter surveillance is extremely strong. Aside from knowing that the boy quietly went to see Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others, Kaido really isn't clear about anything else. But this boy going to see Hiruzen Sarutobi is unlikely to be good news, so necessary caution is still needed. After all, this guy has the Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as we keep an eye on this boy, it will be fine. If the Uchiha don't take action, Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't dare to act aggressively. Itachi Uchiha is the most troublesome. Kaido walks down the street, pondering in his mind, heading towards the training field. These days he's been engrossed in training, and the clan has also sent quite a few elite ninjas to train with him. In fact, for Kaido, his best training partner is naturally Shisui, but the problem is Shisui is currently monitoring every move of Itachi Uchiha. Even if Shisui can't get any information, even if he's noticed by Itachi Uchiha, this is something that has to be done. Just as Itachi Uchiha revealed the Mangekyo Sharingan to Shisui, Kaido knew that the boy's Mangekyo Sharingan couldn't pose any threat to Shisui, but it still had a deterrent effect. Itachi Uchiha showed off the Mangekyo Sharingan probably to intimidate them, telling them that he also has such power. And the reason why Kaido had Shisui tail Itachi Uchiha was clear, to let Uchiha Itachi know, we are watching you, your every move is under our scrutiny. Also, I remember that Itachi Uchiha seemed to have carried out a series of actions along with Obito Uchiha. So, has Obito Uchiha made any moves now? As for Obito Uchiha, Kaido is still on guard. Even if Kaido knows his weakness, the ability of space is indeed very troublesome. The ones who seem to be able to deal with him are probably only the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, who has already passed away, and Kakashi, who has mastered the Mangekyo Sharingan in his later years, coordinating an attack with Naruto. However, Shisui is on my side. If necessary, I can have Shisui unleash Kodo Umatsukami on Obito Uchiha. I refuse to believe he can resist it. Using Genjutsu to deal with Obito Uchiha is the best method Kaido can think of now, and the intimidation of Kodo Umatsukami is extremely terrifying. That kind of Genjutsu that subtly alters the will of others, Kaido believes there aren't many people in this world who can resist it. Of course, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan might not fear Kodo Umatsukami, and those who possess the cells of Hashirama Senju might also be able to resist it. Kaido habitually takes all possible factors into consideration. Although what he considers hasn't been confirmed, it doesn't prevent him from conjecturing. And regardless of whether Itachi Uchiha and Obito Uchiha are in contact now, this guy could potentially be Kaido's enemy in the future. Thus, preparing early and listing him as a hypothetical enemy is nothing but the most logical course of action. Speaking of which, if I could extract some time manipulating ability from that old man, I wouldn't need a big trick. Just the slowdown would be enough to have Obito dancing on the palm of my hand. The power of time has always been one of the most terrifying powers. To acquire such power in this world through normal means, Kaido could only hope for the explosion of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Unfortunately, when Kaido's Mangekyo Sharingan was awakened through the system, all he could think about was getting the most potent power, and as a result, it ended up like this. But through unconventional means, Kaido wasn't helpless. After all, he also has a system. Shaking his head, Kaido was too lazy to ponder getting what he wanted through system draw. To be frank, this was too elusive. Instead of thinking about these, it might be better to think about how Uchiha Madara would react to Obito's space-time ninjutsu. After much thought, Kaido felt that Madara Uchiha's best move would probably be to activate Susanoo and wait for Obito to make a move. Once Obito makes a move, Madara Uchiha would definitely burst out with unimaginable power in an instant, completely overturning Obito. After all, when it comes to the basic qualities of a ninja, I'm afraid there are not many who can match Madara Uchiha. Having thought all of this through, Kaido felt that the most pressing matter at hand was to enhance his own strength. Now, he could peruse all the books in the library, including those on forbidden techniques, from which he has learned quite a lot. Both Izanagi and Izanami, he has memorized them. At the same time, he has also learned potent fire-style techniques like Great Fire Annihilation and Great Fireball Jutsu. As reinforcement, he has supplemented Earth-style and Wind-style, which he obtained from Waterfowl Dance. Except for not having completed the transformation and quality change of Earth and Wind styles, I can say that I have enhanced in all other areas. Oh, Wind style doesn't need it, Waterfowl Dance has given me the effect of quality change. There is no need for Kaido to contemplate too much about the transformation and quality change of Earth and Wind styles in this short month because there simply isn't enough time to accomplish that. Instead of spending time on this, Kaido feels that it would be better to invest more time in Susanoo. He already has a technique to reduce the difficulty of activating Susanoo and decrease its consumption, and he has read so many records of Uchiha history. It can be said that his understanding of Susanoo has gained another level. Given this, it's only natural to spend more time on Susanoo. And my Susanoo color is the same as Madara Uchiha's. I wonder if my Susanoo can grow to the height of Madara Uchiha's. Madara Uchiha's Susanoo is deep blue, and so is Kaido's, but now, Kaido can only activate Susanoo to the second stage at most. It seems quite embarrassing, after all, whether compared to Madara Uchiha or Sasuke Uchiha, his Susanoo is not up to par. But this is what he has achieved by using sparingly, and groping for only a couple of months. Considering this, his progress is quite good. While walking, he suddenly noticed two familiar faces coming his way. One was Nara Shikamaru, and the other was Nara Yanko. Chapter 61 What a coincidence, I really didn't expect to meet you here. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Upon seeing Yanko and Shikamaru, Kaido approached them with a smile. Yanko just shrugged slightly, seeming neither enthusiastic nor resistant. Kaido had long been accustomed to her demeanor. Besides, his current focus was mainly on Shikamaru. In addition to the original characters like Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi, who have distinctive personalities, there are also various supporting characters that are equally likable. Nara Shikamaru is one of those Kaido particularly likes. This guy seems somewhat similar to Jiraiya. Both appear unreliable on ordinary days, but they are indeed the most trustworthy people in critical times. This slightly contradictory personality creates their unparalleled charisma. Furthermore, Shikamaru's future achievements are staggering. Not only does he marry the sister of the Kusagakure, but he himself also becomes the Minister of Administration, succeeding his father's position. Of course, all of these are things of the future. Kaido doesn't know what the future will specifically look like, and what he is more concerned about is the present. Kaido remembered that Shikamaru was one of the first to acknowledge Naruto, and he had a good relationship with Naruto. And right now, Kaido was really interested in Naruto, or rather, he had some ideas about the nine tails inside Naruto. What's with that look? Nara Yanko noticed Kaido's gaze towards Shikamaru and was a bit puzzled. You're going to scare my little brother with that stare. Sorry, just lost in thought. Kaido quickly came back to his senses, then revealed a smile. Just thinking about some interesting stuff. How odd. Yanko rolled her eyes, then immediately slapped Shikamaru on the head. Go play by yourself. Your father is so lazy, leaving me to take care of you. Oh. Shikamaru rubbed his head, clearly seeming a bit annoyed. But even so, this young man only dared to be angry and not voice it. He didn't even dare to utter a word of complaint and just turned around and walked away. Seeing this scene, Kaido found it incredibly amusing. He now wondered if Shikamaru's future insistence that women are troublesome is because Yanko bullied him too much. Glancing at Yanko, Kaido decided it was better not to voice these thoughts. Anyway, he had always wanted to ruffle Shikamaru's pineapple-like hair, and while he hadn't had the opportunity to do so himself, he felt satisfied watching Yanko do it. Speaking of which, Yanko didn't have the Nara clan's pineapple hairstyle, and as far as Kaido could remember, neither did Shikamaru's mother. Could it be that the classic pineapple hairstyle is exclusively patented to the males of the Nara clan? What are you thinking about now? Yanko, noticing Kaido's thoughtful gaze on Shikamaru's retreating back, voiced her irritation. Why does it feel like your behavior is so weird this time we meet? Weird? Kaido came back to himself and casually shrugged. I don't feel I'm acting weird. Isn't it? Yanko shook her head, then suddenly covered her mouth, lowering her voice to a serious whisper. You're really bold, offing someone right inside the village. Are you crazy? Please, those guys attacked me first. Kaido scanned the bustling crowd around them. Although there were a lot of people, none were close to them. This reassured Kaido quite a bit. However, he also kept his voice low, as he didn't want their conversation to be overheard by others. I warned you earlier that things in the village were not calm. Do you know who did it? Yanko also glanced around, then started walking forward, asking in a low voice. I do. The third Hokage declared them outsiders, but when they were still alive, They said they targeted me because I was in contact with Naruto. Kaido chuckled lightly, then gave an answer that made Yanko stunned for a moment. But I think they were more likely trying to force the Uchiha to make a move. I also know who those guys are. They should be from Danzō's group if nothing unexpected happened. It seems you know everything well. But why didn't you listen to my advice? Yanko knew that Kaido was smart. Although she was taken aback by Kaido's response, she wasn't too surprised. However, her eyebrows soon furrowed again. Hold on, since you know so well yet stayed here, you wouldn't be planning to do something dreadful, would you? At this point, Yanko's expression became much more serious. She stopped in her tracks and stared at Kaido, then lowered her head to cover her face with her hair before continuing, if that's the case, I think we should keep our distance. I don't want to get involved in anything that terrifying. And I advise you to think twice as well. After all, the fact that your clan has come this far proves that they can't make it. So, take my advice. Here, Yanko paused, while Kaito seemed somewhat bemused. Could he not know that the Uchiha clan's previous management was inadequate? Otherwise, he wouldn't have ousted Fugaku Uchiha from his position. But Kaito would not speak of this matter, at least not until everything was settled. He would absolutely not reveal any information. Watching Yanko's retreating figure, Kaito shook his head and did not intend to follow. After all, the Uchiha matter was indeed sensitive, but to his surprise, Yanko suddenly halted. This made Kaito somewhat curious. So, he went ahead and asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" "Nothing much, just that someone asked me to pass on a message to you." Yanko turned to look at Kaito. The girl was cautious, she glanced around discreetly, making sure there was no suspicious person or even a fly nearby. She then casually lowered her head and, without moving her lips much, spoke in a voice only she and Kaito could hear. "Someone said that the situation within Hidden Leaf Village is quite strange now, and some troop movements are very secretive. It also seems that something has happened within your clan. So, someone wants to give you a heads up. Things aren't looking good for you. We are all people of Hidden Leaf Village, and any rash actions are not good for anyone. Some things should be considered in the long run." At this point, Yanko suddenly lifted her head and revealed a smile. She gave Kaito's shoulder a hard pat and then said loudly, "Alright, you don't speak clearly, I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you talking about a gathering? We can discuss it later. I have things to do, so I'm leaving first." After saying this, Yanko walked away without looking back, and this time, she didn't stop. Kaito stayed where he was, falling into deep thought. Chapter 62 A Goodwill Gesture from the Nara clan? As Kaito walked towards the training ground, he couldn't help but recall the conversation he just had with Yanko. At the same time, he also wondered about the implications of their conversation. Why would the Nara clan tell him this? After some thought, Kaito managed to confirm a few things and generally understood the Nara clan's intentions. It's basically certain that Itachi Uchiha indeed has some bad ideas. It's strange, I sent Shizue to him and showed him a new path. Why is he still like this? Kaito really couldn't understand why things had developed to this point, but he didn't feel like delving too deeply into it, considering that everyone has different ways of thinking. Besides, he was mentally prepared and thus wasn't surprised. What really surprised him was the attitude of the Nara clan. In the original story, Kaito never heard of the Nara clan sending messages to the Uchiha. But upon further consideration, Kaito guessed that it's not that they didn't want to send messages, but they simply didn't know who to send them to. Sending it to Shizue was obviously impossible. In the original story, when Shizue was alive, things hadn't developed to an uncontrollable point. Sending it to Itachi Uchiha after Shizue's death was even more unlikely. With Shizue dead, sending messages now would just be dragging themselves down, wouldn't it? But now, with Shizue not dead and Kaito, who has a good team relationship with Nara Yanko, Kaito naturally became a recipient of the message. The purpose of the Nara clan sending out this message is actually quite simple. On the one hand, they are probably genuinely concerned for Hidden Leaf Village, since Hidden Leaf Village really can't afford any disturbances right now. If a real conflict breaks out, even though Uchiha would be finished, Hidden Leaf Village would also suffer tremendous damage, let alone a major clan in the village openly rebelling. This would be a devastating blow to Hidden Leaf Village's image in the shinobi world. It should be known that due to the operations of Hidden Clouds Village and Hiruzen Saratobi, Hidden Leaf Village's image in the shinobi world is already quite poor. On the other hand, it's probably due to dissatisfaction with Hiruzen Saratobi. After all, there was the incident with the Hyuga clan. Moreover, Danzō's actions towards their clans completely broke the village's rules. Whether it's the Fuyamanakan acquisition of Root or Trunabarame, their joining was forced by Danzō, who forcibly took them from various ninja clans. Because no clan wants to send their outstanding disciples to Danzō. Not to mention that Danzō forcibly took more than just these two, and not just people from these two clans. So to put it bluntly, it's because of dissatisfaction with the third Hokage, so the Uchiha's problems were discovered. And there is me, who has some relationship with the Nara clan. So they conveyed the information covertly. And the only person who probably knows this information would be the head of the political affairs department, Nara Shikaku. Kaido basically guessed what was going on, and a smile spread across his face after understanding all of this. This all reminds him of the time during the Chunin exams when even Kakashi held Kabuto back and the others disappeared without a trace. Especially Hayashi Hyuga, who was in the examination room one moment talking to Neji, and the next moment, she was missing and nowhere to be found. The moment Hiruzen Sarutobi died, he appeared instantly. Not just he, but all the people from the other major clans also came out. It's clear to see just how deep their dissatisfaction with Hiruzen Sarutobi was. Would they have just watched Hiruzen Sarutobi go to his death otherwise? Of course, it could also be due to the so-called samurai spirit, letting the two of them duel. However, they are not samurai, they are ninjas. Shaking his head, Kaido didn't feel like pondering these issues any further. He had received the good intentions of the Nara clan, and it was not only the Nara clan. The Inoshikacho trio have always acted together. However, if they wanted to have follow-up information, it would actually depend on the Uchiha themselves. Only when you do what you need to do you have a future in the eyes of others, and have a chance to continue expressing goodwill. Although I had Shisui watching him for quite some time, it seems that it is not enough. When I go back, I must modify all the existing defense mechanisms, and I can't let him know. Although I'm not sure when that event will happen, it's definitely no problem to be prepared early. Besides, even if it's going to happen, it won't be now. We've just expelled Itachi Uchiha, the Hidden Leaf Village is wary of him and they won't ignore it, so the Hidden Leaf Village will wait for a while. In the original timeline, Itachi Uchiha took quite some time to mentally prepare after meeting with Danzō, and finally acted when Uchiha let their guard down. At that time, the Uchiha didn't know about Itachi's betrayal. Now I'm watching you, if you dare to do this, it would give me an excuse to act. Within the root base, Itachi Uchiha, dressed in Anbu uniform, has quietly entered. He has been preparing for several days, and he has decided to act today. Itachi Uchiha removes the mask from his face. He walks slowly inside, already sensing that someone is watching him, but he doesn't care. He has encountered this kind of situation many times. As expected, just like before, these people stopped watching him after confirming his identity. As he slowly entered the deepest part of the root base, Itachi Uchiha saw Danzō sitting there. He quickly knelt down and lowered his head, whispering, "Lord Danzō." "Oh?" Danzō gently nodded his head, then seemingly showed a cold smirk. "I've told you there are some things you only need to report to me, but it seems you didn't listen to me." With an emotionless face, Itachi Uchiha responded, "I apologize, Lord Danzō, because this matter is of great importance, so you went to see Hiruzen, did you?" Danzō knew everything, but he didn't intend to undermine Hiruzen. "I've heard something about this matter too. What do you plan to do?" "The Hokage sent me to inquire about Lord Danzō's opinion." Itachi Uchiha closed his eyes. He really didn't know how to answer this question, otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. Danzō looked at Itachi, his expression still indifferent. He already had an answer, but he also needed to observe Itachi Uchiha's reactions. Because on that day, Itachi Uchiha had explicitly told them that he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Do you want to hear my answer?" After a long while, Danzō finally spoke in an indifferent tone, "Then I'll give you two answers. First, stand with the Uchiha clan and do what you all want to do. And the second." At this moment, Danzō's expression changed slightly, becoming even colder and more intimidating. "Second, stand with us, stand with the Hidden Leaf Village. Leave only your younger brother before the Uchiha commit unforgivable acts, and kill all other members of the Uchiha clan." As his words fell, Itachi Uchiha was completely stunned. And in that instant, Itachi's pupils underwent a transformation. The three tomoe in his eyes somehow transformed into a boomerang-like pattern, eerie and ghostly, causing a dizzying sensation with just a glance. As expected, it's the Mangekyo. This young one has also awakened these eyes. Danzō observed these eyes, silently pondering in his mind. However, he didn't show much reaction, and continued to speak in his indifferent tone. "In order to protect the village, we must suppress the chaos before it erupts, no matter what. The only ninjas capable of bearing this responsibility are the double agents of the Uchiha and the Hidden Leaf Village. One is you, the other is Shisui, but Shisui has defected, which signifies the severity of the situation. For the sake of the Hidden Leaf Village, I order you to eliminate the hidden threats. Will you accept this mission?" "Accept this mission?" Itachi Uchiha closed his eyes slightly. Although he was mentally prepared, the mission still seemed quite heavy. However, thinking about the current state of the village, about his younger brother, the consequences of a conflict between his clan and the village, and at Madara Uchiha. Soon, he opened his eyes, expressing with utmost seriousness, "As long as you keep your promise, for the sake of the Hidden Leaf village, I am willing." Chapter 63. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had quietly passed. These weeks had been busy yet incredibly fulfilling for Kaido, and during this time, he had achieved significant improvement. With his increasing familiarity with the Mangekyo Sharingan, both his physical prowess and chakra reserves had further developed. However, as before, his growth in chakra was notably higher than his physical growth. As for these changes, Kaido himself was quite satisfied, though those who trained with him found it a bit unbearable. After all, Kaido's base was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if he chose not to use it and only relied on the three Tomoe state for training, such intensity still put the elites in discomfort. Of course, the crux of the matter was that they dared not go all out, and knowing that Kaido had the Mangekyo Sharingan naturally bred some wariness in them. Thankfully, their hard days could be deemed over, as both they and Kaido knew that training like this wouldn't yield much effect anymore. What Kaido needed now was to consolidate his skills. After all, he had learned too much in this half-month, and many events had also occurred. Take Shizue for example, he was now a mission ninja. "So you've submitted your resignation and left the Anbu completely?" Sitting in the corner of a dumpling shop, Kaido, looking at Shizue who appeared somewhat downcast yet firm, asked. Shizue sought out Kaido for a simple reason, to report the recent events and inform him that he had left the Anbu. "Yes, I've submitted the application and received the approval." Shizue reluctantly nodded, rubbing his forehead before taking a glance at the already established soundproof barrier, and then began to speak slowly. "But it's better this way. The Anbu's tasks are too busy and do not suit me now. Plus, the Anbu aren't assigning me any tasks anymore." Kaido nodded, understanding why the Anbu stopped giving Shizue tasks. After all, Itachi had already approached the third Hokage, and thus it was only natural for Shizue to lose trust. Under these circumstances, there was no meaning for Shizue to stay in the Anbu. Leaving was the best option, otherwise, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't have approved it so quickly. After all, the matters the Anbu dealt with were very covert, so letting someone go this quickly already hinted at many things. It's likely that Shizue would be under close surveillance now. Or perhaps there was no one watching at all, because Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others did not care about the information Shizue had. Thinking up to this point, Kaido felt a little dejected. None of the Uchiha matters were easy to handle. But no matter what either Itachi or Hiruzen Sarutobi were up to, Kaido felt that he must maintain caution and restraint, along with ample vigilance. The Hokage would definitely not, and absolutely could not, issue an extermination order. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a clever man, he wouldn't do such a thing. So, the only person who could issue such an order was Danzō, and the only ones who could carry it out were the members of the Root and Itachi Uchiha, and perhaps Obito Uchiha too. This was also one of the reasons why Kaido was keeping a close eye on Itachi Uchiha. By watching him and making all the necessary preparations, Kaido could prevent any surprise attacks. As long as they didn't make a move, the situation could be maintained, which was what Kaido needed at the moment. "Let's not talk about this. How's Itachi Uchiha recently? And how's our Fugaku clan leader?" Gently tapping on the table, Kaido curiously asked. Although he was somewhat aware of the movements of these two, he still hoped to get more precise information from Shizue. Itachi has been spending all his time with his little brother recently. He hasn't been on any missions or gathering intelligence. His behavior is quite normal but also very strange. Upon mentioning Itachi, Shizue couldn't help but sigh. In his view, Itachi's behavior was indeed odd. He spent so much time with his little brother and ignored everything else, as if trying to make up for the time he couldn't spend with him. Moreover, Shizue felt that Itachi's actions resembled saying goodbye, which made him slightly uneasy. As for the clan leader Fugaku, he has completely locked himself away. Other than Mrs. Mikoto who delivers meals daily, he refuses to see anyone else. Even for Mrs. Mikoto, she just leaves as soon as she delivers the food to the door. She can't see Fugaku at all. Upon hearing these words, Kaido couldn't help but scratch his head. Well, neither of this father-son duo seemed to be acting normal. It should be noted that Itachi Uchiha did not agree with Kaido's ideology, and Fugaku Uchiha was even facing the final battle for his clan leadership. However, one of them was devoted to accompanying his younger brother, and the other refused to see anyone, showing no attempts to change the current situation. It's indeed true that birds of a feather flock together. Of course, perhaps they had made their preparations, but others just didn't know. Shaking his head, Kaito lost interest in pondering the matters of this father-son duo, as the more he thought about it, the more headaches it would cause. I understand. But tell our clan members to be extra cautious lately. If necessary, change the secret watchers and don't let others know about it, Kaito finally spoke after a moment of contemplation. Change the secret watchers? Shisui was taken aback by these words. What are you worried about? Are you concerned that the village will? The Hokage wouldn't. He wouldn't issue such an order. But we must also be careful ourselves. Don't forget that I was ambushed last time, Kaito interjected, stating the truth. So, necessary precautions still need to be taken. Don't forget that I was attacked. Of course, you can also consider it as necessary adjustment and changing guard, Kaito continued. Hearing this, Shisui nodded seriously. He vividly remembered the ambush on Kaito, and he was convinced that it was Danzō's doing, but unfortunately, there was no evidence. Alright, I understand. I will discuss with the elders back home and get this settled as soon as possible. Then I'll count on you, Shisui. Kaito smiled and nodded, but there was one thing he had been wrestling with for a long time and still hadn't brought up. Because, he was still contemplating having Shisui figure out Naruto's daily routine. Naruto had the 9 tails inside him, and this was undoubtedly a super trump card. Although Kaito didn't know how to control the 9 tails, if he were to capture Naruto at the crucial moment, the deterrence against Hidden Leaf Village would be immense. But such an action would probably lead to a fallout, and it could bring about significant negative impacts, which was what made Kaito hesitate. If he really went through with it, Shisui might not be able to accept it, so after much consideration, he gave up on this idea. After all, things haven't came to that point yet. He was just being habitually cautious and pondering whether to take more drastic preparatory measures. However, he was also well aware that some things are ultimately better handled by oneself. Only by becoming stronger could he thoroughly suppress all dangers and hidden threats. Chapter 64. A month's time is neither long nor short. Especially for Itachi Uchiha, this month was filled with joy as well as torment. His joy stemmed from finally having time to spend with his younger brother, to make up for the time he could not accompany him due to his induction into the Anbu. But the torment was the changes within the family, as well as the pressure brought about by the man who claimed to be Madara Uchiha. Itachi could neither understand nor agree with Shisui's views, viewing everything from the perspective of a Hokage. This was a confrontation between the family and a Hokage. And the Hokage, elected by the village, represented the will of the village. So, opposing the Hokage wasn't his equivalent to opposing the entire village? Of course, Itachi himself had not fully made up his mind at the beginning, he was still struggling with contemplation. But the appearance of the self-proclaimed Madara Uchiha, along with Danzō's words, that's what made him firmly decide. The terror of Madara Uchiha needs no further elaboration. Although Itachi also felt that this guy might be an imposter, those Sharingan eyes hidden behind the mask could not be faked. Moreover, facing this guy, Itachi also felt immense pressure. Such a person quietly appearing in Hidden Leaf Village must be harboring some unspeakable secrets. The changes in the family, Shisui's defection, and the appearance of Uchiha Madara, all of these added up to an immense pressure that he could feel. Under such immense pressure, and guided by Danzō, he finally made his decision to clear the Calamity for Hidden Leaf Village, and thereby get close to this Madara Uchiha, to provide information for Hidden Leaf Village. Perhaps due to concerns about Itachi being under too much pressure, or to give him time to prepare, both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzō had given him a month's leave to rest and recuperate. Now that his leave was coming to an end, Itachi knew that he would have to take action soon. Brother, what are you thinking about? In the twilight, Itachi was walking and responding somewhat distractedly to Sasuke's words, which aroused Sasuke's displeasure. Sasuke was pouting, looking somewhat unhappy, but in reality, it had more of a playful flavor to it. Nothing much, just thinking about some important matters. Itachi gently shook his head, then after a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a slight smile. By the way, you should head home by yourself later, I have some matters to attend to. What? Didn't you say you were going to stay with me all day? Upon hearing Itachi's words, Sasuke's expression became even more deflated. Although he knew that his brother had spent so much time with him, humans are always greedy. Sasuke enjoyed being with his brother the most, especially since his brother had taken care of him since he was little. However, due to time constraints, their time together was always fragmented. Now, having a whole month to spend together, Sasuke was already very happy, but he still wished for more company. I'm sorry, I think I have to leave because of certain matters, Itachi continued patiently. Besides, I'm a member of the Anbu, there are many things out of my control. At this point, Itachi paused, while Sasuke was still pouting, looking very unhappy. This made Itachi shake his head involuntarily. He walked in front of Sasuke, squatted down, and then suddenly stretched out his finger and flicked Sasuke's forehead lightly. "Next time, Sasuke, I'll spend more time with you then. Really, I'm not a kid anymore." Sasuke rubbed his forehead. The flick actually hurt a bit, but he had already forgiven his brother in his heart. He was not unreasonable and naturally knew that his brother could be very busy at times. So, he probably ran towards home on his own. While running, he also said, "Remember, brother, next time you have to spend quality time with me." Watching Sasuke's retreating figure, Itachi kept smiling. However, when this figure disappeared into the twilight, the smile on his face completely receded. In the end, he sighed softly and turned to run towards the cliff where he and Shizue secretly met. The setting sun went down, and the silver moon had quietly hung in the sky. Itachi Uchiha had been waiting quietly here for some time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes because he felt a strange chakra emerging around him. He knew the person he was waiting for had arrived. "It seems you have made certain decisions," said the man in the orange spiral mask, Obito, in a dull voice. "Itachi Uchiha. You claimed to be Madara Uchiha, didn't you? I hope you can demonstrate your power." Itachi had no intention of wasting words. He spoke indifferently to the mysterious figure in front of him. "I need your help. There's a Mangekyo Sharingan in the Uchiha clan. It will be troublesome once we take action." "You mean, Uchiha Shizue?" Obito's voice was still hoarse, but there seemed to be a hint of mockery in his tone. "I heard that you two are good brothers and friends. To take action against him, it seems you have indeed made up your mind. However, I suppose it's not just you and me who want to take action, right? After all, there are so many Uchiha, even if you and I both have Mangekyo, it's not that simple to deal with. You don't need to worry about these matters." Itachi's expression remained unchanged, but his fists had begun to clench, and his eyes had transformed into the state of Mangekyo Sharingan. "I only need a few people to cooperate, I can handle the rest. I just need one answer, can you help me deal with him?" "Interesting, really interesting." Obito Uchiha looked at Itachi Uchiha with a gaze full of mockery, but in the end, he still nodded. "Well then, as you wish. But let me remind you, it's best to act when they lower their guard. After all, Uchiha Shizue also has Mangekyo. The silver moonlight illuminates the earth, and within the Uchiha clan, Shizue arrived at Kaido's house with a shinobi blade. The shinobi blade you asked for is ready. This blade is very special, it even had a unique summoning seal inside it. The craftsman spent a lot of effort to remove it." Shizue placed the blade on the table, then he said with a slight smile. "We start tomorrow, are you ready?" "Of course I'm ready. I didn't waste this month." Kaido picked up the blade from the table with a smile and looked at it carefully. The blade wasn't heavy, a standard shinobi blade design, and it felt very good in his hand. The only pity was that the material of this blade was exceptionally compatible with lightning-style chakra. Kaido, who uses the waterfowl dance, might find its effectiveness somewhat diminished. But even with some reduction, it's better than a regular shinobi blade, which isn't incapable of carrying chakra. Rather, the efficiency of carrying chakra is very low, and it can also break due to carrying too much chakra. This shinobi blade can be seen as compensating for Kaido's deficiency in this aspect. "By the way, how are the preparations for the covert surveillance going?" Kaido nodded with satisfaction, then asked with curiosity. "It's all prepared, don't worry. The elders all appreciate your caution and prudence." Shizue nodded, then said very seriously, "Do your best, Kaido." "Thank you, Shizue." Kaido's expression was also much more serious. He would definitely give it his all tomorrow. Or to put it another way, he would definitely go all out tomorrow, because that's when the grand drama begins. Chapter 65. Early the next morning, all ranked ninjas from the Uchiha clan took leave without prior arrangement. They scattered into a forest by a canyon on the very edge of the Hidden Leaf village, and the clan's security team began preparations early. Naturally, what's going to happen today will not be casually announced to the outside world, nor will outsiders be allowed to approach. Even if it were to be announced, it would have to wait until everything is over. Uchiha Taikaki and So Uchiha, among other elders, were already waiting there, their eyes tightly closed, seeming to be quite composed. But truth be told, there is no calmness to speak of in their hearts. After all, they know that Fugaku Uchiha also possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Not only Fugaku Uchiha, but Itachi Uchiha, that youngster, surprisingly also has these eyes. They really don't know how such eccentrics keep cropping up in this family. Yes, these elders don't dare to say that Fugaku Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha are geniuses, they feel the term eccentrics suits this father and son better. One is weak and indecisive, the other simply does not understand, or rather, does not intend to understand, the family's changes, with a determination that is beyond imagination. It is really hard to believe that these two are father and son, and even harder to believe that both of them have activated the Mangekyo. What is such a person if not an eccentric? However, according to the information, Fugaku Uchiha did not tell Uchiha Itachi about his eyes, and likewise, Itachi Uchiha did not communicate with his father. The degree of peculiarity in this father-son duo truly leaves them in awe. Do they simply not intend to communicate at all? And Fugaku Uchiha, after secluding himself, refused to see anyone. But surprisingly, Itachi Uchiha, as his son, had never intended to go see him either. This boy just spends his time accompanying his younger brother, doing nothing else. You should know that Fugaku Uchiha is waiting for a severe battle, involving the clan's leadership and a clash between two Mangekyo. Moreover, so Uchiha and the others are aware that this boy, Itachi Uchiha, has also met with the high-ranking members of the Hidden Leaf village. Given these two's performance, it's truly eccentric and beyond comprehension. But no matter how eccentric, at least this father-son duo doesn't share information. Otherwise, if the two sets of Mangekyo were to face Kaido and Shizue's two Mangekyo, the situation might turn for the worse. It has to be said that when a person is a bit odd, it's really hard to define whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. At least for these reformists, it's certainly not a bad thing. They don't need to worry about too many things. The morning sun kept rising. It was a good day. Under the bright sunlight, Kaido and Shizue strolled leisurely. Not far from Kaido and Shizue, Fugaku Uchiha was silently walking towards them, alone. The sunlight elongated his shadow, making him look somewhat lonely and desolate. However, the aura surrounding him was exceptionally resolute. Before long, the three of them had already arrived at the center of this forest, and their respective supporters had quietly followed them. However, in terms of numbers, Kaido's side held an absolute advantage. But at this point, numbers were not the key. The key lay in Kaido and Fugaku Uchiha themselves. Chief Fugaku, long time no see. Kaido looked at Fugaku Uchiha and couldn't help but nod slightly. You look a bit haggard, not a posture one should have before a battle. Thank you for your concern, Kaido-san. Fugaku Uchiha gently shook his head, his tone polite yet firm. I'm fine, rest assured. Although I may look a bit rough, I understand my condition. I have no issues. Hearing this, Kaido naturally nodded. What he said was merely courtesy. His opponent's poor condition was a huge advantage for him. How could he possibly give up his advantage because of this? In the end, Kaido was a qualified ninja, and ninjas never hesitated to use any means to achieve their goals. I understand, Chief Fugaku. Kaido nodded directly, then turned his head to look at Uchiha, Uchiha Taikuki, and the other elders. Fugaku Uchiha also turned his gaze in the same direction. After these elders had a brief, quiet discussion, it was Uchiha who stepped forward. He swept his gaze over everyone present and then spoke out loud. We gather here today in response to the impeachment event from a month ago at the clan meeting. Chief Fugaku, no matter the result of today's duel, you will lose your position as the clan chief. Do you have any objections? No. Fugaku Uchiha shook his head calmly. He had known this outcome for a long time. In fact, he had effectively lost his position as the clan chief since the clan meeting ended. Kaido-san. Uchiha nodded, then turned his gaze to Kaido. This time, if you win the battle, you will be the new chief of the Uchiha clan. However, if you lose, you will not directly obtain the position of the clan chief, but you can still retain the role of the clan chief candidate and participate in family affairs. Kaido-san, do you have any objections? None. Kaido shook his head lightly. How could he not hear that Uchiha's words were actually biased towards him? It's apparent that these people were truly concerned about Fugaku Uchiha's strength, but they also knew that he had deeply offended Fugaku Uchiha, and it was beyond any chance of reconciliation. At the same time, Kaido himself also had the support of Mangekyo and Shizue. If they turned their backs and went to support Fugaku Uchiha, Kaido would likely have to deal with them. Frankly speaking, this was a dilemma. So, the only thing they could do now was to firmly support Kaido. Besides, Kaido had already won them over. They also recognized Kaido and would follow his arrangements even if he lost. Naturally, Kaido would not refuse such an arrangement. However, what he found both amusing and frustrating was, why did this group of people think there was such a high possibility that he would lose? Although Kaido had to admit, Fugaku Uchiha was indeed a formidable opponent, and the capabilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan were unknown to Kaido. However, Fugaku Uchiha likewise didn't know about Kaido's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, not to mention that apart from the Mangekyo, Kaido also possessed the power granted by the system. Most crucially, the ability of Kaido's Mangekyo Sharingan could enhance the power bestowed by the system. Fugaku Uchiha also shook his head lightly, indicating he had no issues, then took the lead to walk towards the cliff below. Kaito nodded at the elders and followed suit. After all, it was a battle between two Uchihas of Mangekyo level. No one knew the extent of the area that would be affected, so it was always wise to be cautious. Watching Fugaku Uchiha leading the way, Kaito felt a surge of excitement. He knew he had finally reached the last step. Chapter 66. Below the cliff, the river rushed fiercely. Kaito and Fugaku Uchiha stood opposite each other on this river. All the Uchiha ninja who could observe the fight silently watched from the forest above the cliff. A gentle breeze drifted by. Neither Kaito nor Fugaku Uchiha made a move, yet their respective auras had reached a zenith. Their tangible chakras whirled continually above the river. Under such a fearsome aura, they were akin to fearsome Ajuras. Kaito, I truly didn't expect that you would be my opponent. Fugaku Uchiha unexpectedly broke the silence after a while, and you really are an incomprehensible person. Should I thank clan leader Fugaku for his compliment or feel guilty? Kaito lightly shook his head, his focus unwavering as if he was constantly seeking an opportunity. You don't have to feel guilty, you've only done what you should do. Fugaku Uchiha continued, and this time his expression became far more serious. I'm astonished by your talent, your patience, and your vision. I have to admit that I've underestimated you all along, merely considering you an eccentric genius of the clan. But your actual performance has proven that you are not simply a clan genius, you're the kind of genius who can sit in the shadow position. Moreover, your strength is not inferior to Shizui, and like him, you also possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. You would make a competent clan leader. Clan leader Fugaku, what do you mean by your words? Upon hearing this, Kaito involuntarily furrowed his brows. He felt that Fugaku Uchiha's performance today was truly very odd, and the words he was saying now were even more so. These words sounded so unconfident, as if he had already defaulted to handing the position of clan leader over to Kaito. If that were the case, then today's battle could have been avoided, but his actual behavior seemed to indicate otherwise. This left Kaito somewhat puzzled. Regardless of how strange it was, Kaito wouldn't relax even a bit, for he was facing a Mangekyo level Uchiha. There's no hidden meaning, just some feelings. Fugaku Uchiha lightly shook his head, and then his expression became stern. You'll understand what I mean, but now you must be careful, because the battle. Before the words fell, a cold flash swept past Kaito's neck, swift as lightning. The battle has already begun. Kaito was fully focused. The moment Fugaku Uchiha made his move, his eyes had already turned into a state of three tomoe, then he further evaded this terrible strike by a sidestep. Simultaneously, the shinobi blade at his waist was instantly unsheathed, radiating a deep blue glow as it slashed directly towards Fugaku Uchiha's back. The battles of ninjas are always terrifying, and the Uchiha ninjas, possessing the Sharingan, are even sharper in seizing the right moment. Only if their opponent is momentarily distracted, they will strike without hesitation, launching a fatal surprise attack on their foe. From movement to stillness, in just an instant, the two of them had completely intertwined. Blade lights and sword shadows flickered incessantly, the aura of chakra sweeping the river. However, it seemed both had an understanding and didn't go all out from the beginning. Even though it appeared fierce, everyone knew that this was likely just a warm-up. After all, such a warm-up could help them get a rough understanding of each other's power and abilities. The Crimson Three Tomoe Sharingan constantly rotated, its terrifying insight exhibited to the fullest at this moment. After Fugaku Uchiha evaded Kaito's strike, his sword immediately lunged at Kaito's neck. Then his action, midway through, halted. With a bizarre twist, Fugaku Uchiha's sword pierced sideways. But suddenly, Kaito appeared, grasping his arm, and without hesitation, the ninja blade stabbed into Fugaku's abdomen. The scene caused the onlookers atop the cliff to gasp in shock, but as Uchiha Fugaku transformed into a cloud of smoke, they couldn't help but nod in agreement. Such a fight was truly extraordinary, from which even they could learn a great deal. To properly observe such a battle, it seems one must activate their Sharingan for a better view. Many Uchiha ninjas were silently contemplating this, and some had even activated their Sharingan, attentively watching the two spectral figures below. Kaito's crimson eyes gently spun, and in the next moment, he erupted with an unbelievable speed. Although the enhancements brought by his Mangekyo were mostly manifested in his chakra, the physical upgrade was relatively minor. However, his current speed was incomparable to his own half a year ago. Such speed. Fugaku Uchiha's figure appeared on the side of the river, he mumbled to himself, though he showed no sign of panic. For his Sharingan had already captured Kaito's figure. Kaito's ninja blade slashed out, deftly parrying Fugaku Uchiha's sword with a light flick. His blade flashed, already appearing before his opponent, he slashed down without hesitation. However, at this moment, Fugaku Uchiha had already completed the hand seal with one hand. The river water around him surged crazily, a thick water wall immediately blocked in front of him. Water style, water formation wall. Water style? Kaito was somewhat taken aback at the sudden rise of the water wall. There weren't many Uchiha who mastered water style. After all, everyone was naturally endowed with fire style, and learning water style was inherently challenging. Therefore, Fugaku Uchiha's proficient use of water style did puzzle Kaito a bit. But even in his surprise, Kaito didn't stop for a moment. His ninja blade was already imbued with wind chakra. Having deployed the jutsu, Fugaku Uchiha directly threw his sword towards the water wall, while he himself had already leaped up, putting a good distance between them. Just as he retreated, the thick water wall, like tofu, was cut open by Kaito's blade, and the sword had already flown in front of him. An exploding tag. Kaito's eyes slightly flickered, because he clearly saw an exploding tag attached to the hilt of the sword. It had to be said, Fugaku Uchiha was indeed versatile with many tactics. All kinds of tricks were extremely abundant. Even though this guy's character was incredibly problematic, his strength was undeniably formidable. At least in terms of actual combat, many of his methods and tricks provided Kaito with a lot of insights, but such level of attack was hardly a threat to Kaito. Especially now, his ninja blade was already infused with the chakra of wind attribute. Boom. Suddenly, the exploding tag detonated directly. The massive roar accompanied by intense flames completely engulfed Kaito. However, just as the explosion happened, a hint of azure chakra quietly appeared on Kaito's body. Chapter 67 This. The flames and smoke caused by the exploding tag wrinkled the brows of the Uchiha clansmen observing from the cliff. It wasn't that they thought Fugaku Uchiha was too extreme, nor did they think that Kaito couldn't evade such an attack. It was just that in order to better watch the battle between Kaito and Uchiha Fugaku, they had activated their Sharingan, and they had noticed that special chakra on Kaito. That layer of chakra wrapped Kaito tightly. It was invisible but truly existed, which really made them wonder how Kaito had managed to do it. In contrast, some of the Bloods and those who had witnessed what Kaito had done that night seemed to have a lot of guesses in their minds. As the breeze slowly blew to scatter the dense smoke, a silhouette suddenly sprang out from the flank in an instant. The ninja blade in his hand once again erupted with an azure glow, and he was already directly charging towards Fugaku Uchiha's position. Ding! A crisp metallic clash suddenly rang out. Fugaku Uchiha managed to block this ninja blade with your sword at the crucial moment. After taking a good look at Kaito in front of him, Fugaku Uchiha couldn't help but nod slightly. The violent explosion caused by the exploding tag didn't leave any traces on Kaito, but the azure chakra, like surging waves, still lingered on his body. It seems that your Susanoo has reached an astonishing level of mastery, Fugaku Uchiha, while countering Kaito's ninja blade, suddenly said in a low voice. I noticed it last time, but now I can basically determine that such pure chakra defense with this intensity must be the Susanoo. It's evident that your control over Susanoo is really strong, and with such power, I am a lot more reassured. But it's not enough yet, be careful, Kaito-san. Listening to Fugaku Uchiha's words, Kaito had no idea what to say. How did his perfect Aegis shield suddenly become Susanoo? Although the Aegis shield did look a bit like it, there were still quite a few differences between the two. At least, the Aegis shield cannot transform and eventually become like the Susanoo. However, Kaito had no intention of explaining these to Fugaku Uchiha. Moreover, he could see that Fugaku Uchiha didn't seem to have the desire to continue talking with him. The sword in his hand was forcefully pressed forward. The immense power made Kaito feel a bit of pressure. At this moment, Fugaku Uchiha leapt backwards, and he fiercely threw his sword at Kaito. Simultaneously, his hands quickly formed seals, and the next moment, a massive fire dragon spewed out of his mouth. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. A fire dragon instantly erupted from his mouth, bringing up a large amount of steam from the river as it roared towards Kaito. Using a jutsu, huh? Kaito raised an eyebrow, but quickly responded. The three tomoe in his Sharingan spun rapidly, and in an instant, he precisely located the weak point of this technique. With his ninja sword carrying the wind-style chakra, he plunged it directly into the head of the massive fire dragon, splitting it cleanly in two. Having done all this, he swiftly leapt backwards, while simultaneously forming hand signs quickly. He was not afraid of a contest of ninjutsu, especially since he was adept at using it. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Kaito did not choose a particularly powerful fire style technique, but he chose the one with the widest range. Countless sparks scattered in all directions, instantly enveloping Fugaku Uchiha completely. Fugaku Uchiha gave a slight smile. The domain of ninjutsu was indeed his forte. Although he had heard that Kaito was adept at fire style, and he believed that Kaito would surely not have wasted this past month, having learned even more, Kaito was still too young in the end. At this point, Kaito was only 16 or 17 years old. Whether in terms of chakra reserves or proficiency in ninjutsu, he did not think this young man would surpass him. However, he wouldn't let his guard down for a moment, because after all, Kaido possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan, one's physical abilities would certainly be enhanced, this was a given. Thus, even if he was confident of surpassing Kaido in this regard, he had to be extremely careful. Water style, water formation wall. Thinking of this, Fugaku Uchiha quickly formed seals, naturally choosing water style to counter fire style. With his seals, a wall of water instantly appeared on the turbulent river, blocking all of Kaido's fire style techniques. However, Kaido showed no signs of backing down. His hands came together, and the next moment, a huge fire dragon spewed from Kaido's mouth. This fire dragon instantly caused a considerable amount of mist to form over the turbulent river. The scorching high temperatures caused the water to begin evaporating, making the fire dragon appear even more illusory. And this illusory fire dragon let out a roar and, amid the pervasive water vapor, crashed towards Fugaku Uchiha with a boom. Fugaku Uchiha watched this calmly. For him, this type of fire style was indeed quite good, but he could entirely block it with his own fire style. However, he thought that this kind of warm-up was about enough. Through this battle, he had basically been able to determine the approximate capabilities of Kaido's physical techniques and ninjutsu. Moreover, what surprised him even more was Kaido's use of the Susanoo. The level of proficiency truly left him speechless. Especially since, Kaido had not used the Mangekyo Sharingan at all. The purpose of the warm-up was to gather information and confirm strength, and his purpose in this battle was also to ascertain something. At this moment, he intended to speed up the process. He planned to see to what extent Kaido's power could reach when he went all out. With a thought, the three Tomoe and Fugaku Uchiha's eyes began to rotate rapidly, and a cold, destructive aura quickly enveloped the surroundings. With the super perceptiveness and dynamic vision of the Mangekyo, Uchiha Fugaku easily avoided the fire dragon's assault with a gentle leap. And the moment he landed, he had already quietly reached Kaido's side. At the same time, a strange chakra quietly blossomed. Mangekyo. Kaito raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect Fugaku Uchiha to use the Mangekyo Sharingan so quickly. However, since he had used it, Kaido would not be the least bit polite. Up till now, he had only used the Mangekyo when dealing with those guys from the route. And that time, Kaido also experienced the power of the Mangekyo. The strength of those root guys was absolutely not weak. But under the Mangekyo's perception, these guys had almost no secrets. Their every move was thoroughly understood by Kaido. In combination with his youth techniques, Kaido easily sent all those guys straight to the Pure Land. And now what he had to face was Fugaku Uchiha, who also possessed the Mangekyo. He also wanted to see just how far his own eyes could see. Moreover, he was very curious about just what Fugaku Uchiha's abilities were. Chapter 68 Their auras. They've changed. What a terrifying aura, could it be that they've already begun using forbidden powers? Atop the cliff, numerous Uchiha ninjas felt the sudden change in the aura below. The cold, destructive power made them feel somewhat suffocated. They were all elites of the Uchiha clan, and they had also all participated in the clan meeting incident. Therefore, they responded at the first instant. This was probably because either Kaido or Fugaku Uchiha had started to use the power of the Mangekyo. So, things have developed to this point after all. So Uchiha stood on the cliff, letting out a soft sigh. Don't worry, their fight is still restrained. Uchiha Taikeki also spoke up, but quickly lowered his voice. By the way, how has young Itachi Uchiha been doing lately? I heard he met Hiruzen Sarutobi. Shisui is watching him, and the secret sentinels have been changed. These are orders given by Kaido. Speaking of Itachi Uchiha, so Uchiha felt a bit of a headache. Just focus on this fight that can determine the future of our clan. Itachi will be fine. Determining the future of the clan? Uchiha Taikeki laughed upon hearing these words. The Uchiha clan is already Kaido's. What future are you worried about? So Uchiha didn't respond to Uchiha Taikeki's words. Indeed, the Uchiha clan could be considered as belonging to Kaido. But Kaido was still lacking something. The formal title of the clan leader. Already decided to use the power of the Mangekyo so soon? Kaido ceased his offense. His eyes were also showing the state of the Mangekyo. He calmly watched Fugaku Uchiha and slowly spoke. A contest with the three Tomoe Sharingan was enough. I've come to understand your limits and abilities, which is enough for me. Fugaku Uchiha's expression was equally calm, but his chakra had already begun to surge wildly. Then naturally we need to proceed further. Besides, isn't the state of the three Tomoe Sharingan limiting our power? No sooner had the words fallen than Fugaku Uchiha, like a ghost, had already appeared in front of Kaido. His blade was thrusting swiftly towards Kaido. Clang! Kaido's reaction was extremely fast, raising his hand swiftly to block Fugaku's blade with his own ninja blade. He then pressed his sword forward aggressively, moving so close they were practically touching. After the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan, both Kaido and Uchiha Fugaku's speed, strength, and even their reactions visibly became stronger and more exaggerated. Kaido felt this keenly. Although the pressure of the battle had increased, for some reason, he found the experience of the fight to be more comfortable. The members of the clan who were watching the fight understood this even more. They were watching the battle with their Sharingan activated. But they found that they could understand this kind of fight, their bodies could keep up, but they simply couldn't perform at the same level. In such a Mercury-like fight, Kaido had quietly begun to use the power of the reverse path. He could clearly feel that Fugaku Uchiha was indeed stronger than him in terms of basic abilities, but this was only natural. Fugaku was older than Kaido, his physical conditioning and battle experience were something that Kaido, who was still in his growing period, couldn't compete with. Especially regarding the Mangekyo's feedback, Fugaku had more time to receive this feedback than Kaido. In such a situation, even if Kaido cherished his youthful power, he would start to use it reasonably. He had to defeat Fugaku Uchiha, he didn't want to be suppressed by this guy. The two figures, like phantoms, interweaved back and forth within the canyon, their combat restrained but extremely dangerous. The ceaseless echoes of clashing metal were suffocating, amplifying the intensity of the battle. However, at this moment, Fugaku Uchiha subtly distanced himself. In his eyes, the complex and eerie Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly. The next moment his chakra surged madly and the hand seals in his grasp were quietly completed. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Accompanied by his robust chakra, an ocean of flames that resembled a tidal wave was instantly expelled by him. Faced with such a massive blaze, Kaido dared not press on. Though Fugaku's fire style could not compare with Madara Uchiha's, it effectively barricaded Kaido's path within this canyon. Is he trying to force me to use Susanoo? Kaido quickly deliberated in his mind. In fact, by employing large-scale earth style or water style, he could defend against the current technique. But clearly, his grasp of earth style was inadequate, and he didn't even know water style. Fugaku Uchiha was likely privy to this information. However, the abilities Kaido possessed were not limited to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Using Susanoo indeed would be a good choice, but to employ it for just this level of attack would be too frivolous. Kaido lightly swung the blade in his hand. Perhaps feeling the scorching aura, his body was already surrounded by a deep blue chakra. The raging fire quickly spread towards him, and the next moment, Kaido's figure flickered slightly, the blaze engulfing the spot where he had just stood. Fugaku Uchiha furrowed his brows. He was uncertain of Kaido's current situation, but instinctively, he sensed a threat was looming. Suddenly, he rapidly raised his head because he felt the brewing of a dreadful chakra above him. Indeed, when he looked up, Kaido was already soaring in the sky. Flight technique? Fugaku Uchiha murmured to himself. However, he quickly had to form hand seals because Kaido had already made his move. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. The airborne Kaido didn't give Fugaku any time to contemplate. Like a falling stone, the flaming sphere rapidly approached, spreading into a sea of fire upon hitting the ground. This sea of fire was larger in scope and stronger in power than Fugaku's formidable Great Fire Annihilation. The terrifying flames seemed to set the entire canyon ablaze. Under the envelopment of such horrifying flames, very few could withstand it. Fugaku Uchiha was apparently one of those few, but his face was filled with wry smiles at this moment, as he didn't expect Kaido's ninjutsu to be dramatically different from what he'd witnessed before. Is it an innate technique? Does it enhance the power of the jutsu, or is it some other ability? Fugaku Uchiha pondered silently. However, he was aware that it was unrealistic for him to resist using ninjutsu alone at this point. Therefore, he made a decision. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes rapidly spun, instantly enveloping his body in a layer of yellow chakra. This yellow chakra spread wildly, forming a humanoid figure in just a moment. Susanoo, evidently Fugaku Uchiha could also use Susanoo. After all, having had these eyes for so long, it's impossible that he hadn't studied them, even if he hadn't used them before. Simultaneously, his hands rapidly formed seals. A giant wall of water sprang up from the ground with the surge of his chakra, staunchly blocking the spread of the sea of fire. However, just then, he saw Kaido flying above him and rapidly descending, holding up the ninjato in his hand, with sharp wind-style chakra swirling around it. Clan Head Fugaku, I will secure the position of Clan Head. I will be the cutting edge of the Uchiha. Secret Jutsu, Waterfowl Dance. Chapter 69. The sharp edge of the blade, accompanied by the sharp wind style, kept spreading around. The ninjato in Kaido's raised hand elegantly swung down. Under the wild boost of reverse path's power, Kaito seemed to feel as if he had harnessed a power capable of annihilating the world. But he was aware that this sensation was nothing more than an illusion. Kaito knew the direction of the future. His current power was really insignificant. Undeniably, the Mangekyo Sharingan was indeed formidable, but such formidability was only relevant in the present and the upcoming few years. After all, in less than a decade, with the commencement of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the power of ninjas would be redefined. Moreover, Fugaku Uchiha is using Susanoo. Even with the support of Reverse Path, my waterfowl dance may not necessarily break his defense. Even though Susanoo has a notorious history of being shattered by wind style, it is undeniable that Susanoo is the most powerful defensive jutsu. Kaito's waterfowl dance may be strong, but it would be challenging to cut through directly. However, he is confident in leaving sufficient cracks on Susanoo. As long as he can create cracks, Fugaku Uchiha will have to find ways to repair them, which will consume more of his chakra, giving Kaito an opportunity. However, Kaito must also pay attention to the fact that he is still unsure what Fugaku Uchiha's special jutsu is. But no matter what his special jutsu is, it's all of the same for Kaito. After all, Kaito is prepared, and today he must secure what he wants to achieve. Even though he has the final say in the clan now, without the legal title, he always feels like something is missing, especially when he feels that he is lacking a lot of system rewards. The fierce blades of the wind, entwined with the flames, relentlessly twine around Fugaku Uchiha. Kaito's ninjato cuts across the yellow Susanoo with precision and elegance. The waterfowl dance has 3 parts, each of which is a nightmarish memory for Kaito. He doesn't even remember how many times he was killed by the wind blades. However, now, he decides to make the 3-part waterfowl dance a nightmare for the entire ninja world. The ninjas of the route have already proven the terror of this sword technique, and now Kaito wants to use Fugaku Uchiha to prove the strength of this sword technique. But when Kaito swung the second part of the sword dance, he could feel that Fugaku Uchiha's Susanoo had already shown some cracks. However, at this moment, he felt a terrifying chakra gathering in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Amaterasu? Or some other jutsu? Although Kaito still did not stop, his eyes also began to rotate slightly, and the azure chakra belonging to Aegis shield on his body also underwent some changes. If it is Amaterasu, he is really not sure whether Aegis shield can resist it. The best choice naturally is Susanoo. If it's another jutsu, in the situation where he's unsure what the ability actually is, Kaito naturally trusts Susanoo. After all, this is a battle at the level of Mangekyo Sharingan, an ordinary defensive jutsu might not be useful at all. However, the next moment, Kaito suddenly found that the world in front of him had undergone a drastic change. The originally colorful world had turned black and white at this moment. The sun in the sky seemed as the moonlight, but this moonlight appeared lifeless. The surrounding world also became dull at this moment, and the flames and wind blades disappeared without a trace. Even the battle between Kaito and Fugaku Uchiha seemed as if it had never happened. An illusion? Kaito raised an eyebrow. He had been pulled into this illusory space without feeling any abnormality. Obviously, this should be Fugaku Uchiha's Ganjutsu. This Ganjutsu seemed somewhat similar to Tsukaimi, but everything within it seemed quite different from Tsukaimi. However, none of these are the point. The point is that Kaito found that his own situation seemed a bit strange. There's no restraint or limitation on me. What's going on? Is it too much of a gamble, or is it just too overconfident? Kaito assessed his own condition and found that at this moment, he seemed to be unrestrained and his situation was all good. This made him a bit puzzled, or it could be said that the battle today made him feel strange because Fugaku Uchiha's performance was too peculiar. Kaito-kun, I apologize for communicating with you in this way. At this moment, the voice of Fugaku Uchiha slowly echoed in his space, and his figure also quickly emerged within this space. Kaito turned his head to look. He was somewhat bewildered by Fugaku Uchiha's series of actions, but he didn't let his guard down at all. Communicate, does clan leader Fugaku have something to tell me? Kaito asked carefully. Yes, in fact, I really have a lot to say, but I have never had the chance. Fugaku Uchiha showed a bitter smile, which made Kaito feel even more strange. However, he didn't pay attention to Kaito's expression, and continued to speak on his own. At the clan meeting a month ago, Kaito-kun's thoughtful words struck a chord. I've always believed that even if I'm not an excellent clan leader, at least I'm a competent one. But after hearing Kaito-kun's words, and seeing the considerable support you've gained, I've realized that I need to reflect on my actions. During the hiatus of this month, I locked myself up, seeing no one, including my wife and son. I have thoroughly reviewed my performance as the clan leader. Combining what Kaito-kun said, I reached a sad conclusion. I am indeed not a qualified clan leader, one can even say I'm a terrible one. Speaking up to here, The bitter smile on Fugaku Uchiha's face became more pronounced, which in turn made Kaido's facial expression even stranger. What's going on? Are we here in the middle of a fight to reminisce? Is this a traditional presentation in the world of Naruto, or has Fugaku Uchiha gone mad? Thank you, Kaido-kun. It's you who made me realize how weak and terrible I am, how unqualified I am. Fugaku Uchiha continued, his expression at this moment becoming incredibly sincere. I suppose, Kaido-kun, you must be wondering about the purpose of this battle, aren't you? Kaido didn't respond but just quietly watched Fugaku Uchiha. It seemed like he was beginning to understand Fugaku Uchiha's intentions, but he wasn't sure. The purpose of this battle is quite clear. It's a signal and an inevitable process, especially as it carries significant meaning for me. Kaido remained silent, but Fugaku Uchiha began to smile. In a while, I will end the illusion. After we leave, I will give up my defense. Your swordsmanship is exceptional, it is absolutely one of the finest I have ever seen. To die under such swordsmanship, especially wielded by you who possesses the Mangekyo, I would have no regrets at all. Chapter 70 Die by my sword? By now, Kaido had a pretty good idea of what was going through Fugaku's mind, a realization that left him somewhat amused but also somewhat helpless. Apparently, this guy was teetering on the edge of a mental breakdown. Fugaku Uchiha was just like Itachi Uchiha. They were both people of strong resolve, determined to put into action whatever they set their minds to. For instance, after Shizue's death, when the spirit faction switched sides to become the Bloods, he paid the price for his indecisiveness and was forced to become the leader of the Bloods. After becoming the leader, he indeed did a lot and made tangible preparations for the family coup. However, on the night of the clan's annihilation, when he could clearly prevent Itachi Uchiha, he suddenly had another mental breakdown. After viewing the so-called future of the village provided by Itachi, in a fit of madness, he waited for death along with his wife. Kaido found these puzzling behaviors of Fugaku somewhat unsurprising. And his choice this time, if Kaido wasn't mistaken, was both a blessing and a potential misfortune for him. Yes, let me die by your sword. It's a form of redemption for me. I led the clan to this point, and it's a state of affairs that I cannot undo, even in death. Fugaku Uchiha could see that Kaido was deep in thought, even if his expression seemed somewhat strange, but he continued to speak regardless. But, Kaido, the Uchiha clan now has you, who possess such determination and strength at such a young age. You would make a qualified clan leader. But becoming a clan leader requires prestige. Killing me would grant you the greatest prestige, enough to make those people fear you, worry about you, and most importantly, acknowledge you. By using my death to forge a new Uchiha, I would die without regrets. Just as expected, it was really like this. Kaido's mouth twitched slightly, looking at Fugaku Uchiha who was already resolved to die, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Perhaps this was how Fugaku dealt with the mad Itachi Uchiha, telling him you're a gentle child, go ahead. What a lunatic. Indeed, getting rid of Fugaku Uchiha could instill fear in the Uchiha elders like So Uchiha and Uchiha Taikuki, earning him unimaginable prestige. He could even achieve the degree of absolute authority that Madara Uchiha had in the clan assembly. But the troubles this would bring were also unimaginable. Openly killing a former clan leader would undoubtedly leave deep resentment in the hearts of the Uchiha elites, even Shizue might have objections. Not to mention, attacking a member of your own clan is a thing that is deeply disliked, because everyone shares the same bloodline. Even though Kaido always preaches persuade with reason, he had never actually taken a life, even if he had indeed considered getting rid of some disobedient people. But that's always the last resort, and his very restrained targets are only those spiritual leaders, especially since his actions are all for the sake of the Uchiha clan. He's not Itachi Uchiha, who could lay his hands on the entire clan for an elusive reason, even acting on behalf of outsiders without considering other methods. Apart from that, Kaido also had to consider his forcefully bound system, wondering what kind of negative feedback it would give him if he took out Fugaku Uchiha. Alright, I think I've made myself clear. Just as Kaido was inwardly complaining, Fugaku Uchiha spoke again. So, next. Why should I listen to you? Kaido, having snapped back to reality, interrupted Fugaku Uchiha, then spoke up directly in the face of his startled expression. If I am to become a clan leader, I should do so upright and honorably. I don't need to take you down to gain prestige. That's why I said you're not a qualified clan leader, you simply lack the conviction a clan leader should have. Because you've made such huge mistakes that brought the clan to this point, and this isn't something you can absolve by dying after failing as a clan leader. Why don't you think about how to help me, how to make the Uchiha rise and become great again, instead of constantly seeking death? At this point, Kaido paused briefly, then let out a light chuckle. Also, why do you think I need you to go easy on me to win? You're really underestimating me." As his words fell, Kaito silently activated secret jutsu, Steadfast Will. At that moment, Kaito felt all his negative effects being purified. In this moment, his mind was incredibly clear, his spirit power intensely focused. In his eyes, he could see a world interwoven with black and white, and a still world intertwined with myriad blades and blazing flames. Lifting his head slightly, the Sharingan in Kaito's eyes spun rapidly, terrifying chakra surging unstoppably. Once his chakra had reached its peak, he suddenly lifted his hand. In this instant, within this space of black and white, the sun-like moon in the sky was instantly stained red. This blood-red sun gave this black and white interwoven space an unusual aura. In just a moment, this blood-red sun turned into a scarlet eye, emitting endless crimson, staining the entire world in blood in an instant. In the blood-red sun eye, there was a strange Sharingan pattern slowly spinning. That appearance was exactly Kaito's Sharingan. This Fugaku Uchiha, upon seeing the scene before him, was first taken aback, then his expression completely changed, as he found he had lost control of this illusionary space. Clink. Suddenly, a sound like shattering glass instantly resounded, and this black and white interwoven space had begun to show countless cracks. These cracks spread wildly like a spider's web, and within the crevices of the cracks, shards akin to broken glass were falling. Clink. Clink. The shattering sounds became more frequent, more piercing, and this black and white world began to emit an unusual radiance. Until everything disappeared, the world returned once more to the starting point. Kaito's third phase of the sword dance in the real world had already silently swung out. Moreover, this time, the figure of the Susanoo had already appeared on his body. Boom. The blade harshly slammed onto Fugaku Uchiha's Susanoo. The third phase of the sword dance formed a sky full of sharp blades, causing more cracks to appear on his Susanoo. And then Kaito's deep blue Susanoo also seized the opportunity to launch an attack. That no-nonsense punch, with the assistance of reverse path, seemed to possess the power to split mountains. Under such an instantaneous outburst, the earth seemed to be wildly swaying, and Fugaku Uchiha's Susanoo was directly shattered. Fugaku Uchiha's condition seemed very poor at this point. Blood traces had already appeared at the corners of his eyes, and the moment his Susanoo was shattered, he was no longer able to resist. Quickly controlling his Susanoo, he reached out a hand and caught the flying Fugaku Uchiha, thus preventing him from falling into the sea of fire. Looking at the extremely weak but still lucid Fugaku Uchiha, Kaito suddenly revealed a smile. "I told you, you underestimated me, didn't you?" Upon hearing this, Fugaku Uchiha couldn't help but show a bitter smile. He didn't say anything but simply nodded firmly. Also, at this moment, the watching members of the Uchiha clan seemed to come to their senses from this bizarre and shocking battle. What followed was a sky full of cheers, and the shouts from Zo Uchiha and Uchiha Taikeki the winner, Kaito Uchiha. Chapter 71. After the battle that had all the Uchiha clansmen present discussing animatedly had ended, they all returned to their clan lands immediately. However, they could not help discussing along the way, even though this battle seemed a bit out of their league. The earlier part of the fight was fine, although both fighters moved at high speeds, they could clearly track the trajectory of the fight with their Sharingan. But since the two of them activated their Mengekyo Sharingan, the battle had reached a level that they could understand and predict, but absolutely could not replicate. It seemed as if the two completely transformed after they activated those eyes. Their battle had reached an unfathomably extraordinary level. And moreover, Lord Kaito's swordsmanship is too terrifying, that style of carrying wind style and completing a qualitative change. It makes one feel fear even from afar. That's right, that kind of swordsmanship may seem extremely simple, it seems to have only 3 dance steps, but I feel even the first step would be too much for me. Aren't you all getting it wrong? Shouldn't we be addressing him as clan head Kaito now? And is clan head Kaito's power something we can even imagine? At these words, many Uchiha ninjas wore an expression of reverence. Indeed, Kaito at this time can be said to be the absolute clan head in both legality and power, and they must change their address accordingly. Elders such as So Uchiha and Uchiha Taikeki were walking together, a scene that would have been impossible to see in the past. Even if they were family, these two were usually at odds, barely interacting with each other. But now, they were able to walk together amicably, even coordinating seamlessly in the clan meeting and during the recent clan head battle. All of this was brought about by Kaito. Who would have thought, this child really made it this far? As So Uchiha walked, he suddenly began to laugh. I still remember when he threatened me, saying that if I didn't obey, he'd take me down. Now in the blink of an eye, he's become the true clan head. He only said he'd take you down. He actually laid a hand on me. Uchiha Taikeki also began to laugh, but soon let out a sigh of emotion. But he was just talking, he never really followed through with any severe actions. Even Fugaku Uchiha was ultimately saved by him. Kaido shattered Fugaku Uchiha's Susanoo. If Kaido hadn't saved him, Fugaku would have fallen into the sea of fire. Even with their resentments, they would not have said much about such a death. Furthermore, Fugaku Uchiha was the previous clan head. If he had truly been killed by Kaido, then Kaido's prestige would be unshakable. But he did not do so. He did not let the clan's Mangekyo Sharingan be buried in the sea of fire, even if they were political rivals in the strictest sense. Isn't it good to follow such a person? So Uchiha looked at Uchiha Taikaki and chuckled. Uchiha Taikaki was taken aback, then he too broke into a smile and nodded. Though Kaido was domineering, his dominance was guiding this fragmented family towards order, a level they as clan members could accept. And besides being sufficiently dominant, Kaido also exhibited a certain human touch, which was indeed very important. After laughing, Uchiha Taikaki's expression once again turned serious. By the way, you guys are in charge of security this time, no issues have arisen, right? Don't worry, we've set up barriers around the exterior. Moreover, as per the clan head's request, we've modified the barrier. So Uchiha's face turned serious, and he looked around before continuing in a lower voice. Even if the clan members here are unaware of these matters, and to prevent someone exploiting a loophole by using transformation jutsu to enter, I specifically had several trustworthy people use the Sharingan for surveillance to ensure that absolutely no issues will arise. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Taikaki nodded. Though they didn't specifically mention who they were defending against, everyone actually had a clear understanding. Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't dare to take the initiative to make a move against them, but there would always be some who would do something, and there were very few within the clan who didn't quite understand them. Before long, their group had dispersed and returned to the clan's territory. But instead of returning to their respective posts or going home to rest, everyone turned back and gathered in Naka Shrine. Although the battle had ended, there were still many matters within the clan that needed to be handled. Changing the clan head was never an easy task. Mr. Kaido. No, clan head. Once everyone had returned to the shrine and seated themselves, Uchiha Fugaku was the first to stand up and address Kaido. But it was clear that he was not quite used to it yet. After all, people used to address him as the clan head. This is the clan's seal. From now on, Mr. Kaido, you are the true clan head. I entrust the Uchiha clan to you. Kaido looked at Fugaku Uchiha, who seemed solemn and not quite natural, but somewhat relieved. In the end, he simply nodded. Reaching out, Kaido took the clan's seal handed over by Fugaku Uchiha. At that moment, he felt a sense of relief inside. From the time he was forcibly bound by the system until now, Kaido had spent more than half a year to get to this point, and today was the day to witness his success. Though Kaido truly wanted to complain about why the seal wasn't a fan, such a complaint vanished in the face of his slightly excited emotions. Taking a deep breath, Kaido raised his head and said with utmost seriousness, "Once, Elder Takechi told me that to earn his support, I had to promise him 2 conditions. And these 2 conditions I remember vividly to this day. First, I must ensure the safety of the clan, this is my duty as the clan head. Second, I must fulfill everything I've promised. I will make the Uchiha great again. And today, I promise again, I, Kaido Uchiha, will become the blade of the Uchiha. I will lead the Uchiha to greatness once more." Accompanied by Kaido's deep and resolute voice, everyone present fell silent. Yet at this moment they all felt a surge of boiling passion. At that moment, Shizue stood up. He looked at Kaido seriously and then revealed a smile, followed by a slight bow, his voice ringing out clearly, "Greetings, clan head." Uchiha Taikaki and So Uchiha also stood up, they followed suit with a bow towards Kaido, "Greetings, clan head." Fugaku Uchiha took a step back, then he too respectfully bent over, "Greetings, clan head." Under their leadership, all the Uchiha members present stood up collectively. Then, in an exceptionally respectful posture, they bowed towards Kaido and shouted in unison, "Greetings, clan head." Chapter 72. After the clan head's identity was officially confirmed, the clan members who participated in the early morning clan meeting quietly left. However, Kaido, Shizue, So Uchiha, and Uchiha Taikaki stayed behind. Even Fugaku Uchiha, who had originally planned to leave, was asked to stay. Kaido becoming the clan head marked the end of one stage, but they had a lot of follow-up matters to deal with. For instance, following their discussion, Uchiha Taikaki and So Uchiha agreed that the clan needed a celebration to boost morale. Kaido did not object to this, the clan indeed needed a boost in morale to face the upcoming challenges. Will it be held tomorrow? Is there enough time? Moreover, haven't we informed Hidden Leaf Village yet, and the issue of the police force hasn't been resolved yet, right? Kaido was filled with questions, he was genuinely feeling a bit anxious. It's like this, clan head Kaido, Fugaku Uchiha, as the former clan head, spoke on behalf of Uchiha and the others. After you become the head of the Uchiha clan, you naturally inherit the position of the head of the police force. Even though I need to prepare resignation materials related to the police force as I am stepping down, this is just a formality. We will notify Hidden Leaf Village afterwards. Hearing this explanation, Kaido couldn't help but nod his head. Well, they really did treat the police force as if it was their own home. Although Kaido's understanding of the neighboring island nation in his previous life made such arrangements seem normal, he still found it somewhat hard to adapt to. Moreover, his reforms to the police force would naturally not follow the previous approach. Kaido believed that both Uchiha and Uchiha Taikaki were well aware of this. It could be imagined that upon taking over the police force, Kaido would certainly make adjustments to some people and positions. Thinking of this, Kaido couldn't help but stroke his chin, beginning to consider how to handle some issues in the future. After becoming the clan head, the most urgent task was naturally the relationship between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan. The Hokage was Hidden Leaf Village's Hokage, but Hidden Leaf Village was not the Hokage's Hidden Leaf Village. This was a very important point of view that needed to be clarified. Hidden Leaf Village was made up of a myriad of ninja clans, as well as countless civilian ninjas. Kaito was very clear that the conflict between the Uchiha and the current Hokage faction was deep. Moreover, after his previous encounter with Narayanko, as well as the story in the original work, Kaito knew that the clans dissatisfied with the current Hokage faction were not in a minority. Now that he had become the clan head, he needed to reciprocate the goodwill shown by the Nara clan last time. Especially since Kaito had long decided on the future development path for the police force. Did the Hokage faction want the Uchiha to quietly take the blame with the police force? And were they also secretly manipulating public opinion to tarnish their reputation? In that case, it was time for him to open up the police force and allow all ninjas in the village to have the opportunity to join. Under such circumstances, Kaito didn't believe that the Hokage faction would dare to continue their smear campaign. Alright, under the condition of ensuring safety, let's hold the celebration tomorrow. Thinking about this, Kaito had already made up his mind. He organized his thoughts and spoke directly. However, the time following will be busy. Elders, after the celebration, let's select a few clans. Shishui and I will pay a visit to their clan heads. Visit? Their clan heads? Kaito's words made Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha's expressions turn strange, while Uchiha Taikaki looked slightly uncomfortable. Clan head, you are the head of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Taikaki immediately started to advise, visiting other clan heads, it seems a bit demeaning. Elder Taikaki, I understand your meaning. Kaito interrupted before Uchiha Taikaki could finish his sentence, but he remained very polite. However, Elder Taikaki, I think Elder So should have told you about my plans for the Uchiha clan's future, especially regarding the police force. I know, Elder So told me. Uchiha Taikaki nodded. Of course, he knew about this matter. Fugaku Uchiha, however, was somewhat curious. He really didn't know about these things, but he was no longer in the position of clan head. Strictly speaking, he shouldn't even be here, so keeping silent is his best choice. Since Elder Taikaki is aware, then you should also understand that we need to unite with others. Besides, haven't I said it before? Many major clans in Hidden Leaf Village are not that satisfied with our third Hokage because of the Hyuga clan incident. Kaito chuckled lightly, his gaze inadvertently turning to Fugaku Uchiha, knowing that he was here, listening. However, he didn't mind that what he said was heard by Fugaku Uchiha because it wasn't exactly a secret. Besides, Kaito also hoped that Fugaku Uchiha, the owner of the Mangekyo, could genuinely set his mind at ease to assist him. So revealing some things that aren't secrets but haven't been completely publicized to him could also be considered a way of showing trust, right? Actually, Kaito didn't want to be so cautious. After all, Fugaku Uchiha's previous actions had indeed moved him slightly. However, this man's son is Itachi Uchiha, and he also has a dark history in the original story. Although Kaito knew that he hadn't had any contact with Itachi Uchiha this month, Itachi Uchiha had already met the third, and may have even met Danzō. Most importantly, Itachi Uchiha now has the Mangekyo. Who knows what his next move will be? Therefore, Kaito really has to be careful. Although Kaito was confident that Fugaku Uchiha wouldn't betray him, this was deduced from his previous behavior. But in the original story, this man just waited for death after witnessing Uchiha Itachi taking action on Hidden Leaf Village, then seeing the future presented by Itachi's Genjutsu. His non-resisting behavior was indeed a bit worrying. God knows if it's due to seeing the attacker was Itachi Uchiha, leading to an explosion of paternal love within him. Or was it him sensing his own negligence and failure, simply choosing to die with the whole clan? If it's the first one, Kaito really needs to be cautious. If it's the second, then Kaito can completely trust him after confirming certain things. If he has no opinions of his own, then just guide him to do what should be done. After all, he is no longer the clan leader. Do you mean to convey some necessary information while visiting them? Uchiha Takuki, after all, has been in the clan system for so long. Even though his extreme personality might have caused him to overlook many things, it doesn't mean he doesn't understand. If that's the case, then it's indeed necessary to pay them a proper visit to express our goodwill. Then it's settled. The task of drawing up the list will be left to the two of you. Kaido decisively concluded, and Shizue seriously nodded his head, clearly having no objections. Gentlemen, I need to emphasize that there are certain things we must do if the clan is to change. Otherwise, what's the point of me being the clan leader? In addition, we cannot relax our security work at all. Don't forget that our current situation is really not very good. Yes, clan leader. Including Fugaku Uchiha, everyone in the room responded loudly, then they got up and chose to leave. Kaido also stood up, but he did not choose to leave here for the time being. It wasn't that he had anything else to attend to. Rather, it was because in Kaido's retinas, the system that forcibly bound him to the clan had once again undergone a change. Chapter 73 The points Kaido had received last time brought the prosperity level of his clan to a rather peculiar number. However, for him, this score was still too low. He controlled the large Uchiha clan, and even though the clan members could not possibly give him 1,000 points like the Mangekyo Sharingan did, it was also improbable that so many ninjas, some of whom had activated the Sharingan, added up to such a small sum. Through the system, Kaido knew that although he had become the actual controller of the Uchiha clan, he was legally lacking. Therefore, the points given naturally wouldn't be too high. However, now he was not only the actual controller, but also the clan leader in legal terms. During the meeting just now, Kaido had already felt a slight movement in his system, as if it was hinting something to him. But he didn't have the time to pay attention to these things just now, however, he had the time and energy to properly consider it. Placing his full attention on his own system, Kaido saw his information panel in just a moment. Current binding, Uchiha clan, current status, relative balance. You have resolved the internal problems of the clan, and have officially been recognized as the clan leader, but external threats still persist. Prosperity level, 14,396. The basic prosperity level of a normal clan is 10,000. Recommendation: make moderate modifications to the clan, to truly reintegrate the Uchiha back into Hidden Leaf Village. Looking at the prosperity level of his clan, the corner of Kaido's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. It's not that he is overly sensitive to numbers, but that if you take away the 1 from this number, it really does lead one's thoughts astray. However, regardless, Kaido was extremely satisfied with this increase, because he had gained more than 2,000 points in this round. Even if the system really discriminated against non-Mangekyo members and gave low points, it was enough for Kaido to draw twice from the system. Moreover, Kaido also noticed the recommendation given by the system, which happened to coincide with his own thoughts. Moderate modifications had already been made. Even before Kaido launched the impeachment against Fugaku Uchiha, they had already set the future ideological policy and political demands of the clan. Of course, further reforms still needed time to progress, such as further ideological and cultural education. The ninja world does a good job teaching certain specific skills, such as the mathematical calculations that once troubled Kaido immensely. This skill requires a person to quickly understand various parameters affecting shuriken flight, and how to throw the shuriken more accurately to hit the enemy. In addition to this, there are various combat skills and supplementary knowledge. However, there is basically no instruction for ideological construction and helping someone understand the world, and Shizue is a prime example. Before Kaido explained the nature of war to him, he naively thought that war was simply a retaliatory action guided by hatred. Of course, Kaido won't delve too deeply into such improvements. After all, this is a world with supernatural powers, and touching on these matters lightly should suffice. The most important thing is to establish a reliable moral compass. Even if one becomes a keyboard warrior, they should at least understand why this happens, and what the connections and contradictions are. In addition to the clan, there are also external matters, and both must be addressed simultaneously. The external environment is not optimistic, especially with the existence of the security department. Although Kaido plans to open the security department, others may not necessarily be able to come directly, so he must take it upon himself to change the security department. At the very least, he needs to set out some necessary regulations, standardizing the enforcement methods of the security department, and addressing issues such as the attitudes of various Uchihas during law enforcement. So, strictly speaking, the system's recommendations and my own thoughts really aren't that different. Kaido thought to himself, but soon his attention returned to the system's prosperity level. How to proceed is something to consider later, but the prosperity level tells Kaido that he can now draw a lottery with the points he has gained, which is the most exciting thing at the moment. Unless there's a surprise, this would mean drawing 2 abilities. Although Kaido has never considered himself to be a particularly lucky person. After all, he has not obtained anything particularly powerful, but each ability he obtains is practical for him, and that's enough. Congratulations, host, for becoming the clan leader. The prosperity of the clan cannot be separated from the efforts of the leader. Although the current external situation of the clan is still dangerous, the internal has been integrated. A united clan is a cohesive and combative clan. It's a clan with a future. Currently, the host has gained more than 2,000 points and can have 2 opportunities to draw abilities. The 2 draws will be combined. Secret Heart, Black Flame. The Black Flame is the black flame of the hunting god, but it has lost its divinity. However, its power is still immense even so. After obtaining the secret jutsu, you can choose to replace ordinary fire with it for ninjutsu. The intensity and quality of the fire are far superior to ordinary fire. Although it cannot be eternal and indestructible, its power is unimaginable. Seeing this, the corner of Kaido's mouth twitched slightly. Isn't this the fire used by those monsters like the Godskin? Kaito remembered that he seemed to have used it when playing a game before. That great sword, which looked like an Olympic torch, released flames that were indeed quite impressive, and the power seemed pretty good as well. Shaking his head, the initial choice given was already quite good. Perhaps this was a reward for him officially becoming the clan leader. However, he could choose 2, which also means he would have 6 options to consider. He needed to carefully look at what the other rewards were. Mysterious Secret Heart, 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Prison Pull, can release a thunderstorm within a certain range. The power of the technique is directly proportional to the output of chakra. Mysterious Secret Heart, Crow Storm, forms death crows with chakra, causing the enemy to fall into endless illusions and fear, and can even cause irreversible damage. Mysterious Secret Heart, Void Walking, transports instantly to a specified location across space within 100 meters, can cause spatial shock. If it is released again within 15 seconds, it will consume more chakra, and the more accumulated, the stronger the spatial shock caused, causing unimaginable damage to the enemy. Secret Heart, Unstoppable Blade. The blade is imbued with chakra radiance through the secret technique, and your attack can ignore defense in the next 5 seconds. Sword Dark Blood Blade Dance, inflicts unimaginable damage on the enemy like a whirlwind, causing the enemy's blood to flow like a dance, can advance or retreat. Kaito stared blankly at his 6 options. At this moment, he couldn't help swallowing. He swore, this was truly the first time he had seen such a rich and valuable reward. Chapter 74. Such a generous reward truly dazzled Kaido. He really wanted them all. Because each of these skills could enhance Kaido's strength, even the Blood Blade Dance, which overlapped with his current sword technique, could greatly enhance his power. However, he now had to make a decision to choose 2 out of 6, so Kaido really had to consider carefully. Actually, there wasn't much to consider for the first choice. Kaido directly took Mysterious Secret Heart, Void Walking. As a famous face in the league, Kasaden's biological father, the father of all mages, the level 16 world destroyer, the Void Walker. Kaido himself didn't know how many times he had been stepped to death by this guy in his previous life, and his ability was also very suitable for Kaido to use in the current world. Although the retention of the stacking mechanism caused the consumption ability to be extremely terrifying, Kaido felt that as long as it was well controlled, it was very useful. Moreover, this was a space teleportation ability. With good timing, it could absolutely create the possibility of a one-hit kill. Besides, according to the system's mechanism of adapting to the current world, and the description I just saw, I'm afraid this technique will also be modified, just like the dance in the air technique. In fact, this was exactly as Kaido had thought. In the game, if you didn't have a calm mind, you would be basically done after stacking 4 times, but here, the number of times you could stack was much more. In simple terms, stacking layers within 10 times is just a normal space movement secret technique. If it exceeds 10 times, that's when it can cause a despairing space explosion secret technique. At least, Kaito wouldn't dare to use it more than 10 times, let alone see anyone who could force him to use it more than 10 times. As for the second ability, Kaito hesitated for a long time and finally chose the Secret Heart, Black Flame. He originally wanted to choose Unstoppable Blade, but after thinking for a long time, he felt that fire style was more suitable for him than his technique. Moreover, the effect of Unstoppable Blade is to ignore defense, but ninjas aren't stupid. If they can't block it, they will choose to dodge. Although the combination with Void Walking would have a great effect, the consumption of chakra would still be unimaginable. Besides, many opponents can't be killed all at once, such as those who have the Senju cells, the Immortals, and those who play with puppets and have an abundance of hearts. The key is that powerful people like Madara Uchiha, even if you really hit his weak spot, he may not die. And this black flame from the hunting deity can be replaced according to Kaido's own thoughts, thus turning his fire-style ninjutsu into this terrifying black flame. This relatively free choice mode really satisfies Kaido. After all, the consumption of this technique is probably not small either. The most important thing is that the power of this black flame may not be much less than that of the so-called Amaterasu, at least according to the description presented by the system. It may be so. In that case, didn't Kaido just get something like the Kagetsuchi of Sasuke Uchiha? Especially since he also has the dance in the air technique, his fire style will be a step higher in terms of suppression, strategy, and lethality. Huh? If you add void walking, doesn't that mean I've got Sasuke Uchiha's future 2 Dujutsu techniques? Kaido pondered and also left the shrine, and in the following time, he practiced and adapted to these 2 techniques. Whether it's the techniques that Kaido learned himself or those granted by the system, without enough practice, they absolutely can't be used properly. Like when experimenting with dance in the air, Kaido rested well after he roughly understood the abilities he received and made some summaries. However, early the next day, Shisui came to his door and took him out. I say, is it necessary to be so quick? Kaido seemed somewhat listless. In fact, this could be considered an after effect. After all, just yesterday he had a fierce battle with Fugaku Uchiha, but due to his excitement, he ignored his own consumption. Furthermore, the system's rewards were too abundant, which made him lose himself, and as a result, only after resting yesterday did he realize his consumption was somewhat large. Not only was there chakra consumption, but also physical strength and mental power, so now he looked listless, even though he felt his recovery was not bad. Today is the start of the festival. As the clan leader you naturally have to prepare early, and as the clan leader, you also need to deal with and get familiar with a lot of things, so it's better to start early. Shisui also looked at Kaido helplessly. He had woken up very early today, and he had heard last night that Kaido had gone to the back mountain alone, obviously to train. As a result, he didn't expect that when he came to find Kaido this morning, he found this guy was actually oversleeping, which left Shisui somewhat speechless. Kaido didn't bother to care about so much. He of course knew about today's affairs, so he just complained once and followed Shisui to the front. By the way, how's the security preparation? As they walked, Kaido asked. This matter was something Kaido took very seriously. The festival is the time when people can relax the most, and I certainly don't want any accidents happening during this period. Rest assured, I understand. Shisui nodded and spoke, everything is arranged, I'll take you to check it out later. Kaido nodded with a smile, actually. As long as you've arranged it, that's good. I trust you, Shisui. Kaido trusted Shisui very much, but when it came to Itachi Uchiha, Kaido really had no trust to speak of. Furthermore, this young man's recent behavior alerted Kaido that some things might actually happen. But this kid doesn't know my information. He has no idea I have the Mangekyo Sharingan. This could be considered a hidden advantage. Kaido's Mangekyo was never revealed, and those in the clan who knew about it were the elite and core members. They knew that the clan wouldn't let Itachi Uchiha participate in the clan meetings, so they naturally wouldn't leak the information, and they haven't left the Hidden Leaf village during this time. The farthest they've gone was probably to the security department. Plus, the clan always remains vigilant, so neither Itachi Uchiha nor the Hidden Leaf village could get any information through these people. To be honest, if it weren't for considering Fugaku Uchiha and the issue of the system's prosperity, Kaido really wanted to capture Itachi Uchiha, then open up his brain to see what the hell was inside. However, chances are it's just a mess, right? Regardless of what this guy is up to, Kaido has prepared defenses from his own level to the clan level. As long as he dares to take action, Kaido will absolutely make him pay the price. Time passed unnoticeably, and the sky was gradually getting darker. The night was like a song. Itachi Uchiha and the masked Obito Uchiha stood outside the clan grounds, looking at the brightly lit Uchiha clan. They were ready to strike. At this time, the Uchiha clan was bustling. Since being isolated in the corner of the village, the nights here had been especially quiet, but tonight was obviously different. Tonight, they're going to hold a celebration, but I'm not sure what it's about, because they didn't tell me. Perhaps sensing the doubts in the heart of the man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara by his side, Itachi Uchiha calmly explained. So I chose to take action tonight. The celebration couldn't possibly be strictly guarded, especially since I could feel that Shisui wasn't following me today. It seems that you've completely lost trust in this clan. I'm curious as to how you've driven yourself to this point. Obito Uchiha's voice was still as low as ever, but the mockery and teasing in his tone was obvious to anyone. However, Itachi Uchiha didn't seem to mind at all. He slightly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had turned an intense red. Trust or not doesn't matter. I don't need their trust either. This despairing clan doesn't hold much for me to hope for or reminisce about. Having said this, Itachi Uchiha took a step forward, glanced back at Obito slightly, and then continued to speak. The people from the guard department are all back tonight. You don't need to make a wasted trip. Let's take action and make a decision tonight. With his words falling, Itachi Uchiha disappeared into the night first, and Obito Uchiha tilted his head, his figure also vanishing into the night sky. However, they didn't notice that in the treetops around them, there were very covert cameras also monitoring everything. Chapter 75. What? You've installed surveillance cameras? Yes, you asked us to replace the hidden sentries, but after the elders looked for many locations, they found that it was too troublesome for us to change and it also reduced the defense zone. So, we simply used surveillance cameras. Although they don't have the perceptual capabilities of manpower, they are cheap and convenient. What's wrong, don't you like it? Coming out of the surveillance guard room and facing Shishui's question, Kaido didn't know how to answer, or perhaps this question didn't need an answer at all. Because Kaido naturally supports such surveillance equipment, he just hadn't quite wrapped his head around it. After all, the combination of surveillance cameras and the supernatural power of ninjas was too bizarre. But thinking about it, Kaido recalled that there seemed to be technological development in the world of ninjas, just that its presence was always weak. For example, this ghost world has guns although they are of no use. Ninjas really wouldn't take this thing seriously, otherwise it would have become popular to deal with ninjas a long time ago. Apart from these firearms, this world also has movies, televisions, and simple communication devices. It seems to have everything that could be used. So, having surveillance cameras doesn't seem like a strange thing. And upon careful recollection, it seemed that in the original story, Hidden Leaf Village also installed quite a few cameras outside the Uchiha clan to monitor the Uchihas in coordination with the Anbu. However, these surveillance devices are just as Shishui said, they are indeed covert but unlike ninjas, they can't perceive the surroundings or sense chakra. So, surveillance devices can only be used as auxiliary equipment, and it still largely relies on the ninjas to do the main job. I don't dislike it, it just feels a bit strange. Kaido touched his head, and in the end could only offer this as an excuse, and he quickly changed the subject. I feel bad for the clan's people on guard and those monitoring the equipment. With such a large celebration, they still have to be busy. You know, at such an important time, they have to hold their positions. Shishui helplessly spread his hands, he seemed to think that Kaido was being a bit too cautious, but he would not undermine Kaido. But you've said that the clan needs discipline, and we are not sure about the specific actions from Hidden Leaf Village's side, so it's better to be cautious, right? Shishui's words made Kaido somewhat amused, but indeed, being cautious can't be wrong. Could Kaido actually tell Shishui that Itachi Uchiha currently poses a great problem? And then tell him that originally, without me, you would have had one eye gouged out by Danzō, then you would have killed yourself out of despair, and Itachi would have wiped out the entire clan for the village and his brother? He couldn't say such things, because if he did, he would be deemed insane. Even though Kaido is an Uchiha and even possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, he knows full well that he isn't insane. Straightening his clothes, Kaido said to Shishui with a smile, "We'll compensate them later. Let's go, my deputy clan leader. If we don't attend today's clan meeting, we'll be in big trouble." "Alright, let's go." Shishui also laughed, but soon he looked puzzledly towards the side. At this moment, a young Uchiha ninja was rapidly running towards them. Seeing his somewhat anxious expression, Shishui and Kaido both sensed that something might have gone wrong. Sure enough, after he relayed all the information, the color of Kaido's face had changed. The warm smile that had been there originally had vanished without a trace, and his eyebrows were deeply furrowed. Seeing Kaido's changed expression, Shishui also felt a bit helpless. Itachi's recent behavior was peculiar. Itachi Uchiha's recent performance really raised doubts. Basically, he didn't communicate with the other members of the clan, even including his parents. Although some members of the clan didn't plan to pay attention to him at all, he rarely initiated any conversation. Note of Elder So and Elder Taikuki, the celebration is temporarily cancelled. But don't make a big fuss, ask the clan's people to protect those weaker members of the clan. As Shishui was contemplating, Kaido had already issued the command. "Kaido, aren't we being a bit too nervous?" Shishui couldn't help but ask. "I wouldn't say nervous, necessary precautions are always needed. Besides, those dangerous individuals sneaking back, I don't believe they have no hazardous intentions." Kaido didn't think his orders were overly cautious or extreme, especially when dealing with a character like Itachi Uchiha. He didn't think his actions were too much. And now, Kaido was genuinely a bit angry. What should have been a pleasant celebration had been disrupted in such a way. Who would be happy about that? Did this guy really think he was the agent of justice, and everything he did was right? Also, notify Fugaku Uchiha to gather with us. We'll meet this genius ninja together, this user of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, if he wants to see his son, see what this kid is up to, we can also see how our former clan leader would handle this. Kaito took a deep breath, quickly got his emotions under control, and said in a low voice. After saying this, Kaito walked towards the front without looking back. It was a blessing that today was a festival, and all the clanspeople were not at home but gathered at the shrine. It was a blessing that he had always been on guard, not allowing the Uchiha any slack. Otherwise, letting Itachi Uchiha rush into their homes one by one, or attacking them when they were completely unprepared, would have been a disaster. What disgusted Kaito even more was that even though there were many Uchiha in the original story, not all of them were ninjas. There were quite a few clanspeople who were ordinary people, they simply had no qualification to be involved in a coup. But this cold-hearted individual eliminated everyone, regardless of their gender, age, or whether they were involved, and all he did was supposedly for the sake of protecting Hidden Leaf Village and his younger brother. Kaito was repulsed by this indifference and cold-bloodedness. In this world, he hadn't done anything yet, and Kaito was considering, from a prosperity perspective, persuading Shizue to convince him. Now this guy pulls a stunt like this, it seems like he's seeking his own doom. The speed of the ninjas was incredibly fast, and in just a moment, everyone had started to move. Even though it was the middle of the festival, they all remained sufficiently cautious. Upon receiving the news, Fugaku Uchiha was somewhat dumbfounded. After a while, he met with Kaito and then went in the direction where Itachi was. He wanted to see his son, he wanted to confirm some things, he really didn't want things to get too bad. Chapter 76. As Itachi Uchiha and Obito Uchiha entered the clan, in the woods outside the Uchiha clan, numerous masked ninjas appeared. They hid in the dark corners, their eyes sternly looking at the whole Uchiha territory. Their numbers were great, their masks diverse, and they surrounded the Uchiha territory in various directions. The leader among them made a gesture, and the next moment, a root ninja quickly formed a seal. In just a moment, accompanied by a puff of smoke, the formation of the spiritual communication barrier quietly appeared. Meanwhile, at the root headquarters, Danzō sat silently waiting in his place when a root ninja quickly came to report to him. Lord Danzō, Itachi Uchiha has entered the Uchiha clan's territory. Please give your instructions. Danzō gently nodded his head, then looked up towards the sky from his window. The moonlight was bright, but in his eyes, the moon seemed to be bathed in blood, as if foreshadowing the impending slaughter. Stay there, let Itachi Uchiha handle everything in the Uchiha clan's territory tonight. However, if any Uchiha clansman escapes, show no mercy. In addition, do not lay a hand on Sasuke Uchiha. Try as much as possible to keep him under control, in our hands. Yes. The root ninja in front of him whispered and then conveyed his orders. The darkness of the root headquarters returned to its usual silence, and a cold smile appeared on Danzō's face. There were many ninjas mobilized tonight, and no matter how well Uchiha Itachi put it, the top brass of the Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't completely trust him. These ninjas had to be there, and tonight, Danzō's power had reached unimaginable levels. They knew that the Uchiha clan was celebrating tonight. They didn't know nor care what this celebration was, but to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, the third Hokage even handed over his direct Anbu to Danzō to command for the night. Even if Danzō had not mobilized the Anbu, at this moment, he truly controlled the Anbu. Even if it was just for tonight, it let him taste the power of the Hokage. As for the third Hokage, he naturally stayed in his office working. Regarding the annihilation of the Uchiha, as the Hokage, he was completely unaware from start to finish. However, he also instructed his close Anbu members to find Sasuke who, due to his adjustments, was still at school. Upon stepping into the clan's territory, Itachi Uchiha glanced lightly to his left. He knew there should be 3 Uchiha ninjas hidden there. They were the first covert posts at the entrance. Even if it was a celebration today, the Uchiha clan had a certain level of defense, even if this level of defense was not high. However, as Itachi Uchiha walked past, his eyebrows involuntarily furrowed. Because he found that there was actually no one there. What's going on? Did they change the covert posts, or did the people on guard tonight also go to the celebration? Itachi Uchiha had a somewhat unpleasant premonition. During this period, he had unconsciously not had much contact with the clan. Besides the fact that the people in the clan ignored him completely, and his inquiries yielded no results, another point was that he unconsciously wanted to distance himself from the clan. Having made the decision and resolved to go through with it, he didn't want to have too many emotional entanglements with this doomed clan. He preferred to spend more time on his little brother because he knew his brother would surely survive. Forget it, no matter what you think or plan, today will be the end. I will protect the peace of the Hidden Leaf Village, and I will bear the sins of the Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha thought silently to himself, and then he sped towards the direction of the shrine. However, as he was going, he suddenly saw a person standing in front of him. The appearance of this person couldn't help but furrow his brows, because this person was his father, Fugaku Uchiha. Itachi, you come back so late and dressed like this, may I ask if you know what you're doing? Fugaku Uchiha looked at his son. His expression was somewhat desolate and also a bit low, but at the same time, there seemed to be a hint of expectation in his eyes. However, Itachi Uchiha's indifferent attitude and the words he spoke all made Fugaku Uchiha feel a chill in his heart. I know what I'm doing, of course. I am eradicating Calamity, I am bringing peace to the village, I am saving everything, I am preserving the last dignity of the Uchiha. On the other hand, father, do you know what you are doing? Do you know what the outcome will be for you? Fugaku Uchiha silently looked at Itachi Uchiha. He had already learned from his wife about Itachi's abnormal behavior over the past month. Unfortunately, he had not been able to see Itachi. But he had heard that Shizue had spoken with Itachi. Although he didn't say what the clan would do, he did reveal the future direction of the clan. Integrating into the Hidden Leaf village, confronting unfair oppression, letting all the people of the Hidden Leaf village hear their voices. This is the information that Fugaku Uchiha immediately summarized after hearing Shizue's words. What they are confronting is not the Hidden Leaf village, but those who oppress them, and that is the current Hokage. The Hokage and the Hidden Leaf village are one, but essentially they are separate. He really didn't know why his son had become like this. I think you've misunderstood something. Taking a deep breath, Fugaku Uchiha stared at Itachi Uchiha, his voice slightly dull as he began to speak, only to be interrupted just as he started. I'm not misunderstanding, I know what you're planning to do, you're trying to confront the Hokage, to confront this village. Under the silver moonlight, Itachi Uchiha seemed particularly resolute and stern, yet his words thoroughly disappointed Fugaku Uchiha. No need to say more, no matter what you're planning, I've already seen the future of our clan, seen your future. It seems that tonight's events won't have a good ending. Fugaku Uchiha closed his eyes and spoke hoarsely, feeling both powerless and sad. Why do you think that you alone can face the Uchiha? I'm not alone, Itachi Uchiha said indifferently. Even if I were alone, what I'm doing is a matter of justice, I think. As he spoke, Itachi Uchiha paused slightly, and the next moment, his crimson eyes had transformed into the state of Mangekyo Sharingan. With these eyes of mine, eyes like Shizue's, I can accomplish my mission. As his words fell, Itachi Uchiha had already assumed a combat stance, while Fugaku Uchiha deeply sighed. It had to be said, he had received an utterly disappointing, even desperate response. The Uchiha were on the verge of change, everything seemed to be on the right track, but his own son was about to destroy it all with his own hands. Was it because he didn't provide enough care and guidance, or was it the influence of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others on his son that was too deep? But regardless of which, none of this could absolve Itachi Uchiha of his sins. Especially since he had now indirectly admitted to what he was about to do, Fugaku Uchiha really didn't believe anyone would let him off the hook. Slowly opening his eyes, Fugaku Uchiha's eyes had already morphed into the state of the three Tomoe Sharingan, and these three Tomoe were rapidly spinning. But before Fugaku Uchiha could speak, a voice had already arrived from the distance. This voice made Fugaku Uchiha sigh, and also caused Itachi Uchiha to furrow his brows. What did you just say about what you can do with those eyes of yours? Chapter 77. What did you just say about what you can do with those eyes of yours? Looking around, Kaido and Shizue were seen walking side by side, and behind them were the Uchiha elites dressed in their battle gear. Those numerous pairs of crimson eyes seemed so eerie in the moonlight, a chilly aura enveloped the Uchiha clan's territory, and it also loomed over Itachi Uchiha. Come out, we've long since detected your presence. Kaido cast a glance at Itachi Uchiha, but his gaze quickly shifted elsewhere. If it were before, Kaido would never have been able to detect the presence of someone hidden in space. But after acquiring the Void Walk technique, his sensitivity to space has heightened, and he effortlessly noticed the fluctuations in space. Are the youngsters of today also capable? Boy, you're quite impressive to be able to detect me? Alongside Kaito's words, a voice abruptly emanated from the void in the darkness. Following that, a spiraling figure appeared in the void of the night, a masked figure quietly surfaced. His gaze landed on Kaido, the expression beneath his mask seemed somewhat surprised, as this was the first time he was yanked out from the space by someone. This made him somewhat uncertain about how exactly Kaido was able to discover him, or rather what kind of power he had mastered. Sharingan, that pattern, is it Mangekyo Sharingan? Kaido looked at Obito as he appeared, slowly speaking up. His gaze quickly shifted back to Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha, I'm truly disappointed in you, disappointed in your performance, disappointed in your decision. You're really unworthy of being a member of the clan. What does clan and village truly signify, Kaido Uchiha? What do you understand? What qualifications do you have to lecture me? Itachi Uchiha furrowed his brow, although most of his attention was on Shisui and his father. As for Kaido, he didn't really care. Kaido's indeed considered a prodigy of the clan, but his degree of genius compared to Shisui's still shows a massive gap. Moreover, he didn't like Kaido from a young age because Kaido's way of thinking was completely different from his own. This guy is definitely not loyal to the Hokage. As a member of the Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi, I have this qualification, and as the newly appointed clan head of the Uchiha, I have even more right. Kaido spoke indifferently as he looked at Itachi Uchiha, then slightly raised his hand. The Uchiha elites behind him immediately dispersed. They formed a semicircle, subtly surrounding Itachi Uchiha and Obito Uchiha. They were very clear that this battle might not be one they could partake in, because both Itachi Uchiha and that mysterious figure, their eyes were Mangekyo. However, to assist the clan head in taking down the one who harbored intentions to destroy the clan, they must take action. The new head of the Uchiha clan? Both Itachi Uchiha and Obito Uchiha frowned at Kaido's words, particularly Itachi, who involuntarily looked towards his father. However, to his surprise, his father seemed to implicitly accept it all, without any rebuttal. When did the Uchiha clan change its clan head? Interesting. Obito suddenly laughed, his tone seeming to be filled with mockery. It seems I've been away for too long. This clan has become more interesting and even more degenerate. Even a kid like you can be the clan head, how very interesting indeed. My position as clan head is due to my personal abilities, unlike you, who I find utterly distasteful. Kaido raised an eyebrow, his gaze returning to Obito. He then spoke with a deep sense of implication. You are a member of the Uchiha, but I don't recall anyone like you existing within the clan in my memory. So, you must be one of those who were scattered abroad. However, who you are specifically is not important, nor is your identity. Even if you claim to be Madara Uchiha or anyone else, it doesn't matter. Kaido cut off any possible words Obito might have been about to utter. He was unsure how the name Madara Uchiha would impact the current Uchiha clan. And most importantly, do any of you remember the Ninetales incident from 8 years ago? At the end of Kaido's words, the faces of all the Uchiha members present, including Fugaku Uchiha, changed. They could never forget the impact and influence the Ninetales incident had on the Uchiha, as it was the beginning of their downfall. Every clan member harbored intense hatred towards the one who controlled the Ninetales, and their eyes were now filled with murderous intent as they looked at Obito. However, Itachi Uchiha seemed very calm. It wasn't that he hadn't considered this situation. On the contrary, he thought about it the first time he met this man who claimed to be Madara Uchiha. But he had no intention of speaking out, nor of explaining anything. He wanted to investigate and understand everything on his own. Oh, you're quick to react, Obito said nonchalantly. Indeed, I did control the Ninetales in Hidden Leaf Village years ago. I thought you had all forgotten. How could we possibly forget something like that? Seeing Obito admitting to it all, Kaido's gaze locked onto Itachi Uchiha. The Ninetales incident 8 years ago led the third Hokage and other top leaders to conclude that it was related to us, the Uchiha. Since then, we have been subjected to endless oppression and distrust. This made us disappointed in the Hokage, made us want to resist, and it also resulted in the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Itachi Uchiha, it is truly noble of you to associate with such a person. As his words ended, the three Tomoe in Kaido's eyes quickly started to rotate, and his aura began to turn icy. Not only him, but Shisui and Fugaku Uchiha also looked at Obito with murderous intent. Their gaze towards Itachi Uchiha no longer contained the previous helplessness and conflict, all that was left was endless coldness, as if they were looking at a stranger. In an instant, their eyes also began to change. In just a moment, 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan quietly bloomed under the incredulous gaze of Itachi Uchiha and Obito's slightly furrowed brows. You just said that you can solve the problem with your eyes, and that you're not alone. Kaido's indifferent voice rang out again, his entire body's chakra surging crazily. Well, I want to see how the two of you plan to confront 3 pairs of eyes like these. Also, Itachi Uchiha, from today onwards, I announce in the name of the clan head that you are permanently expelled from the Uchiha clan. You no longer carry the Uchiha surname. Hand over your eyes, and... Before his words fell, Kaido had already arrived in front of Itachi Uchiha, the ninja blade in his hand gleaming with endless chill. Your life. Chapter 78 Ding. In an instant, Kaido had arrived in front of Itachi Uchiha, his ninja blade directly slashing towards Itachi's neck. He attacked mercilessly, without any room for sentiment. However, Itachi's reaction was also swift, and in the blink of an eye, he used his ninja blade to parry. Kaido's attack wasn't his full strength, and he didn't even use Tsukami. Because he had to guard against Obito's sneak attack, at the same time, he had to see what decision Fugaku Uchiha, that man, would ultimately make. What reassured him was that Fugaku only coldly glanced at Itachi once, then turned his cautious gaze back to Obito. This action spoke volumes, and Kaido began to exert more force in his attack. With a light tug of his ninja blade, he again attacked Itachi from a strange angle. Itachi's reaction speed was fast. He used a substitution jutsu almost the moment Kaido's blade was about to slit his throat. Accompanied by a smoke screen, 2 pieces of wood scattered on the ground, and Itachi himself appeared next to a nearby house. At this point, Itachi's mind was in chaos. He had originally thought that only Shisui and his clan possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had never thought that his own father, and this Kaido Uchiha, who had once been on par with Shisui, would also have such eyes. He also hadn't expected that Kaido Uchiha was now the clan leader and had directly excommunicated him from the Uchiha clan. Seeing the icy, alien-like gazes from Shisui and his own father, he felt extremely suffocated. This heaviness made it nearly impossible for him to breathe. How did things come to this? Why has it developed to this point? Lord Clan Leader. At this moment, Fugaku Uchiha took a step forward. He respectfully bowed slightly to Kaido, then silently raised his head, his gaze locked onto Itachi. I hope Lord Clan Leader can hand this sinner over to me. I wish to cleanse the sin I have caused myself. Fugaku Uchiha did not call Itachi by his name, and Kaido could see Fugaku's cold and resolute emotion at this moment. However, after a bit of thought, Kaido still shook his head, slowly opening his mouth to speak. Fugaku-san, I appreciate your kindness, but I won't let either you or Shisui confront him. It's not about trust, but rather that your past interactions and feelings with him are too profound. It would be too cruel to have you face him. You have a more appropriate opponent. That person who once committed sins in Hidden Lee Village and made the Uchiha situation so difficult is right here. Shisui, Fugaku, I give you a task, execute this man to restore the Uchiha name. Having spoken, Kaido once again approached Itachi with his ninja blade, while Fugaku, watching Kaido's back, let out a quiet sigh. Turning his head, he and Shisui together locked their gazes onto Obito Uchiha. At this moment, his eyes were filled with a furious desire to kill. Although he did not blame Kaido for the charges levied against him, he blamed his own past actions, which filled him with resentment and despair. And now, the person who caused the Uchiha to suffer, the person who severely challenged his past judgment, was right in front of him. How could he bear it? I don't know who you are, and I don't care who you are. But it was you who released the Nine Tails. It was you who killed Lord Fourth Hokage and his wife. Fugaku Uchiha spoke through gritted teeth. His aura at this moment was particularly cold, causing unease to those around him. You are the main culprit who plunged the Uchiha clan into such a predicament. I think it's time we settle the score. You damned skulker, like a rat in the gutter. With that, Fugaku Uchiha was the first to charge forward, and Shisui followed behind with his short sword. He also bore a deep hatred for this person. If not for this guy, would the Uchiha clan have fallen into such a state? Similarly, at this moment, Shisui had completely erased Itachi from his heart. It seemed that from the moment Kaido revealed the identity of this mysterious person, Shisui's feelings shifted. Itachi was actually in league with such a person, even plotting to destroy the Uchiha clan. Such a person truly did not deserve to bear the Uchiha name. From the moment Kaido expelled him in the name of the clan leader, he was no longer a member of the Uchiha clan. He could only be an enemy of the Uchiha. Fugaku Uchiha and Uchiha Shisui charged towards Obito, while Kaido once again confronted Itachi Uchiha. Kaido still maintained extreme vigilance at this moment, although he was indeed very powerful now. With his Sharingan and the aid of his system, he had received a series of enhancements. He was confident even when facing Uchiha Shisui. However, the unpredictable nature of the Sharingan made him dare not let down his guard, especially since he had no idea what the ability of Itachi's Sharingan was. Cling. A flash of azure blade light vanished quickly. Itachi quickly retreated and a short blade appeared in his hand, barely blocking Kaido's attack. However, such a block seemed somewhat futile against Kaido's swordsmanship. By the time Itachi raised his blade to counterattack, Kaido had already drawn his blade and launched a second round of attacks. Accompanying Kaido's blade dance, blades formed by wind-style chakra were continually swirling around. The sharp wind blades kept blowing, preventing Itachi from launching any attack. Moreover, his swordsmanship obviously could not compete with Kaido's. All he could do was to continually retreat and dodge. The clashing of metal rang out continually, and the battle for Itachi became increasingly difficult. He really had never thought that Kaido's strength would be so great. What's most important was that he couldn't understand why this guy would possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. When did he get such a pair of eyes? However, he was clear that Kaito would not answer these questions for him. It was just like why his father lost his position as clan leader, and the clan leader became the man in front of him. Cling. Once again, the ninja blades clashed fiercely together. At this moment, Itachi quickly used his body flicker technique to stealthily increase the distance between them. Then, almost at the fastest speed, he began forming seals, and his chakra surged rapidly. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Humphrey. Kaito, seeing this scene, couldn't help but snort coldly. He didn't stop for a moment and charged forward relentlessly. However, at that moment, a warning emerged in his mind, and then he instantly dodged to the front side. Just at this instant, a breaking wind sound brushed past his clothes. Kaito didn't need to look, he knew he was unharmed, and he was certain this was Itachi's handiwork. Interesting. Using fire style to block my vision and then launch a surprise attack, huh? Kaito's eyes swiftly scanned around, and in an instant, he pinpointed Itachi's location. The next moment, he directly pressed on. Yet, at this moment, Kaito clearly saw tears of blood begin to appear in Itachi's eyes, and an eerie chakra began to envelop the surroundings. A searing heat began to spread, and black flames quietly appeared within Kaito's line of sight. The appearance of such flames instantly alerted Kaito to one of the abilities of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. If nothing was amiss, this would be Amaterasu. If that's the case, then his other ability would probably be Tsukuyomi, wouldn't it? Although Kaito was very curious about how he awakened his eyes, and even gained these two abilities, no matter what, this was all excellent news to Kaito. There were differences between Sharingan, and there were differences between Mangekyo Sharingan too. Kaito wanted Itachi to see clearly before his death, just how much of a gap there was between his newly acquired Mangekyo and his own. Chapter 79. The moment the dark and scorching flames of Amaterasu quietly appeared and covered Kaito, a layer of deep blue chakra also covered him. Kaito wasn't sure if his Aegis shield could block Amaterasu, he definitely wouldn't have dared to try in the past. But now, with a terrifying spatial movement ability Void Walk, he had the foundation to conduct necessary experiments. The best way to counter Amaterasu was to have a layer of force blocking the flames before they could ignite you, letting the fire burn as substitute instead of yourself. The Aegis shield could indeed do this, but Kaito was always worried about one thing, whether the Amaterasu would instantly burn through the shield. The system-produced skills have always been very reliable, the strength of the Aegis shield has been verified against ordinary jutsu. But what he was facing now was not an ordinary jutsu, it was a technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if Amaterasu doesn't burn people to death in the original story, he must be extremely cautious. After all, Kaito himself had taken out quite a few people with the fire style that doesn't kill people in the original work. The black flames bloomed on Kaito's body, and at this moment, these terrifying black flames were blocked by a layer of deep blue chakra on Kaito. The sound of the chakra shield burning kept resonating, but Kaito himself didn't have any problems at all. The Aegis shield blocked the attack of Amaterasu, even if the shield was almost consumed in an instant under such a burn. But Kaito was absolutely sure that his Aegis shield could indeed resist such an attack for a short time. The duration isn't long, but no matter what, it's enough. As soon as the chakra constructing the Aegis shield is ignited, I just abandon this part of the chakra. Kaito thought silently to himself, and at the same time, he had already abandoned the chakra part of the shield on his body. One could see the flames of Amaterasu falling on the ground and beginning to burn everything around, looking as if it intended to completely incinerate its surroundings. Kaito silently nodded. As a chakra, the Aegis shield could indeed be directly abandoned. Moreover, he noticed that the power of this Amaterasu seemed to be similar to his own black flames. Even if Amaterasu was stronger, his own black flames wouldn't be much weaker. It seems, I really can take some characteristics of the late Sasuke Uchiha as my own. However, compared to his late period external assistants, I'm still lacking too much. Kaito silently muttered in his heart, compared to the late Sasuke, he was still very self-aware. Furthermore, compared to considering the future, Kaito was more focused on the present, especially on Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha's complexion had now become somewhat ugly. Even if he was previously suffocating and uncomfortable internally, he didn't show any signs. But at this time, he could no longer control his own emotions. Although the physical confrontation wasn't complete and was purely a sword fight, he could be considered as having suffered a complete defeat. He had no choice but to clash with ninjutsu, because he had heard that Kaito had a very strong control over techniques. Naturally, he didn't plan to compete directly, he preferred to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He wasn't sure when exactly Kaito obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan, but strictly speaking, that wasn't particularly important since Kaito had no information about him. Finding the right time to use ninjutsu for a sneak attack was his best choice. He found a not-so-great opportunity, hence, he used the strongest offensive ninjutsu of his Mangekyo Sharingan, the Amaterasu Flame. However, he really didn't expect that his technique didn't touch Kaito at all, but was directly blocked by the deep blue chakra on Kaito's body. Is that Susanoo? Itachi Uchiha muttered silently in his heart. However, it was clear that he didn't have time to think too much now because Kaito was already completely closing in on him. Facing the menacing Kaito, Itachi Uchiha exerted all his strength to block this attack with his sword, but the next moment, he felt a severe pain in his stomach. Clearly, he was kicked in the lower abdomen by Kaito, and his whole body flew backward. If this continues, it won't work. This guy is skilled in ninjutsu, but unexpectedly his physical techniques on ninjutsu are so powerful, then. Itachi Uchiha silently made a decision in his heart. Seeing Kaito, who had not the slightest hesitation and was once again advancing with his sword, Uchiha Itachi quietly began to gather chakra. Nobody is perfect. He could sense that Kaito was strong, but he believed Kaito couldn't be strong in everything. Since your sword techniques, taijutsu, and ninjutsu are all very powerful, and you even haven't revealed what your ninjutsu is yet. However, Itachi Uchiha doesn't believe that Kaito is also so strong in Ganjutsu. The Mangekyo Sharingan can indeed greatly resist the effect of Ganjutsu, but his Ganjutsu is not ordinary Ganjutsu. Kaito, who was madly suppressing Itachi Uchiha, suddenly frowned because he clearly saw in his eyes that Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan started to rapidly gather power. This made Kaito a little alert while also thinking, could it be that this guy still wants to use Amaterasu against him? As he was thinking, Kaito once again blocked Itachi Uchiha's dagger and then swung a punch with his left hand, harshly aiming at Itachi Uchiha. He was only 15 or 16 years old, and the enemies he had faced in the past were basically adults. Therefore, he was always at a disadvantage physically and had to think of every possible way to deal with his enemies. But now, facing Itachi Uchiha, even though this guy also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was younger than him, and the development of his physical quality was obviously not up to par. This did give Kaito a rare taste of bullying others, and he actually quite liked this feeling. However, just at this moment, a strange power suddenly emerged, and under such power, Kaito instantly felt as if his spiritual consciousness was being pulled. This immediately made him realize that he had fallen into a Ganjutsu. Quickly scanning his surroundings, Kaito found himself nailed to a cross. The entire space was gray and white, and only the moon in the sky was so bloody red. Such a scene made Kaito clearly realize that he had been dragged into the Tsukimi space. Why is it that both father and son are skilled in Ganjutsu? And they all are of the kind that can drag people into illusions. Can I only say that they are indeed father and son? Kaito thought silently in his heart, yet while contemplating, he also really let out a sigh of relief. Tsukimi is indeed a terrifying technique, even someone like Kakashi couldn't resist it. Although this had something to do with Kakashi not knowing the strength of his own eyes and not activating the Mangekyo Sharingan to fight it. But it has already reached this level, the strength of the Three Tomoe state is not comparable to a normal Three Tomoe, one can only say that the power of Tsukimi is indeed strong. However, even if this technique is strong, Kaito doesn't have too much worry. Chapter 80 Kaito Uchiha. As Kaito was silently pondering, within the black and white intersecting Ganjutsu space, Itachi Uchiha had already come striding forward with his ninja blade in hand. In such a gray and hazy space, Kaito could not make out Itachi's expression at all, but at this moment, he felt rather relaxed inside. After confirming that the technique he was under was Tsukimi, he didn't have much worry. He just calmly watched Itachi, while at the same time secretly preparing his own technique, ready to deliver a lethal counterattack at any moment. Although I admit you are indeed very strong, and you've hidden yourself extremely well, you even possess the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. But now you've entered my domain, here, time, space, and mass are all under my control. Even though this is indeed just an illusion, it's not an ordinary illusion. Even though you also possess the Mangekyo, it seems like you will be affected just the same. Everything you touch now will be transmitted to your brain will determine that everything is real, be it pain, or death. Itachi Uchiha spoke indifferently, seemingly very confident, but this guy did not approach. It was evident that he was still wary of Kaito. This scene actually made Kaito feel quite amused. This Itachi Uchiha was not like his father after all. After all, when his father dragged him into a similar Ganjutsu space, he was seeking death. You are very confident. Although Kaido had some disdainful thoughts about this Itachi Uchiha in his heart, this guy was Kaido's enemy, and he really had no reason to continue toying with him. Most importantly, Shisui and Fugaku Uchiha were still dealing with Obito. Neither of them had information on Obito Uchiha, and Kaido did not want any accidents to happen to them. This was not because Kaido was unwilling to disclose information on Obito, but because he simply had no way to do so. Having a broad vision and a sharp mind is acceptable, but if you know every piece of information and everything that's going on, then there's a problem. Do you know, not long ago, I had a sparring match with Fugaku-san, a match at the level of Mangekyo. Kaido spoke indifferently. He calmly looked at Itachi Uchiha, and his chakra was also slowly surging within him. He, like you, possesses a similar technique, but do you know, that time he lost quite miserably. As his words fell, Kaido's aura became extremely eerie, and Itachi's expression became even more vigilant. However, he still maintained a certain level of confidence. After all, this was a Genjutsu space created by the Mangekyo. This was the Mangekyo's jutsu. He really didn't want to believe that Kaido could break through so easily, even if this guy said his father also had such abilities, but who knows whether that's true or not. It seems that you do not believe my words, but that's okay. After all, we are enemies. If you easily believed my words, that would be the problem. Kaido looked at Itachi Uchiha and gently shook his head, but the next moment, the entire Genjutsu space was spinning, as if everything in the world was being reversed. Kaido gently walked down from the cross that had bound him, and the next second, his chakra filled the entire Genjutsu space. And Itachi Uchiha felt that he had lost control over the Genjutsu space, and even more so, he was locked onto the cross amid the spinning world. But the fact is, your techniques have no effect on me. Honestly, I've never imagined that I could despise a person to the extent I despise you. The Hidden Leaf Village is the Hidden Leaf Village, the Hokage is the Hokage, the Hokage is the Hidden Leaf Village's Hokage, but the Hidden Leaf Village is not the Hokage's Hidden Leaf Village. You don't even know such a basic concept. I really can't imagine how you've been evaluated as a genius, but it's not surprising, because you didn't even finish ninja school. Your family raised you and taught you, made you into a qualified ninja, but when your family was in trouble, you didn't think about how to help them. Instead, you joined forces with a group of people who were already full of distrust for the family and acted against your own family. You even allied yourself with those who brought about the downfall of your family. You regard the Hidden Leaf Village as your faith but are disloyal to it. Your family raised you, but you did such a thing to them. You are truly unfilial. You, a person of such disloyalty and unfilial piety. As he spoke, the vigorous chakra on Kaido began to spread wildly. Under the secret heart, firm will, Kaido had already escaped the control of Tsukuyomi, and he could even use his own Tsukuyomi to counter Uchiha Itachi. Especially Kaido discovered that during the period of firm will, the consumption of the Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to be negligible to him. But now is not the time for Kaido to consider these matters. At some unknown point, a ninja sword had appeared in his hand, and the next moment, he swung it fiercely at Itachi Uchiha. What face do you have to continue living in this world? The ninja sword was quickly swung out, and at the moment it was about to hit Itachi Uchiha, the entire Genjutsu space rapidly collapsed. The shattered space spread around like broken glass shards. The moment it hit Itachi Uchiha in Kaito's Genjutsu space, the entire space collapsed with a bang. In the real world, Itachi Uchiha, clutching his chest, backed away. As he had said, all the attacks suffered in the Tsukuyomi space would be considered real by the brain. Itachi Uchiha was now being backfired by his own technique. His eyes could not help but bleed once again. He now felt dizzy and his eyes were throbbing with pain. If it weren't for his stubborn resistance, he might not even be able to maintain the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, at this moment, Kaido had already rushed to his front. The ninja sword in his right hand was thrust towards his chest, and at the same time, his left hand reached for his eye. Pluck. In such a hasty situation, Itachi Uchiha directly dodged the space from the ninja sword, and one of his eyes was plucked out by Kaido. With a fierce leap backward, Itachi Uchiha created enough distance, his hand swiftly forming seals again, a massive fire dragon spewing out from his mouth. Still resisting in vain? Kaido looked disdainfully at Itachi Uchiha, then quickly dodged the roaring fire dragon. However, this guy Itachi Uchiha showed no signs of stopping. He formed seals and cast fire ninjutsu again. This time, his fire ninjutsu fell where Kaido was dodging, which caused Kaido to raise an eyebrow. Want to contend with ninjutsu? Can your chakra afford it? Kaido again nimbly evaded Itachi Uchiha's fire ninjutsu, but this time he didn't continue forward. His gaze briefly glanced at the battle between Shisui and Fugaku Uchiha on the side. He found that although the two had no solution to deal with Obito, but Obito also seemed helpless against the two of them. In fact, Obito was clearly at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for Kami, he might have been done for. Obito is not the Obito of the future. Although he has strength at this moment, it is still not enough. His advantage lies only in that single Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, Obito seemed to be on guard against Shisui, clearly worried that his Mangekyo Sharingan would be affected by Shisui, which indeed relieved Kaido quite a bit. So you want to use fire style to restrict me? Then let me show you my fire style. Kaido casually threw the eye he had obtained into his ninja tool bag, stuck the ninja sword into the ground, and formed seals with his hands. A hot, suffocating aura madly dispersed. The next moment, under Itachi Uchiha's astonished and terrified gaze, a black dragon roared towards him. Chapter 81. Facing the gigantic dragon of black flames before him and feeling its suffocating heat, a thought suddenly occurred in Itachi Uchiha's mind: this is the Amaterasu's flame. However, he quickly negated this idea because the Amaterasu's flame is purely black, and he himself mastered this power. The flame that Kaido is using now is not entirely black, but black mixed with a bit of white. Yet, this intertwined black and white flame gave him a feeling that it was not inferior to the Amaterasu's flame at all. A dujutsu? This flame is definitely a dujutsu, and he can even control his own flame. Itachi Uchiha almost gritted his teeth as he thought. His current condition was really bad. He had consecutively used the Amaterasu and Tsukaimi, two dujutsu of Mangekyo, and furthermore, one of his eyes had been gouged out. However, he was really puzzled. In his view, Kaido's ability to resist his Amaterasu was probably due to Izanagi, and the breaking of his Tsukaimi was due to the strength of Kaido's Mangekyo Sharingan. 2 attacks, 2 times the consumption of his own Mangekyo Sharingan, so why did it seem like Kaido had no problems at all now? What exactly was going on? He would never know that Kaido's defense against his attacks didn't use the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The only ability he used until now was Reverse Path, a dujutsu of Mangekyo that strengthened himself, and at this point, he found that his consumption of using Reverse Path seemed particularly low. No, to be precise, his consumption speed simply couldn't catch up with his own recovery. He was astonished to find that even his depleted chakra would actually be restored. Is it the effect of firm will, which clears all negative statuses and turns what was originally a reduction into a recovery effect? Kaido himself also noticed that something seemed not quite right. Normally, the consumption of the Mangekyo Sharingan was irreversible, but such a situation was occurring to him now. Thus, the only explanation could be the effects and abilities of his own eye's secret technique. If this were the case, Kaido could fully unleash the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan within the 8 seconds of firm will. However, the downside was that the secret jutsu, firm will, consumes a great deal of Kaido's mental strength. In theory, he could use it seamlessly, but he really couldn't guarantee what the aftermath would be if he did so. Nevertheless, possessing this technique, it's like my abilities are infinitely amplified within these 8 seconds. Although there will still be consumption, the value of this technique far exceeds my imagination. Initially, Kaido only regarded firm will as a control release, especially when dealing with the Mangekyo Sharingan Ganjutsu like Tsukaimi. However, it now appears that this technique is not merely a control release, but also a preparation for Kaido's outbreak, a technique that allows Kaido to go all out without worries for a short period. Since this is the case, Kaido's right eye began to rotate rapidly. The power of Reverse Path was fully activated by him at this moment. At this instant, Kaido clearly felt his chakra began to drain massively, and his eyes also started to experience pain. However, such pain disappeared as soon as it appeared, replaced by an unprecedented coolness, and his dissipating chakra began to replenish at this moment. With his control, the terrifying black flame dragon grew even larger at this moment, and its chakra density became even thicker. The scorching black flame dragon caused the Uchiha ninjas who were faintly surrounding Itachi Uchiha and Obito to involuntarily retreat towards the distance. This technique was far too terrifying for them, and not just them, even Uchiha Itachi was petrified at this moment. Facing such a horrific flame dragon, one that was fully aimed at him and locked onto him, he could feel the threat of death enveloping him. Death is not terrible, but the process of waiting for death is. The feeling of powerlessness and despair is something that no one would like. Wherever the scorching black flame dragon passed, everything was ignited, and upon closer inspection, the surroundings of this black flame dragon seemed to become distorted. Such horrifying high temperatures seemed as if they were going to burn through space itself. Itachi Uchiha gritted his teeth, his condition very bad at this moment due to the overuse of his eyes. Even if he could still use ninjutsu now, facing such flames, even if he used water style, it would be of no use. Has the mission failed? Itachi Uchiha was slightly trembling all over, looking at the raging flames in front of him, looking at Kaito standing far away with a mocking smile on his mouth. The chakra all over Itachi Uchiha was furiously gathering. Regarding Kaito's accusation of his disloyalty, he didn't take it to heart. In his view, it was just an excuse Kaito found. He didn't think he was wrong at all. Hidden Leaf Village is Hidden Leaf Village, the Hokage is the Hokage, Hidden Leaf Village is just a village under the Hokage's control, only the Hokage can make Hidden Leaf Village strong. He placed himself in the Hokage's shoes. He didn't think he was wrong. What he was doing was preventing a possible rebellion between the clan and the village. He was protecting Hidden Leaf Village, because once the clan and village start fighting, how can the already tottering Hidden Leaf Village withstand it? He had experienced the pain of war, and if Hidden Leaf Village and the clan fight again, then the village would be weakened, and other villages would take advantage of this to ignite the war again. He regrets why he didn't know Kaito Uchiha has a Mangekyo Sharingan, regrets why he didn't know his father also has a Mangekyo Sharingan. What he regrets even more is, why is his power still far from enough? I must hold on, I must complete my mission. Itachi Uchiha was shouting madly in his heart, and at this moment a figure that was hidden deep in his heart slowly emerged. At this very moment, an orange chakra appeared around him. But as this chakra appeared, his upgraded eye turned bright red, and more blood began to flow from the corners of his eyes. Seeing this, Kaito couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He had recognized what this technique was. It was Itachi Uchiha's Susanoo. A single eye has activated Susanoo? But at this level, can you withstand my black flames? Kaito picked up his ninja sword, thinking to himself. However, at this moment his expression slightly changed. He could clearly sense fluctuations in spatial power, and the endpoint of these fluctuations was precisely where Itachi Uchiha was. Without any hesitation, Kaito's chakra erupted fiercely within him. In an instant, his figure disappeared from its original place. With the emergence of Azure Chakra, he had already arrived at Itachi Uchiha's side. The charm of spatial teleportation revealed itself at this moment. The ninja sword swiftly stabbed out, the sharp blade of wind had already taken form. However, Itachi Uchiha's body began to distort, and one hand had already grasped him. The ninja sword fell, blood splattered, and at the same time, an arm dropped to the ground. Chapter 82 Kaito looked somewhat gloomily at the arm that had fallen to the ground. His mood at this moment was certainly not splendid. He was very certain that his sword had hit Itachi Uchiha, but the key question was whether this guy was dead or alive. As an enemy, Kaito would not concern himself with him. However, what Kaito cared about were this guy's eyes. Although Kaito had obtained one now, the other was still on this man. It was apparent that Kaito had underestimated Obito, underestimated this man's ability to save his own life. Humphrey. With a cold snort, chakra rapidly fluctuated around Kaito. His own black flame dragon, which was about to pounce on him from behind, suddenly swayed at this moment. Immediately after, the flame dragon turned into sparks just as it was about to collide with Kaito, dispersing behind him without causing any harm. Taking a deep breath, Kaito quickly adjusted his mindset, followed by a hint of a smile. Whether you are dead or alive, you no longer hold the surname of Uchiha. If you are alive, then hide in the gutters like a rat and watch closely. Watch the collapse of what you believe in, watch the rise of the Uchiha that you are determined to destroy, watch your most trusted Hokage and your most beloved little brother despise you to their bones. If you are dead, then I will just retrieve your eye from Obito in the future. Kaito couldn't be sure whether Itachi Uchiha was still alive, but he didn't care because this man was as good as discarded. He didn't know whether his void walking could directly teleport into Obito's space. Otherwise, he could indeed go to confirm, or even snatch the eye. But even if he followed Obito's use of Kamyu to open space for that moment, allowing the two spaces to connect, he wouldn't dare to venture in. Who knows if he could get out after going in if Obito were to close the space. He certainly didn't have the spirit to sacrifice himself to negate Obito's Kamyu ability. Furthermore, Kaito was genuinely wondering if it was too easy on this guy if he really was dead. The things he did in the original were truly detestable to both humans and gods. Even if he showed regret after being reincarnated with the impure world reincarnation, could his regret bring innocent people back to life? Let him live, let him experience the collapse of his beliefs, let the people who once loved him hate him. Even let the whole of Hidden Leaf Village view him as an enemy, making everything he did and everything he believed in utterly meaningless. This would probably be the best punishment. Moreover, Kaito never intended to let him off so easily. If he's dead, his eyes must be recovered. If he's alive, his life must also be taken. Clan leader. Just then, Shizue and Fugaku Uchiha also ran over. They both looked slightly embarrassed and guilty at this moment. They had clearly seen the scene where the mysterious person saved Uchiha Itachi, and that mysterious person was their adversary. It can be said that the problem was indeed theirs. Even though the mysterious person could use space ninjutsu which rendered them both powerless, and he had been constantly avoiding genjutsu. However, being a shinobi is a profession that values outcomes. No one cares about how difficult or tortuous your process was, all they want is a result. We have failed our mission, please punish us, clan leader. They looked at each other and simultaneously bowed their heads. Alright, now is not the time to discuss this, and you two didn't make any mistakes. Kaido lightly shook his head. Clearly, he had no intention of dwelling on these matters. I noticed that guy actually knows space ninjutsu. It's indeed not easy to deal with him. It's not your fault. Space ninjutsu is an extremely buggy ability, there's no doubt about that. It's normal that they can't handle Obito. However, Kaido also noticed that Obito seemed to be unwilling to directly look into the eyes of these two. Was it because he knew some information or a single Mangekyo Sharingan had trouble handling the Genjutsu of two people? Regardless of the reason, there was nothing Kaido could do about this guy's escape. Clan leader, I think I have gathered some crucial information about him. Fugaku Uchiha was the first to speak. I believe the next time we face him, we should be more composed. Is that so? Kaido raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat surprised. Then, he nodded seriously. He acknowledged Fugaku Uchiha's fighting power. The fight between him and Fugaku Uchiha was somewhat biased because this guy was bent on dying. Unfortunately for him, his eye power was Genjutsu, which was completely counteracted by Kaido. If this guy didn't use Genjutsu, Kaido might not have won so easily. Clan leader, this guy is a bit tricky. At this moment, Shisui also spoke up. His expression seemed somewhat solemn. I tried to use the Kodo Amatsukami of my right eye to control him, but he seemed utterly unafraid of my control. And when I attempted to use the Kodo Amatsukami of my left eye to control him all at once, he immediately counteracted it. He seems to have used Darklan's secret technique, Izanagi, and after that, he stopped looking at Fugaku and my eyes. So, that's what happened. Kaido finally understood at this moment why Obito was so guarded. It turned out that Shisui had quietly made a move but had been discovered. Kaido wasn't sure why Itachi Uchiha didn't reveal Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan's ability. Perhaps Itachi Uchiha didn't know about it either? Under these circumstances, Obito was forced to use Izanagi because he had fallen into a trap. Adding to this, he was already short of one Mangekyo Sharingan, so naturally, his field of vision had blind spots. Therefore, noticing that Itachi Uchiha was in trouble, he swiftly rescued him and escaped at the same time. Shaking his head lightly, Kaido didn't plan to dwell on this matter. However, as he was about to turn around, he suddenly noticed the arm lying on the ground out of the corner of his eye. Initially, he hadn't paid attention to it, but now he noticed something off about this arm. The arm's color was entirely different from that of a normal person, it had a creepy pallor. Kaido observed this scene, and it suddenly sparked a thought. He hadn't confirmed whose arm he had cut off, whether it was Obito's or Itachi's. He wasn't even sure who he had struck. But now, he could confirm that the arm he hit belonged to Obito. Taking a deep breath, Kaido calmed himself quickly. He was well aware that now was not the time to think about these things, he had more important tasks at hand. He quickly retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. He was fully armed for the battle, and swiftly sealed the arm within the scroll. Only after doing all this, did he stand up, and when all the clansmen had gathered around, he finally spoke. What happened tonight, I think you all have witnessed. Although the traitor of our clan has escaped, as he said, he didn't come alone. According to surveillance, there's a group of people outside our clan territory, not sure whether they're from the root or Anbu, on standby. Obviously, tonight's events were premeditated, with those hidden in the darkness participating. Speaking up to this point, Kaido paused slightly, then his gaze shifted towards Uchiha and Uchiha Taikoki who were standing among the crowd, their faces unusually grim. Both of you elders, please prepare the surveillance materials from tonight. I need the complete data for everything that happened here and those guys outside. Yes, clan leader. The two elders immediately nodded and then turned to quickly run towards the surveillance room. Shisui, you consolidate all the clan's combat power. Once the two left, Kaido's gaze fell on Shisui and Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku, you are in charge of taking the elderly and young to the shelters. You two coordinate how many people to leave behind to protect the clan. After everything is handled, Shisui, you bring people to rendezvous with me. Fugaku, I need you to make a trip. I want you to find the Nine Tails. After saying all this, Kaido disregarded the slightly changing expressions of Shisui and Fugaku Uchiha, and holding his ninja blade, he walked towards the clan's outskirts. As he walked, He spoke softly, and his voice accurately fell into Shizue's and Fugaku's ears. Whoever attacks me is the enemy, whoever colludes with the clan's traitor is the enemy. I've never intended to oppose the Hidden Leaf Village, but someone must pay the price for tonight's events. Upon hearing these words, Shizue and Fugaku Uchiha exchanged glances and then both of them spoke resolutely. Yes, clan leader. Chapter 83 Thud. A few kilometers outside the Hidden Leaf Village, the void suddenly distorted, and then a figure was quickly thrown out from it. This figure fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and soon another figure with only one arm appeared. It was clear that these two were Itachi Uchiha and Obito, who had escaped from the Uchiha clan. But now, Obito remained silent, quietly looking at the half-dead Itachi Uchiha in front of him who was missing an eye. His expression was not very pleasant. He had to admit that he had been careless this time. He had not figured out the real situation within the Uchiha clan, and as a result, he had suffered a heavy defeat. He really didn't expect that so many changes had occurred in the Uchiha clan over the 8 years, changes that were so large that he found them incredible. He had originally thought that the Uchiha clan had at most 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. One pair was that damned Uchiha Shizue's, and the other was this Itachi Uchiha's. But reality was cruel. The Uchiha clan had more than just 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Excluding Itachi Uchiha, there were actually 3 more pairs. And these 2 Mangekyo were not easy to deal with. Even Obito himself felt that he was in great danger. Uchiha Shizue's Mangekyo was exceptionally bizarre. It could subtly continuously affect him. Although this had no effect on him, it might not be the same for others. It could also directly rewrite his will in one go, especially when he could clearly understand that his will was being rewritten, but he had no way to resist. Faced with such a situation, Obito could only choose to use Izanagi to rewrite his own fate, otherwise, he would be truly doomed. As for Fugaku Uchiha, his Ganjutsu was also an illusion technique, and he was extremely adept at seizing opportunities. Although he didn't attack many times, he was constantly analyzing Obito's information. In the end, he even managed to land a hit on Obito. Obito, who possessed Kami, was actually struck by someone, indicating how terrifying this was for him. He was now genuinely irritated at Itachi Uchiha's investigation into the Uchiha clan, irritated that this guy didn't tell him how dangerous Uchiha Shizue was. He was even more irritated at this guy's ignorance of his own father and complete lack of understanding of Kaido Uchiha. That Kaido Uchiha was also a dangerous figure. That guy actually also had spatial abilities. His severed arm was the masterpiece of that guy. Teleportation jutsu sometimes looks a lot like space-time ninjutsu, but how could Obito, who possessed spatial abilities himself, possibly mistake it? What's unclear now is whether that guy's spatial ability is Ganjutsu or some other special ninjutsu. Obito, in a very bad mood, naturally didn't have any patience for Itachi Uchiha. He looked indifferently at Itachi and then spoke. The mission failed. Your performance truly disappoints me. Didn't you even do the most basic intelligence investigation? It's my fault. Itachi Uchiha stood up with one eye closed and covering his chest. He was obviously also injured by Kaito's blade, and his chest was gushing with blood. However, he didn't pay attention to these details, nor did he defend these things. He also really couldn't understand when his father activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and when his father lost the position of the clan leader. And that Kaido Uchiha, why was he able to become the clan leader, and why did he also have the Mangekyo Sharingan? All these questions piled up, truly making him feel like his brain wasn't enough, and just as this guy in front of him said, his mission had failed. He couldn't eliminate the hidden dangers of the clan, he couldn't help Hidden Leaf Village stabilize the situation. This really caused him immense pain. Can you send me back to Hidden Leaf Village? After a long while, Itachi Uchiha finally spoke. I must warn the Hokage, or terrible things will happen next. Either you go back yourself, or you leave with me now. You have no other choice. Obito spoke indifferently. At this point he had no good attitude towards Uchiha Itachi. Itachi Uchiha, having lost one eye, obviously could no longer fully unleash the power of the Mangekyo, and Obito understood this deeply. Moreover, in Obito's view, Itachi Uchiha was a fool. After all, he had been in the Hidden Mist Village for so long, he knew too well the relationship between the village and the Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been discovered and even expelled in such a desolate manner. And he agreed to exterminate the Uchiha clan with Itachi, but essentially it was only to weaken Hidden Leaf Village. Now that the matter has been exposed, if Hidden Leaf Village and the Uchihas start a fight, then the fate of the Uchiha is already determined. And if the weakened Hidden Leaf Village were to be invaded, leading to another great ninja war, wouldn't that be good news for him? What's more, now Obito has lost a Sharingan, and his arm has been cut off, he must take a good rest. Kaido Uchiha, huh? I hope after tonight, you still exist. Thinking this, Obito's exposed Mengekyo Sharingan suddenly burst out with a strange power. The next moment, he and Itachi Uchiha were enveloped by space, and finally disappeared in their original place. Kaido, holding a ninja sword, quietly appeared on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan. He did not choose to fly, nor did he rush out at a very fast speed, because he needed to think about what he should do now. The clan installed surveillance devices. This was something Kaido had anticipated. However, these surveillance devices recorded the whole process of Uchiha Itachi bringing the Anbu or root members to the clan. This gives Kaido a great deal of initiative, but this is not enough, he still needs more chips. So he must keep those who came with Itachi Uchiha, even if it's only 1 or 2, that would be perfect for Kaido. Along the way, he had also figured out what he was going to do. Hiruzen Sarutobi must inevitably be unaware of this matter, as the Hokage he absolutely can't be involved in this sort of thing. Then the scapegoat naturally is Danzō Shimura, and at this point, Kaido's target is Danzō. The Uchiha absolutely cannot take the initiative to attack the Hokage with force. Directly attacking the Hokage is the stupidest thing to do, especially in Hidden Leaf Village. If they have to do it, they must wait for him to leave Hidden Leaf Village. Once they make a move, no matter how many reasons they have, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas won't care too much. Because their actions can be seen as waging war on the village, which is absolutely intolerable. But Danzō is different. Attacking Danzō is a serious crime, but Danzō's importance in Hidden Leaf Village is worlds apart from the Hokage. Moreover, most of the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas don't even know who Danzō is. But this time you really played a great role. As Kaito was walking, he suddenly stopped. His crimson eyes swept around, and in the end, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Remember clearly what happened the last time you guys attacked me? Kaito seemed to be talking to himself, but at this moment, the chakra inside him had already begun to surge wildly. Accompanied by the suffocating chakra becoming heavier, Kaito spoke again. I really didn't expect you guys to dare to come again. Since you're here, come out, just like that Itachi Uchiha. As soon as his voice fell, countless kunai accompanied by ninjutsu whistled towards Kaito. Boom. A violent roar suddenly sounded, the sky full of flames dyed the night forest red, and the intense smoke completely obscured the position where Kaito was. As the smoke slowly cleared, those root ninjas finally emerged from their respective hiding places. They moved in groups of 3, slowly closing in on the location where Kaito was originally. However, they quickly felt a chilling and destructive aura envelop them completely. So now I can remind you all. Kaito's cold voice suddenly entered their ears. Kaito appeared behind them like a ghost. Your fate is the same as theirs, that is, death. Chapter 84. Standing silently on the spot, Kaito's feet were already strewn with corpses. Blood covered the ground. The viscous blood was so penetrating under the moonlight, and Kaito was also slightly out of breath. Continuous use of secret jutsu, Void Walk was indeed a significant drain for Kaito. Even if his chakra reserves far exceeded that of ordinary people because of the Mengekyo Sharingan, it still couldn't bear the stacking mechanism of Void Walk. He now sincerely missed the concept of calm and composed. Unfortunately, he had never seen anything like it. If the skill settings would allow him to regain chakra by killing an enemy, he could and truly use this technique without worry. But my chakra recovery is not weak, and luckily this skill was modified to adapt to this world, otherwise I wouldn't be able to use the original version at all. Taking a deep breath and feeling the condition of his own chakra, Kaito shook his head with a wry smile. Given the current situation, Kaito had to carefully control the interval and frequency of using this technique. At most, he could only use it as a coordinate free-flying thunder god now. Dreaming of spatial turbulence and such was beyond his reach at this moment unless he could summon a tailed beast or something, but that's not realistic. However, what he can't do now does not mean he can't do it in the future, especially since Kaito had acquired Obito Uchiha's severed arm, which made him more hopeful about his future. Although the consumption was large, Kaito didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what he was doing. Both the Root and Anbu have a rule that they must destroy their own bodies in case of mission failure. Naturally, Kaito wouldn't give them time to initiate this technique. So even if the consumption is somewhat high, he's willing to bear it, because these guys are all evidence. Have they arrived? While Kaito was contemplating, footsteps were heard from a distance. In fact, not long after Kaito started his move, he had detected chakra fluctuations from afar. Clearly, this must be Shizue leading his clan members out and already engaging in battle with the people outside from Root. And when his battle was over, the chakra fluctuations in other places began to gradually cease. They were now converging towards where Kaito was. Clan leader. Soon, Shizue and Fugaku Uchiha had arrived, and behind them, the Uchiha ninjas were more or less stained with blood. Obviously, the recent battle was not easy. After all, the ninjas of Root were not easy opponents, but most importantly, they won. Has everyone arrived? How are things? Kaido asked directly. What's the casualty report? Those guys were pretty strong. We've lost some clan members, but since you, clan leader, attracted most of their firepower, the situation is still tolerable. However, we were unable to preserve the bodies of some. Fugaku Uchiha said in a low voice, and Shizui by his side also nodded. In this kind of desperate ninja fight, there will inevitably be casualties. The key lies in whether the number of casualties is acceptable, and the inability to preserve bodies indeed leaves them helpless. But the situation this time is still something they can accept. Kaido, after all, is a man who has been on the battlefield. Although he also mourns the death of the clan members, what he cares about more are other matters. I understand. Then, Shizui, I'm counting on you next. Kaido looked at Shizui and spoke seriously. I don't know if any of them have escaped, so I can't determine if the information has been transmitted out. So we have to act quickly. Our target is these guys' lair, their leader. They must pay the price for this. And the person who knows where their lair is, now only you know, Shizui. No problem. Shizui nodded seriously. He was also burning with anger. There is indeed someone who must pay for tonight's events. So, you're saying that the guy Itachi Uchiha has already failed? Inside the Root base, Danzō looked at the Root ninja who was half kneeling in front of him. His expression was still indifferent, but his heart was full of anger. Itachi Uchiha possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he said that he had found outside help, and this is the result. Danzō felt that he should not have agreed to Hiruzen's proposal to let Uchiha Itachi go in alone, but should have let the members of Root go in together to solve this trouble. Taking a deep breath, Danzō spoke, let the people on the outside go in. The Uchiha clan must be annihilated tonight. Danzō-sama, we are unable to contact the people on the outside. The Root ninja's head was bowed very low, and his voice seemed weak. After they transmitted the information, we lost contact with them. This answer finally changed the ice-cold expression on Danzō's face. He couldn't be clear about what being unable to establish contact means. Perhaps they are unable to respond due to battle, or perhaps they have already been annihilated. Taking a deep breath, Danzō forcefully stabilized his emotions, but just as he was about to speak, a huge roar suddenly rang out. A blistering heat was conveyed from the air vents, and the whole Root base at this moment seemed as if it were placed in a steam furnace. Danzō-sama. Soon, a Root ninja rushed over. He quickly knelt down and spoke in a low voice to Danzō Shimura. Enemy attack, it's the Uchiha clan, they've attacked. Uchiha. Danzō's face darkened even more upon hearing these words. The fact that these guys have attacked implies that the Root personnel stationed around the Uchiha are probably not in a good situation. He now harbors even more resentment towards Itachi Uchiha. He didn't seize the Mangekyo Sharingan that Itachi left behind, partly because he wasn't quite sure about this guy's abilities. And the other, and most important reason, is that he needed Itachi Uchiha to turn against the Uchiha using this pair of Mangekyo. As a result, this guy, with the help he brought, couldn't even deal with an Uchiha who only had one pair of Mangekyo. He really regrets now leaving this pair of eyes to such a waste like Itachi Uchiha. Inform the Hokage, the Uchiha have betrayed Hidden Leaf Village. Activate the highest emergency defense plan, all Root personnel including reserves are to be mobilized, stop these guys. Despite the rage filling his heart, Danzō calmly issued his orders. He picked up his cane and spoke in a deep voice. I'll wait in the guard room for the outcome, don't disappoint me. I'm afraid you're going to be very disappointed. Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted Danzō's words, and the voice made Danzō frown. Turning his head, he saw a young Uchiha ninja standing before him, holding an ninja sword in his hand. The eerie patterns in his scarlet eyes were slowly rotating. Mangekyo Sharingan? Danzō naturally recognized who this person was. He was an Uchiha prodigy who had once been named along with Shizui, but more importantly, he recognized what those eyes were. For a moment, he didn't quite know how to react. Why would this kind of Uchiha have such eyes? Suddenly it seemed as if he understood something. The reason Itachi Uchiha failed, could it be because the Uchiha clan had more than one pair of Mangekyo Sharingan? Thinking of this, Danzō felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Yet as he felt this sinking feeling, his gaze towards Kaido's eyes became somewhat greedy. He had been able to restrain himself from taking Itachi's eyes, but now he truly couldn't resist seizing the eyes before him. Especially since this young man had charged in alone. Chapter 85 Kaido Uchiha, I really didn't expect you to have such eyes. Danzō's heart was filled with greed, but at this time, he remained relatively restrained, for he was still waiting for his personnel to be mobilized. Although the Root ninja responsible for relaying the message hadn't left yet, With such an incident occurring inside the base, the other root ninjas couldn't possibly be unaware. Their first course of action would naturally be to head towards Danzō's location. Danzō had already heard the rustling footsteps, which gave him great reassurance. But aren't you a bit too arrogant? Do you think that having such power allows you to do as you please? But it doesn't matter anymore. From the moment you arrived here, the Uchiha's intent to revolt has been confirmed. Your fate is undoubtedly death. Is that so? Kaido looked at Danzō indifferently, then suddenly let out a slight laugh. Do you remember what I told you last time? What he told him last time? Danzō furrowed his brows, and the next moment, his expression became incredibly gloomy. I told you, do you think you're the Hokage? Kaido paid no mind to the change in Danzō's expression. His face was filled with mocking, and this made Danzō's face even gloomier. You are not a Hokage at all, you are merely a rat in the gutter, self-deprecating and pitiful. Kill him. As if a sore spot had been pricked, Danzō had no intention of wasting any more words with Kaido. Especially when a part of the root ninjas stormed in, he decisively gave the order, and he himself directly started to move towards the back. Ding! With a crisp sound like the clashing of metal, a root ninja appeared behind Kaido. He was wielding a ninja sword and was aiming at Kaido, but his sword could not get close to Kaido's body. For on Kaido's body, a deep blue chakra had surfaced at some unknown point. Thinking of leaving, have you asked me? Kaido didn't pay any attention to the root ninja behind him, nor did he pay any heed to those root ninjas rushing towards him. His eyes were locked onto Danzō. With a twist of his body, in an instant, Kaido appeared in front of Danzō, giving none of these root ninjas any time to react. His ninja sword was already swung out fiercely. The speed of space is unimaginable. Minato no Mikaze could become the nightmare of Hidden Stone's village, all thanks to his flying thunder god jutsu. However, space-time ninjutsu is not omnipotent, especially when facing powerful ninjas who are prepared. They can still defend or even dodge. Take for example the fourth Raikage brothers of Hidden Cloud's village. They had an equal fight with Minato no Mikaze, even though he distracted them with his flying thunder god jutsu. And the fourth Raikage in his prime, once he activated his lightning-style chakra mode, was not slower than the flying thunder god jutsu. This guy could evade Amaterasu from Sasuke Uchiha purely based on speed, but Danzō was certainly not the fourth Raikage in his prime. This man was a formidable ninja, especially at this stage he was still barely considered as one. He would never truly trust his subordinates to solve the problem. He had been on guard against Kaido. As soon as he detected the eruption of Kaido's chakra, he was ready. But he never dreamed that Kaido would use space-time ninjutsu, which gave him almost pitifully short reaction time. He could only lean back and quickly raise his hand. Swish! The sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh and bone suddenly echoed, blood splashed, a bandage-wrapped arm flew up into the air. Protect Lord Danzō. It was at this moment that the root ninjas finally reacted. They circled up as quickly as possible, using their own bodies to shield Danzō. But at this point, Kaido had once again left the scene using void walking, and he dared not recklessly use this technique now. Indeed, even if it's undefendable, one can still evade. Danzō really is cautious, always on guard against me. Kaido thought to himself silently, but soon his hands began to form seals, and in an instant, a surge of chakra was brewed within him. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball formed in front of Kaido, then ruthlessly charged towards Danzō's position. The root ninjas reacted with lightning speed, some of them dragging Danzō to the side for cover, while others rapidly released water-style techniques. However, the quality of Kaido's dark flames was simply too high. Those water-style techniques had barely surfaced before they were evaporated completely. Several root ninjas were directly turned into ash in the scorching flames accompanied by screams, and Kaido's fire completely blocked the path that Danzō had intended to take. Some of you escort Lord Danzō out, and pass on the orders. The rest stay with me to stop this guy. Facing such a dire situation, a root ninja quickly spoke up, and then all the root ninjas immediately assembled and started moving, carrying out the orders in an orderly manner. The quality of the root ninjas was indeed very high. This scene made Kaido couldn't help but sigh a little, but such a sentiment disappeared in an instant. Regardless of how excellent these guys are, they are now his enemies, and naturally, what he has to do is to annihilate his enemies. What good will running do? Kaido lightly swung his sword, then laughed softly, shaking his head slightly. No matter how much you struggle, there is only one end for you, and that is death. As his words fell, Kaido had already charged forward, and the remaining root ninjas also rushed towards Kaido at this moment. What? Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been waiting for news in the Hokage office, couldn't sit still anymore after hearing the report from the Anbu. The Uchiha clan was aflame, this he had not yet taken to heart. But when he heard and personally felt the hot breath erupting from the root base, and that reckless chakra, he realized something was wrong. And now that he had understood a specific situation, he also realized how bad things were. The Mangekyo Sharingan user, Itachi Uchiha, had actually failed, and moreover, the Uchihas had launched a terrifying counterattack. All of the ninjas who were surrounding the Uchiha's area were completely wiped out, and now these Uchihas were actually directly attacking the root base? Are they openly rebattling? Hiruzen Sarutobi nearly growled through gritted teeth, the worst part being that he knew. The major clans and ninjas of Hidden Leaf Village must have noticed that something was wrong, and they were definitely starting to take action. The silver-haired Anbu member kneeling in front of him kept his head down and didn't interrupt. He didn't even look at the third Hokage, just silently stayed there like a sculpture. Hiruzen Sarutobi, after all, was the Hokage. He quickly controlled his emotions and, after quick thought, could only shake his head helplessly. The Uchihas had played this step very tightly. They hadn't came to cause trouble for him, which might still be something Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to see, because this meant the Uchihas were going to war with Hidden Leaf Village. They went straight to Danzō, thereby avoiding the charge of insurrection. It's highly likely that they've actually found some evidence. Thinking about this, a wave of anger ignited in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. Although Danzō had always been overstepping his authority, always trying to become Hokage, it had to be said that Danzō was very important to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzō was Hiruzen Sarutobi's shadow, and Hiruzen Sarutobi must find a way to save him. Chapter 86. In the Nara clan, Shikaku Nara had already changed his clothes and was standing outside his courtyard. From a distance, he gazed at the towering and solemn Hokage rock, watching the black flames that had begun to rise into the sky. For a moment, his mind was filled with countless thoughts. Shikaku, get up, something's happened. At that moment, Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimaki rushed into his courtyard. However, when they saw Shikaku's current stance, they were left speechless for a moment. Finally, Choza Akimaki couldn't help but scratch his head, speaking in his somewhat honest manner. So you're already up, huh? I was worried you were still asleep. I was sleeping originally, but with something like this happening, I can't sleep anymore. Shikaku Nara shook his head, then turned to his two old friends, asking with a serious expression. Have you figured out what's happening? The location of the battle is very sensitive. The location of the route is actually right below the Hokage rock, and the Hokage building is about 100 meters in front of the Hokage rock. Looking from a distance, it's really hard to tell whether it's the Hokage office or the route's location that's under attack. Other ninjas might not be able to distinguish or understand this, but Shikaku Nara is different. He clearly knows what the implications are. Therefore, he intended to verify it properly. Unfortunately, both Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimaki could only helplessly shake their heads. All we know is that the Uchiha clan has taken action, but as for what specifically happened, we're not clear. The Uchiha clan, huh? I understand. Shikaku Nara nodded. He had already made a decision in his mind, and spoke directly to his two old friends. Then let's move out. Your clan's people are ready, right? Let's go together. We'll assess the situation when we get there. After all, we don't know exactly where the Uchiha have launched their attack. Choza Akimaki and Inoichi Yamanaka both nodded, naturally understanding Shikaku Nara's meaning. If the Uchiha attacked the Hokage's office, this would mean they were attacking the Hokage, making them enemies of Hidden Leaf Village. No matter what excuse the Uchiha had, they would have to choose to stand against them for the sake of protecting Hidden Leaf Village. If the Uchiha were attacking that group from the root, they naturally wouldn't choose to intervene, because Danzō isn't the Hokage. He's merely a shadow of the Hokage, a symbol of evil. Tonight, Hidden Leaf Village was destined to be anything but peaceful. Not only the Inoshikacho trio, but other clans were also tacitly organizing their clan members to head towards the scene. What was even more in sync was that they all made the same decision. Within the root base, Kaido was already in a fierce battle with the root ninjas. Danzō's escape route had been cut off by Kaido. Although it was unclear whether there were other escape routes, Danzō's best choice now was not to retreat into the defense room. He should meet up with the main force as soon as possible so that they could delay until the arrival of the Hokage. However, while Kaito was attacking the interior, the Uchiha clan, led by Shizui, were also quickly attacking the main channels inside the root base. Although Shizui was not a member of the root, he had carried out tasks in the root, just like Itachi Uchiha, and had some understanding of the organization. Once Danzō left, he would have to face the Uchiha's main force, especially Shizui who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. But Danzō has already called for reinforcements. It's unclear how many people are in the root's reserve team, but their number should not be small. The most crucial thing is that our uproar should have been noticed by the Hokage. So, We should aim for a swift victory. Kaido thought to himself, and his hand movements became even faster. Ding. 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 Sharp and piercing sounds continuously echoed around the room. Kaido's eyes slightly rotated, and his ninja sword was constantly swinging. The individual strength of these root ninjas did not seem intimidating to Kaido, but their unusual calmness and coordination were very impressive. In this not-so-large space, they indeed caused some trouble for Kaido. However, such a nuisance hardly mattered to him, as Kaido's eyes had already seen through their movement trajectories. With a light leap, while avoiding the attacks of two root ninjas, Kaido's ninja sword swung fiercely, knocking another root ninja flat on his back. Just as he landed, the sound of a blade cutting through the air came from behind him. He immediately skillfully ducked. Avoiding the ninja sword that was swung at him, he then stepped back and forcefully swung his elbow backward. Instantly, a muffled grunt sounded next to his ear. The ninja sword in his hand deftly spun and changed its grip, stabbing upward with great force. Under Kaido's control, the ninja sword pierced from the chin to the forehead of the root ninja who had attempted to ambush him. He didn't even have a chance to scream. Having cleanly dealt with one more person, Kaido did not pause. Turning around, he deftly avoided the sudden attack of a root ninja. In fact, it didn't really matter to him whether he dodged or not. Possessing the Aegis shield, such attacks could hardly pose a threat to him. But Kaido never liked to be on the receiving end of a beating, and the mechanism of the Aegis shield required him to release jutsu, so he could not guarantee that he could defend every time. The brutal fight continued, and Kaido, taking on at least 10 root ninjas by himself, seemed to be in a bit of danger. However, Kaido didn't feel much pressure. Despite their commendable abilities and excellent cooperation, they had no secrets to speak of under Kaido's watchful eyes. Kaido might seem to be at a disadvantage, but in reality, he was not injured in the slightest, and the ranks of the root ninjas were thinning. At the same time, Kaido made a clever move to avoid the attack trajectories of several root ninjas, immediately escaping the range of their collective assault. His ninja sword swung swiftly, accompanied by the coalescing wind blade. The next moment, he stabbed directly into the chest of a root ninja who had just approached. A harsh scream echoed through the room. Accompanying this scream, Kaido slowly withdrew his sword from the man's chest. The smell of blood in the room was growing stronger, and within a few breaths, at least 5 root ninjas had fallen at Kaido's hand. Looking at the few remaining root ninjas, who were still calm, but who made no move to step forward and attack, Kaido couldn't help but chuckle lightly. It seems you're not as formidable as I thought. I heard that root ninjas fear neither life nor death, but it seems that rumor might not be entirely accurate. But it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. Everyone fears death, no matter who they are. But your fear is not as simple as a distaste for death. As he spoke, a more terrifying chakra suddenly erupted from Kaido, and a layer of deep blue chakra quietly surfaced on him. Because, you will face death, even accept death. Chapter 87. The moonlight sang its song as Fugaku Uchiha hid himself within the black of night, quickly heading towards the direction of Naruto. What he had witnessed tonight greatly affected him, and he still couldn't quell the turmoil within his heart. Because he had not only witnessed the betrayal of his own son, but also encountered the one who had caused the tragic death of the 4th Hokage and his wife 8 years ago, forcing their Uchiha clan to bear a tremendous burden of blame. What angered and shocked him most was that his son was actually associating with such an individual. This was not merely a betrayal anymore. Could it all be a conspiracy of the Hidden Leaf village, or a plot of the 3rd Hokage? Fugaku Uchiha found himself unable to resist thinking in this direction. What was the purpose behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdication? The reason was simple: the Hidden Leaf village had suffered too much in the 3 wars. The losses were so severe that even after defeating Hidden Stone's village, they didn't dare to claim anything, only yearning for the so-called peace. As the victorious country, wanting nothing would undoubtedly arouse public anger, combined with their own losses. Hence, the youngest 4th Hokage, Minato no Mikaze, came into power. Truth be told, Fugaku Uchiha saw hope in the 4th Hokage's ascension, as this Hokage had shown goodwill towards the Uchiha upon his assumption of power. Fugaku Uchiha had also met Minato no Mikaze personally, and he could sense the Hokage's sincerity. He was unlike the 3rd Hokage and others who, despite maintaining kindness, were always subtly filled with a deep-seated caution. Fugaku Uchiha had believed that under the leadership of this 4th Hokage, the Uchiha could surely reintegrate into the Hidden Leaf village. Especially since his wife and the 4th Hokage's wife were classmates, friends, and shared a close relationship. This connection gave him a bridge to communicate with the 4th Hokage. However, the 4th Hokage, who had only been in office for a year, had fallen. He died on the day his wife gave birth, on the day his child was born. After this, the 3rd Hokage reassumed power and seized control, while their Uchiha clan was almost automatically regarded as the culprits behind the fourth Hokage's death. After all, in the enormous eyes of the Nine Tails 8 years ago, the Sharingan symbol appeared, indicating it was controlled by an Uchiha. If this had happened before, Fugaku Uchiha truly wouldn't have thought too much about it. But today, he saw Itachi associating with the mysterious Uchiha who killed the fourth Hokage back then. Their aim was to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. And Itachi himself was a member of the Anbu, serving in the Root Division. He would have definitely been acting on orders to do such a thing. So, did the third Hokage abdicate with the intention to seize power again, deliberately or inadvertently finding this exiled mysterious Uchiha? And together, they orchestrated the incident 8 years ago, even specifically instructing Danzō to prevent us from taking action. Was it all to slander the Uchiha and assassinate the fourth Hokage? Once the seeds of suspicion are sown, everything seems to logically fall into place. The more Fugaku Uchiha, who didn't know the complete information, thought about this, the more he felt he was correct. The birth of the Nine Tails was significant information that even the Uchiha couldn't possibly have access to. So how could that mysterious individual have gotten it? Someone definitely informed him, which is what led to such action. And everything that happened tonight seemed to prove that the mysterious Uchiha had ties to the higher-ups of Hidden Leaf Village. Why else would Itachi Uchiha join him on the night of the clan's extermination? The more Fugaku Uchiha thought this way, the more he couldn't shake off these thoughts, the more he felt he was correct. The more he felt he was correct, the more intense the rage in his heart became because he simply couldn't find any reason to prove all this was just a coincidence. Drawing a deep breath, Fugaku Uchiha forced himself to calm down and stop thinking, because he had already arrived at the doorstep of Naruto Uzumaki's home. The place where Naruto Uzumaki lived was very close to the Hokage's building, which could be said to be in the most prosperous area of the entire Hidden Leaf Village. As the former head of the guard department, he had always known exactly where Naruto Uzumaki lived, but he had never approached him to avoid suspicion. Naruto's residence was undoubtedly guarded by the Anbu, and Fugaku Uchiha had to be careful. After some probing, Fugaku Uchiha identified the locations of the Anbu members, and then launched a quiet attack under the cover of night. Who's there? The Anbu were startled awake, but Fugaku Uchiha's actions were too swift. With the aid of his Mengekyo, Fugaku Uchiha didn't take much time to deal with these guys. However, he did not deal a lethal blow, merely knocking them out. After handling this, he quickly entered Naruto's room. At this moment, Naruto was curled up in a blanket that hadn't been washed for who knows how long. He was sound asleep, and the sleeping Naruto really looked like the fourth Hokage. He silently approached, but his expression quickly changed. Because he noticed that the whole room was in disarray, there were even spider webs in the corners of the walls. This did not look like a place where a child lived. Furthermore, he also noticed that all the food on the table consisted of instant ramen boxes, and there was no proper nutritionally balanced food. Especially sharp-eyed as he was he even noticed that the milk on the table was almost expired. This is the fourth Hokage's child, this is the son of a hero. The rage in Fugaku Uchiha's eyes was starting to spiral out of control. He knew that the entire village's attitude towards Naruto was awful. However, this was a way to divert the attention of the village, and it was a situation that a Jinchuriki might encounter. He was powerless to change it. But he believed that at least Naruto's livelihood would be guaranteed. However, today's shocking sight truly chilled his heart. In this moment, he completely solidified his thoughts. Also, in this moment, he felt that everything the fourth Hokage had sacrificed was in vain. Hiruzen, you better hurry up. Inside the underground base of the Root, Danzō, clutching his severed right hand, was quickly retreating under the escort of a group of Root ninjas. However, Danzō was still somewhat uneasy at this moment. He could only hope now that the person he had sent out to convey commands and relay messages would move faster. At the same time, he also hoped that his old friend, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would act faster. If any slower, he himself might be in danger. That kind of Uchiha was really too dangerous. As a disciple of the second Hokage, he naturally knew the terror of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Under normal circumstances, he still had confidence to cope with it, but to deal with it, he needed to be well prepared, and also had to understand what the capabilities of these eyes were. Ninja battles were essentially a kind of information warfare. Once you knew what your opponent's abilities were, you could make corresponding countermeasures. But this kind of Uchiha, this guy who he once didn't even take into consideration. He actually also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and what was even more deadly was that he had an ability similar to the Flying Thunder God. The power of space itself was mysterious, and the abilities of this kind of Uchiha were even more unpredictable. If he hadn't always remained vigilant, it wouldn't be just his arm that was severed, but his head. That kind of spatial ability, it must be endowed by his eyes, those eyes. Danzō thought, almost gritting his teeth. Just thinking of Kaido appearing in front of him like a ghost, his heart, even in fear, held an additional bit of avarice. If only he had such eyes. No, he must have those eyes, then he would have the ability to become Hokage. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted behind him, and the entire root base seemed to tremble at this moment. This situation immediately pulled Danzō back to reality. He didn't know what exactly had happened behind him, but he knew that he had to accelerate his escape from this damn place. Where are you going, Lord Danzō? But at this moment, a figure blocked Danzō's path. At this time, they had already reached the outskirts of the root base, just one step away from breaking out of the base. Looking up, Danzō saw that the one blocking his way was none other than Uchiha Shizui. Uchiha Shizui, do you realize what you're doing? Upon seeing Shizui, Danzō's voice dropped. You are committing treason. Are you betraying Hidden Leaf Village? Whether we are committing treason is not for you to decide. Shizui shook his head indifferently, and behind him, many Uchiha ninjas quickly appeared. However, Lord Danzō, you must account for your actions tonight. What do I need to account for? Danzō snorted coldly, staring at Shizui as he spoke. Everything I do is for Hidden Leaf Village. If you are still a ninja of Hidden Leaf Village, get out of my way right now. Are you really doing it for Hidden Leaf Village? Just as Danzō finished speaking, Kaido's voice suddenly echoed from behind him, causing Danzō to break out into a cold sweat. Turning around, he saw Kaido casually walking out from the shadows, the ninjato in his hand still dripping with blood. He stared at Danzō and spoke in a cold voice. I don't think so. You're doing it only for yourself, and indeed, we do have a score to settle. Chapter 88 Danzō, this guy, is undoubtedly a meticulous egotist. He always professes everything for Hidden Leaf Village, yet his actual actions have undermined Hidden Leaf Village countless times. The vast majority of what he does is for himself because he has a dream of becoming Hokage. For this so-called dream, he can forsake Hidden Leaf Village's interests, he can use any means to eliminate those who obstruct his path. Even if it's Hiruzen Sarutobi, he dares to attempt an assassination. Such a man is nothing more than a lunatic immersed in his own inner world. In his previous life, Kaido had no fondness for this guy at all, and now having crossed into the world of Naruto and become an Uchiha, his animosity needs no further explanation. Kaido believes that even if he hadn't become an Uchiha after crossing over, and had become a ninja of any other Hidden Leaf Village clan, he would still have no affection for Danzō. Casually shaking off the fresh blood from the ninja sword in his hand, Kaido focused his gaze on Danzō, his killing intent uncontrollably seeping out. And Shizui also drew his short sword, his eyes spinning slightly, but his aura was no match for Kaido's. Shishui's consumption was not light, both of his eyes Kotoa Matsukami had been used in the battle with Obito. Naturally, he couldn't compete with a cheat player like Kaido. However, Kaido was also somewhat curious about how long the cooldown time of Shishui's left eye's Kotoa Matsukami really was. If the cooldown wasn't long, he'd really be delighted to let Shishui use his self-obliteration Kotoa Matsukami on Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, this was just a thought. Shishui probably wouldn't be willing to do that. Suddenly, Kaido raised an eyebrow. Chakra fluctuations vibrated rapidly, and the next moment, countless root shinobi clad in black appeared out of nowhere. They arrived through other passageways using teleportation jutsu. They quickly surrounded Danzō and effectively blocked Kaido and Shishui's attack path. But at this very moment, the elite Uchiha ninja also arrived in succession. The atmosphere within this reasonably spacious outer room of the root base was stifling to the extreme. It seems, indeed, we have a score to settle. Danzō hid among the crowd, the only way he could feel safe from Kaido's space ninjutsu. He snorted coldly and then loudly commanded. Attack, eliminate these rebels. At Danzō's command, a portion of the root ninjas swiftly rushed towards Kaido, while another group charged towards Shishui's location. As for Danzō himself, he quickly left the place after issuing the order. He wouldn't stick around here. With his command, the entire room erupted into frenzied combat. In this moderately sized outer room of the root base, the thick stench of blood began to permeate wildly. Such chaotic battles were somewhat advantageous for the Uchiha. After all, those who came were all elites with Sharingan, possessing sharp insight. But inevitably, the number of Uchihas who came to fight couldn't compare to the root members. Plus, anyone who could enter the root had to be relatively strong, even if they were just reserves. Do you really think this will trap me? While Danzō was heavily guarded and highly focused, it made it likely that Kaido could get himself into trouble if he used his void walk to approach. However, Kaido wasn't without ways to deal with Danzō. And his heart was expansive because he always understood one principle. That is, peace must be fought for. This action against the root was an opportunity served up by Danzō himself. He wanted to use this chance to show the entire Hidden Leaf village that they were not to be trifled with. And his goal was to wait for the root to gather, even wait for the outside people to arrive, and then act directly. You're not the Hokage, after all. And don't you know how deeply those major clans despise you? But now the time is about right. The reserves have arrived, and the Hokage and those who have sensed something wrong are also on their way. I need to speed things up. Effortlessly dispatching a root shinobi who charged at him, while simultaneously evading a pursuing root shinobi from behind, Kaido glanced upward. Charging straight ahead would easily cause collateral damage, but that didn't mean he couldn't find another way. If it had been earlier, he probably wouldn't have had a good solution, but now he possessed the dreadful black flames. He had the confidence to break through the defenses here, even with the violent output of chakra. Taking a deep breath, Kaido swiftly swept his ninja blade, directly dispatching a few root members who intended to ambush him. Not bothering to see whether they were dead or alive, Kaido leaped into the air, his figure suspended in the sky. A gleam of azure chakra appeared on his body, tightly protecting Kaido. His hands swiftly formed seals, as vast chakra surged within him. Ignoring the multitude of kunai and ninjutsu coming his way, Kaido's gaze locked onto the wall above. Stay alert. That guy might use space-time ninjutsu. Beware of his sneak attacks. Having quickly retreated to the outskirts, Danzō Shimura was quietly instructing the crowd around him. The sharp pain in his arm served as a constant reminder of the bizarre nature of Kaido's spatial ability. He dared not let his guard down for a moment, fearing that Kaido would suddenly appear in front of him and end his life with a single stroke. Glancing back, he looked at the base of Root under the bright moonlight, where people were now swarming inside. Although many members of Root were being flung out or leaping out on their own, and even a fair number of Uchiha members were being pushed out, he did not see Kaido or Shisui appear, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. The defense system of Root space was well implemented, even better than that of the Anbu, thanks to Danzō's cautious approach. With such defensive measures, Danzō could relax a bit. At least under such heavy siege, he didn't worry that Kaido could break out so quickly. Moreover, the Hidden Leaf Village's ninja have already noticed something's wrong. They're on their way here. Danzō scanned his surroundings, seeing lights now shining in various places around the Hidden Leaf Village, and even ninja squads hurrying towards them from afar. With these people coming, even if their first destination was the Hokage building, he could feel more at ease. Uchiha clan, this night will be your doom. Kaido Uchiha, and Uchiha Shisui, your eyes will be mine. Feeling the heart-wrenching pain from his severed arm, Danzō growled in anger from deep within. Boom. However, at that moment, a violent explosion resounded, the ground shaking crazily. Countless fragments of rock were flung in all directions. Under the violent shaking, Danzō and his companions were somewhat wobbly, their minds filled with shock. But as they turned their heads, they were all left speechless. Under the silver moonlight, countless members of Root were frantically retreating from the base. Above the base, a huge dragon, its body emitting alternating black and white flames, was roaring wildly. The hot breath swept across the land, a suffocating feeling quietly rose in their hearts. At that moment, they felt as if they were standing in the midst of purgatory. Chapter 89. This kind of fire style. Danzō, clutching his severed arm, gazed at the roaring dragon, feeling the scorching heat. For a moment, his expression was somewhat dazed. Such flames, in both intensity and power, far exceeded his understanding of fire style. Clearly, this technique wasn't any simple fire style. It's very likely that this kind of fire style is one of the abilities of Shisui's or Kaido's Mengekyo Sharingan. Such a destructive power filled Danzō with immense envy, and his inner desire for the Sharingan, the Mengekyo, became deeper. However, amidst this surge of greed, his inner fear also intensified. Because he saw that the Uchiha were quickly rushing out from the cracks torn open by the fire style, and he saw Kaido Uchiha looking at him. He would never forget Kaido's strange spatial power, nor would he forget the heart-wrenching pain at his arm. But fortunately, he knew that a large number of Hidden Leaf Village's ninja were already coming over, and with Kaido shattering the Root space defense, the ninjas of Root had also come out. This gave him a certain sense of security, albeit somewhat. He immediately ordered all the members of Root to surround him, forming a defensive formation. Spatial ninjutsu was indeed terrifying and chilling, but if there was a sufficient layer of defense, then spatial ninjutsu could not kill the target instantly. Kaido, you've had a hard time. Are you okay? As Danzō quickly formed a defense, Shisui also jumped to Kaido's side and softly said. Clearly, like Danzō and the others, he attributed the black and white intertwined flames of Kaido to Kaido's dujutsu. Reflecting on tonight's battle, Kaido had used such flames several times. As a Mengekyo Sharingan user, he knew all too well what the consequences of doing so would be, so he was genuinely worried about Kaido's condition. After he himself had used Koto Umatsukami with both eyes against Dobi, he had felt a distinct discomfort in his own eyes. His eyes had even started to bleed, and with Kaito using the power of both his eyes at such a high intensity, this was even more severe than his own situation. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Kaido shook his head slightly. He naturally felt Shishui's concern and also guessed at the worries in Shishui's heart. However, there were some things he would not reveal. He did trust Shishui, but everyone has their own secrets. Especially for a transmigrator like Kaido, the secrets hidden deep within him are unfathomably numerous. Kaido was even confident that if all his secrets were exposed, it might cause a bottom-up revolution in the ninja world. Let alone the fact he possesses a system. While Kaido's strength couldn't be separated from his own hard work and training, without the help of the system, he simply wouldn't be able to unlock the Mengekyo Sharingan. Let alone these various and powerful secret techniques. Such secrets, Kaito would never utter, could never utter. "Shishui, you go and assess the clan's losses, and have someone go back to the clan to have the two elders bring over those corpses, as well as the previous surveillance footage." While thinking this in his mind, Kaido quickly started to issue orders. However, his eyes were gazing profoundly at Danzō in front of him. "More and more people from the village are getting here. We must wrap things up tonight, a satisfactory conclusion." Having said this, Kaito walked straight towards where Danzō and the root members were. "Kaito." Shishui reached out to stop Kaito, but in the end, he chose to give up. Nodding strongly, he turned around and started doing as Kaito had ordered. Meanwhile, Kaito held his shinobi sword, gathering chakra while he walked slowly. He only stopped when he was less than 30 meters away from Danzō and his group. "Danzō Shimura, I told you that we have a score to settle tonight. This score traces back to 8 years ago when you obstructed the Uchiha from rescuing the Hokage, and also accounts for your criticism and slander against the Uchiha after the Nine Tails incident. It also takes into account your actions tonight. Danzō, when I tally these scores, I can only foresee your inevitable death." Humphrey. Nonsense. Danzō naturally would not accept Kaito's words. Despite being in excruciating pain, he still retorted loudly. "Everything I've done is for Hidden Leaf Village, to make it a better place. How could the likes of you, the wicked Uchiha, understand me? You are nothing but a bunch of traitors, all betrayers of Hidden Leaf Village." Upon hearing his words, Kaido couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. The chakra within him surged wildly, and at this moment, a radiant blue chakra light burst from his body. The blue chakra quickly coalesced, and in a blink of an eye, a skeletal humanoid figure clung to Kaido's body. Kaido's eyes rotated swiftly, a chilling and destructive aura instantaneously blanketed the ground, and in an instant, engulfed all the members of Root. As the chakra became increasingly intense, as the giant attached to Kaido's body grew larger, in a matter of moments, a towering half-human figure was completely solidified on Kaido. Susanoo. Danzō couldn't help but clench his fist upon witnessing this. He had suspected Kaido possessed this power before, and now he was entirely certain of it. However, Kaido showed no sign of stopping. Accompanied by his roar, a giant ninjato made of chakra suddenly appeared in the right hand of the giant on his body. Under the silvery moonlight, the cold light continuously shimmered. A victor might not have the smartest mind, but they definitely have a persistent and clear heart. Kaido gazed indifferently at Danzō not far away, his voice placid yet resonating. He had already noticed that people from various forces had arrived. Naturally, it was time to bring this to a close. The next moment, Kaido's body floated up. Under the incredulous gazes of Danzō and his root members, Kaido flew into midair with the colossal figure. "It's clear that apart from enough persistence, you lack both intelligence and a clear heart. I've said that my eyes have foreseen your future, I've seen your destined demise." Within the Susanoo, Kaido raised his hand high, and the Susanoo also held the ninjato above its head. "I am Kaito Uchiha, I am also the blade of the Uchiha. Embrace your destined end." With those words, the massive Susanoo, under Kaito's control, descended from the sky like a bird in flight. The terrifying wind blade exploded instantaneously with the swing of the ninjato, sweeping over the root members with elegance and depth. "Stop!" Just then, Kaito suddenly heard a furious shout from the side, causing him to glance over involuntarily. But when he saw who was approaching, a mocking expression involuntarily appeared on his face. When Danzō and Itachi Uchiha were about to make a move against the Uchiha, he didn't see this person shouting stop. Now that retribution has arrived, they want him to hold back. Isn't that a bit too fanciful? Humphrey. Kaito didn't stop. With a cold snort, the speed of the dance of the ninjato in Susanoo's hand became even faster. That terrifying blade instantly blocked the path of the newcomer, and at this moment, it covered Danzō and all of his root forces. Chapter 90 Boom. A violent roar reverberated throughout Hidden Leaf Village. the intense explosion instantly awakening countless civilians. Civilians aren't ninjas, they don't possess the same strong sensory abilities as other ninjas, and thus the previous explosion didn't cause them to react. But this time was different, the violent roar directly awakened them all. Only then did they notice that an unimaginable surge of energy had erupted not far from the Hokage rock beneath the Hokage tower. An incredibly hot aura was emanating from that place, even many people's home windows were completely shattered. What on earth is happening? Has someone attacked the Hokage? Many were asking themselves, even more civilians were filled with worry, and those ninjas who had originally chosen not to take action, at this moment, were all mobilized. They quickly prepared their equipment and then hurried towards the Hokage rock. In an instant, all of Hidden Leaf Village seemed incredibly bustling and hurried. Has it already begun, and reached this extent? Fugaku Uchiha, who was not far from the Hokage tower, felt the terrifying impact force, and his brows couldn't help but furrow deeply. He fully supported Kaido's intention to settle accounts with Danzō. Even after pondering along the way and obtaining what seemed to be a reliable answer, he even thought that if Kaido requested their clan to gather together to take down Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, he would support it. However, Fugaku Uchiha was relatively calm. He knew that taking out Danzō and taking out the Hokage were two different concepts. His family couldn't possibly go against all of Hidden Leaf Village. Uncle, what's going on? Isn't that where Grandpa Hokage works? Naruto was looking at the flames in the distance, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. He was originally sleeping at home, but he was woken up and saw this uncle in front of him. At first, Naruto was somewhat scared, but when he noticed the warmth and pity in this uncle's eyes looking at him, he stopped being scared. In his heart, he almost immediately concluded that this uncle was not a bad person. Indeed, when this uncle told him his name was Uchiha, he could immediately confirm that this uncle was a good person. Naruto had always been a person who knew how to be grateful. He never forgot the gentle-faced older brother from a few months ago. That older brother, who didn't act strange at all, asked him a weird question, treated him to a bowl of ramen, and also had the name Uchiha. Afterwards, when he returned to class, he asked Sasuke about it, because Sasuke's name also had the surname Uchiha, but Sasuke's answer left him somewhat disappointed. Because Sasuke said he wasn't familiar with this kind of Uchiha older brother. Even though they were family, their family was really big, and not everyone would know each other well. But regardless, Naruto firmly remembered the name Kaito Uchiha. And also because of this name, as well as the attitude of this uncle in front of him, Naruto chose to trust this uncle and voluntarily followed him out the door. Even though he knew nothing, he was willing to do so, which filled Uchiha Fugaku's heart with guilt. No, that's not the Hokage building, but a place behind it where the decay and corruption of Hidden Leaf Village have taken root. Fugaku Uchiha gently shook his head. He took a deep breath to adjust his emotions, and then smiled at Naruto. I'm going to speed up, Naruto-kun. Please bear with it for a while. Okay, I got it, uncle. This courteous manner really moved Naruto. He nodded vigorously and replied. His attitude made Fugaku Uchiha sigh deeply in his heart. He swore that he would find a way to look after this child in the future. To take care of the son of the fourth Hokage, to take care of the son of his wife's best friend. Rushing all the way, when they arrived at their destination, Fugaku Uchiha was suddenly stunned. It seems that the Uchiha clan is really determined this time. Not far from the scene, the members of the Inoshikacho trio, representing 3 families, felt the terrifying tremors. Narashikaku couldn't help but sigh. They all knew the strength of the Uchiha clan, but how strong they were exactly was beyond their comprehension. After all, they knew about the power of Madara Uchiha from the notes of their family ancestors. The current Uchiha could not possibly exhibit such power. However, one thing is certain. The Uchiha didn't attack the Hokage, their purpose is very clear. Okimeki Chosen nodded, then looked carefully in the direction before speaking. Indeed, even though we don't know exactly what happened, considering the intelligence I had previously received and the explosion that occurred at the Uchiha residence, it's not likely to be something good. These Uchiha members have come to settle scores with Danzō. Narashikaku chuckled, then continued speaking. Let's go and take a look. Since it's not trouble concerning the Hokage, we don't need to fight. Having said that, Narashikaku started to walk slowly towards the scene, appearing relaxed. And just as he thought, he really didn't plan to fight, as long as the Uchiha did not attack the Hokage. As for Danzō, there's nobody in Hidden Leaf Village who likes this guy, and this is especially true for the Inoshikacho trio. However, when they arrived at the scene, they, along with all the clan members accompanying them, were stunned. Danzō, you must hold on. After changing into his combat attire, Hiruzen Sarutobi led the Anbu who remained at the Hokage's office into action. Preparing manpower takes time, especially when he couldn't gauge the extent of the Uchiha's rage. Also, he couldn't be sure if these Uchiha still retained any sense of reason, hence he wasn't allowed to act independently according to Anbu rules. The preparation time didn't take long, but the intense vibrations and shocks did delay their departure. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long, and being ninjas, they wouldn't be deterred by minor obstructions. Right now, Hiruzen was genuinely worried about Danzō's situation. Likewise, he was concerned about the extent of exposure this incident might have. With a heavy heart, he and the rest of the Anbu quickly arrived at the scene. But his expression completely changed the next moment. In the midair, under the silver moonlight, a giant blue torso stood high. This giant had no armor, but there was a chakra blade in his hand. Under the moonlight, the giant looked like an Asura. Susanoo. Hiruzen's pupils dilated instantly. He recognized this jutsu, and in his mind appeared the figure of the person who once used this technique. That person who once cast the whole of Hidden Leaf Village in fear, that person who nearly matched the first Hokage. The next moment, the giant moved, lifting the shinobi blade. The person controlling everything from within the giant spoke indifferently. I am Kaito Uchiha, I am also the blade of the Uchiha. Brace yourselves for your destined demise. Suddenly, the Azure-like giant descended like a bird from the sky. A terrifying wind blade bloomed instantaneously with the swing of the shinobi blade. Stop! Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi roared desperately. However, accompanied by a cold snort, the giant shinobi blade still firmly fell. Chapter 91 Hum. The sound of the shinobi blade cutting through the air was so piercing. Accompanied by this piercing sound, Kaido gracefully landed on the ground like a waterfowl. His posture was elegant, and it seemed that the huge Susanoo didn't affect him at all. Within Susanoo, Kaido's shinobi blade moved swiftly. The first part of his blade dance was quietly born in his hands. And Susanoo also followed Kaido's movements. The massive chakra shinobi blade swung quickly, and the visible white wind blade was already condensed on the shinobi blade. Defensive jutsu, quick. Danzō Shimura already felt the threat of death. The moment Kaido flew into the sky and activated Susanoo, he felt it. Facing Susanoo, facing Kaido's strange swordsmanship, the calm on his face could not be maintained. He hysterically yelled at his root ninjas to move. He was clear that huddling like this was a sure path to death, but Danzō did not dare to disperse. He was worried that once dispersed, Kaido could directly use space jutsu to reach his side without any concern. He had to maintain his defense. He had to let these root ninjas protect him. Root ninjas can be recruited and trained again when they die, but if he dies, it would all be over. The root ninjas heard Danzō's orders. Even though they had already been completely intimidated by Kaito's actions, they still steadfastly performed their hand signs quickly. Earth style wall. Water style, water formation wall. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. In a moment, various offensive or defensive jutsu were quickly cast by these root ninjas. But this chaotic scene already indicated that they lacked a clear command. How could these levels of offensive jutsu possibly pose a threat to Kaido? And in Kaido's eyes, these levels of defensive jutsu were just as good as non-existent. Bang! 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 Various jutsu hit Kaido's Susanoo, making a series of sounds, but with a cloud of smoke, he fell in front of them like a forceful breakthrough. In the next moment, the first part of the blade dance was quietly unleashed. Endless wind blades spread quickly with the sharpness of Kaito's shinobi blade. The defensive jutsu in front of him crumbled like paper at a touch. Then, these endless sharp edges unobstructed fell on these root ninjas. In an instant, the root ninjas standing at the outermost were instantly turned into fragments by the blade, without even having time to scream. The earth roared at this moment, a huge crack spread continuously, and the houses wherever it passed collapsed. Just the first part of the blade dance, the moment it was displayed by Susanoo, showed unimaginable power. Kaido didn't pause at all, even though the sight of flesh and blood flying around was shocking, but he never hesitated in the face of enemies. The second part of the blade dance began to erupt under Kaido's control, in the midst of Susanoo's frenzied attack. Those root members were somewhat mentally collapsed after being attacked by the first part of the blade dance. They were originally reserves, not even formal root ninjas. They might have formidable strength, but their mentality had not yet been adjusted. Especially some of them were forcibly taken by Danzō. They were not completely brainwashed. Facing such an attack, they naturally couldn't stubbornly follow Danzō's orders, especially since they didn't know about Kaido's spatial ability. After less than a second of hesitation, they immediately dispersed, ready to attack Kaido at an opportune moment. Get back. However, Danzō was livid at this scene. Even though he knew that dispersing was the best decision, he couldn't do it. Watching these root members who kept changing orders, he couldn't help but roar in anger, but at this moment it was too late. The second part of the blade dance was completed. Under the heavy swing of the chakra shinobi blade, endless blades began to spread around. The waterfowl dance is a sword technique that is suitable for chaotic battles, and the first time Kaido performed it, he was facing the unevenly positioned root members. And those guys were ground into fragments by Kaido's wind blades. Now that Kaido was controlling Susanoo to use it, the coverage and power were unimaginable. And their movements were too late. Even if they dispersed, they were still covered by the range of the blade. Boom. This time the roar became even stronger. The trees planted around were completely cut off. The houses standing around at this moment also completely turned into ruins. Intersecting cracks began to emerge on the ground, the bloodlight accompanied by the shattered root ninjas sprinkled everywhere. At this moment, it was like hell on earth here. Kaido Uchiha, I order you to stop. In the distance, Hiruzen Sarutobi once again roared in anger. He was already accelerating towards this side. And his action also made Danzō's eyes light up a bit. Then Danzō also began to run towards Hiruzen Sarutobi regardless of everything. At this time, Danzō's body was covered in blood, but most of this blood was not his, but left by those root ninjas who protected him. Although he was also scratched by Kaito's blade, and even had traces left from the amputation. But in the previous attack, the root ninjas served as his meat cushion, which allowed him to survive. He was all protected by others' lives. Do you think you can escape? Kaido didn't care about Hiruzen Sarutobi's words at all. Just like when Hiruzen Sarutobi rushed over, he looked at Danzō's miserable voice and asked indifferently. In the next moment, he didn't wait for Danzō to respond. His third part of the blade dance was already erupting. At this time, Danzō was not the later Danzō. Without the Uchiha's extinction, he could not get the Sharingan. He also didn't have the chance to peruse the Uchiha's library, to find the Izanagi technique that could save his life. Similarly, without the Sharingan to suppress, he simply couldn't use the cells of Hashirama Senju that had been modified by Orochimaru. The destructive power of those cells was too strong, only the Sharingan could achieve a balance. But it was those cells that allowed him to install so many Sharingan in his body, enabling him to use Izanagi smoothly. Damn you, traitor of Hidden Leaf Village, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Seeing that Kaido was still targeting him, and that the massive blade was already swinging towards him, Danzō couldn't help but curse. All he could do now was to run forward desperately. Having lost an arm, he couldn't even perform hand seals. As for the teleportation jutsu, he indeed wanted to use it, but his physical condition simply wouldn't allow it. You won't see that day, for today is your destined demise. Kaido didn't bother to waste words with Danzō, nor did he care about the surviving root ninjas who were rushing towards him in utter madness. With a fierce swing of the shinobi blade, the third part of the blade dance, the most lethal in the waterfowl dance, suddenly erupted. In an instant, endless sharp wind blades formed rapidly. These wind blades, radiating a chilling gleam, scattered and fiercely bombarded everything around. Houses, trees, or the ground, at this moment quietly collapsed and shattered. Those root ninjas also fell apart at this moment, and some were even directly blasted into dust by this terrifying power. And Danzō Shimura, under the envelope of this terrifying power, was quietly disintegrated in just an instant. Chapter 92 Kaido landed steadily on the ground, and looking at the scattered, shattered corpses strewn about, he did not immediately let his guard down. He remembered that Danzō had a Sharingan eye, one capable of using Izanagi, so he made sure to confirm with his Mangekyo Sharingan over and over again. Only when he was certain that this guy was indeed dead, did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Why didn't he activate it? Is it because I severed the arm with the Hashirama cells, making it impossible for him to use it? Or is it because my waterfowl dance had actually already killed him and he had used it once already? Kaido thought silently in his heart, but he could not be sure exactly what it was. What he could be certain of, however, was that Danzō at this point had been thoroughly dismembered by the blades of the waterfowl dance. This couldn't help but bring a touch of satisfaction to his heart. After all, in his days of watching the anime, this guy was the one he despised most. After crossing into the Uchiha, Kaido's level of hatred for Danzō had always been high. Now that he had directly taken this guy out, how could he not feel elated? However, Kaido soon furrowed his brows slightly. Apart from the strong smell of blood entering his nostrils making him somewhat uncomfortable, the most important thing was that he found his condition was not quite ideal. My chakra is nearly exhausted now, and my eyes are very uncomfortable. It seems that using so many techniques, including eye techniques, still poses a significant burden on me. Kaido mumbled in his heart. Just yesterday he had a proper fight with Uchiha Fugaku. Although he had recovered, he was still somewhat fatigued. And tonight was even more over the top, first dealing with Itachi Uchiha, then rushing here to assassinate Danzō. And in this series of events, he used many techniques, especially the reverse path technique, which was combined with many other techniques. Under such heavy consumption, it would be strange if his condition was good. Now, what he was most grateful for was the physical enhancement that his Mangekyo Sharingan brought him. Without this kind of enhancement, his chakra reserve would absolutely not be as much as it is, and he would not have been able to hold on until now. Good. Very good. Just as Kaido was checking on Danzō and his own condition, a voice suddenly broke his train of thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood 20 meters away, glaring at him in anger. You openly attacked Hidden Leaf Village's important department, brazenly slaughtered Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas, and even brutally killed an elder of Hidden Leaf Village. Kaido Uchiha, what are your intentions? Are you leading the Uchiha clan to openly rebel? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke very quickly, pinning all the crimes he could think of on Kaido and the Uchiha clan all at once. At this moment, he was utterly enraged, and his anger made it impossible for him to think clearly. While he had indeed experienced many farewells in life and death, being a ninja who had come all the way from the Second World War, witnessing the death of his childhood friend and close companion right before his eyes stirred a feeling in him that truly made it impossible for him to calm down. He glared at the Uchiha before him, even though Kaido's Susanoo had not yet dissipated. But his anger made him reckless. He hated Kaido, the man who had killed his close friend in front of him. Hokage-sama, when did you see us rebelling against Hidden Leaf Village? Kaido looked calmly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Shizui had already led the elites of the Uchiha clan to Kaido's side. Similarly, the elites of the various families who were nearby, and the civilian ninjas who had rushed over, had also arrived. These civilian ninjas were the first to stand behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, drawing their weapons and assuming a stance of confrontation against Kaido and the others. However, it was clear to everyone that their gaze towards Kaido and the others was truly filled with fear, with many of them even breaking out in cold sweat on their foreheads. Those family ninjas, on the other hand, looked rather interesting. Their gazes towards the Uchiha clan also showed some astonishment, shock, and dumbfoundedness. But they didn't stand behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather scattered around, watching them. This scene made Kaido nod in relief. He could see that what he had just done had indeed created a deterrent. The greatest power of a nuclear bomb indeed lies in its detonation, but if the bomb has never exploded to show its power, others might not necessarily be afraid. The stance of these family ninjas was quite interesting. Obviously, they knew who the Uchihas had attacked, so under these circumstances, they wouldn't act rashly. Kaido, Fugaku Uchiha has returned. Suddenly, Shizui whispered in Kaido's ear, and this sentence greatly relieved Kaido. Still quibbling? Sarutobi Hiruzen extended his finger towards Kaido, his voice loud and angry. Wasn't Danzō a member of Hidden Leaf Village? Weren't those dead ninjas part of Hidden Leaf Village? Moreover, Danzō was a hero of Hidden Leaf Village, and yet you dare to lay hands on a hero. Are you going to target me next? I don't want to hear any of your explanations, Kaido Uchiha, you. Hokage-sama, are you sure you don't want to hear what I have to say and just want to act rashly? Kaido interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen before he could finish speaking, then he slightly shifted his body to the side, revealing an entrance. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, but when he saw the silhouette emerging from the entrance, his expression changed instantly. Because he saw Fugaku Uchiha walking out, and most importantly, this man was carrying a yellow-haired kid who had fallen unconscious. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned extremely ugly. He knew what this meant. The two of them nodded at Kaido. In the next moment, their eyes changed, and in an instant, chakras of different colors appeared on their bodies. With the outpouring of chakra, a cold, destructive aura filled the area. 3 figures of different colors, but all equally instilling fear and chilling the heart, appeared on the scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly watched everything before him, appearing calm. But the cold sweat on his forehead and the clenched fist unconsciously revealed that he was truly feeling a sense of helplessness stirring in his heart. He knew that if he ordered an attack, it would confirm the Uchiha's rebellion, and then the Uchihas would indeed be wiped out tonight. No matter how strong the individuals in a family, they can't fight against a village, because they are not yet the likes of Madara Uchiha. But equally, after tonight he would die, Hidden Leaf Village would be completely ruined, and what awaited Hidden Leaf Village would inevitably be another siege from other villages. It seems, Hokage-sama has calmed down. Kaido looked indifferently at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice calm. Tell me, why did you do this tonight? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, finally speaking weakly. He truly hated the Uchihas right now, but more so, he despised Itachi Uchiha. Why had he trusted him? Believed him when he said only he and Shizui had the Mangekyo Sharingan, believed that he could resolve the trouble with the Uchihas. At this moment, he really wished he could strangle Itachi. Chapter 93 Sarutobi Hiruzen's capitulation was completely within Kaido's expectations. with Naruto in his hands, 3 Susanoo eyeing him, and the silence of a host of family ninjas. Even if none of these 3 Susanoo had reached the 3rd stage, without even a suit of armor, and with a size of no more than 20 to 30 meters. But all of this was enough to crush Sarutobi Hiruzen. If a real fight broke out, the Uchiha might be buried by the flood of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, but Hidden Leaf Village would absolutely be done for. With this in mind, Kaido decisively deactivated his Susanoo, and with his movement, Shizui and Fugaku Uchiha also did the same. But in the moment of deactivation, Kaido felt a great discomfort in his eyes. But at this point everything had ended, and he didn't need to worry about further fighting. Hokage-sama, and everyone present, are you aware of what has happened tonight? Kaido scanned everyone, asking in a calm voice. However, he didn't wait for others to answer, but took the initiative to speak. The reason is simple, it's that Anbu member Itachi Uchiha, along with ninjas dressed in Anbu uniforms, infiltrated the Uchiha clan and attempted to attack or even destroy the family. Kaido's words made everyone present momentarily dumbfounded, because this information was indeed explosive. Even ordinary ninjas know who Itachi Uchiha is, he is the son of the head of the Uchiha clan. This guy actually betrayed his own family, actually played the role of a family executioner. Everyone found this inconceivable, and even more unbelievable was the involvement of ninjas dressed in Anbu uniforms this time. Ordinary ninjas do not know the existence of route besides Anbu in Hidden Leaf Village, which made them involuntarily look towards the 3rd Hokage. Did the 3rd Hokage want to wipe out the major clan within Hidden Leaf Village? Surely, some of these ordinary ninjas supported the Hokage, but there were also some who were clearer-headed. Even if they didn't know what the consequences would be, they knew this was absolutely something that should not be done. The reaction of the major clan ninjas was even more interesting. They looked very calm, but their gaze had already shifted to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Humphrey, nonsense. Uchiha is a member of Hidden Leaf Village, a fact since the village's inception. I will absolutely not let such a thing happen. Sarutobi Hiruzen had noticed the odd glances from everyone, but he still spoke very calmly. Moreover, what evidence do you have to prove that all this has happened? Do you think you can just take some corpses from the prison, dress them in Anbu uniforms, and it's done? Hokage-sama, if you have doubts about these bodies, well then, all the elite of the Yamanaka clan are here. Why not? Let them do a thorough examination. And Hokage-sama, when I fought Danzō earlier, I noticed that he had the power of our clan on him, along with some even more interesting powers. I think, shouldn't we also investigate Danzō's body now? Kaido chuckled lightly. Even though Uchiha Sojiro and Uchiha Takagi hadn't arrived yet, he wasn't worried. Furthermore, Danzō's body was right here. Kaido did want to see what would happen if this guy were to be seriously investigated. Kaido's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly fall silent. Dare he investigate? Clearly he didn't dare, because he himself feared his Anbu might be involved. As for Danzō, he was even less willing to let people investigate, at least he didn't want to move yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, but Kaido wouldn't be silent, he had even more important news. Moreover, Hokage-sama, besides Itachi Uchiha and some people who are suspected to be Anbu, we encountered a very interesting person. That guy is also an Uchiha, but he is not in our Uchiha clan's records, and he also possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Here, Kaido paused slightly. He surveyed the reactions of everyone present before he continued. That guy mastered space ninjutsu, possibly due to his Mangekyo. The key point is that he confessed himself that it was he who released the Nine Tails 8 years ago. He controlled the Nine Tails to attack Hidden Leaf Village. Meaning, it was he who killed Lady Hueco, the 4th Hokage and his wife, and the many ninjas who lost their lives protecting Hidden Leaf Village. As Kaido's words fell, the entire scene exploded in an instant. How could they possibly forget the events of 8 years ago? Many of them lost family and friends then, and they also lost their 4th Hokage. And now, a mysterious Uchiha, admitting that he himself had released the Nine Tails and caused the death of so many people. And this guy also collaborated with Itachi Uchiha, along with a group of people dressed in Anbu uniforms, to attack Uchiha. What explosive news this is. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also taken aback now, and his face could no longer remain calm. He always knew one thing, that Itachi Uchiha indeed admitted that someone had approached him, but he referred to some Akatsuki organization. He never mentioned who exactly the person was, their characteristics and abilities, nor did he ever say that the person was an Uchiha. He only said to trust him, he only said he could complete the task, and now. Make way, make way. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was full of doubts, a group of people carrying bodies suddenly walked in from the perimeter. Although many ninjas frowned as they saw the bodies all dressed in Anbu uniforms, they still stepped aside to let them through. Seeing this, Saratobi Hiruzen involuntarily closed his eyes. He knew that things were developing in an even worse direction. The only thing he was grateful for now was that he hadn't agreed to let Kaito have the Yamanaka clan investigate directly. If they actually investigated someone from the Anbu, this matter would become impossible to resolve. Hokage-sama, these are the people who attacked us along with Itachi Uchiha tonight. However, some of the bodies have already melted, a method that is quite like the Anbu's. Kaito, staring intently at Saratobi Hiruzen, spoke again. Each of his words was like a heavy hammer striking at Saratobi Hiruzen's heart. In addition to these bodies, we also installed some surveillance devices in the clan, and unfortunately, all of this was captured. I think everyone here should be familiar with this, and I had these things brought here. I think we can now show everyone. Let's see what these guys intended to do, let's see if what I said is true, and let's see if that mysterious Uchiha really exists. At this point, Kaito paused slightly, then his gaze locked onto Saratobi Hiruzen. What do you say, Hokage-sama? What to say? Saratobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and fell silent for a moment. To play these surveillance videos, he was truly conflicted. But such conflict didn't last long, he had already made a decision. Danzō was dead, nothing could be reversed. What he could do now was to completely sever relations. Also, he needed to ascertain one thing. That was whether the Uchiha from 8 years ago, as Kaito described, really existed. This matter was truly very, very important to him. If you have evidence, then play it. However, as the playback began, the faces of everyone present changed. Chapter 94. When the video began to play, everyone fell silent. Such a video had no sound, but it was enough for them to determine the situation. When they all saw Itachi Uchiha and a mysterious individual plotting outside the Uchiha clan, especially when the surveillance captured that individual's eyes, they immediately understood. That mysterious person was the Uchiha from 8 years ago, as mentioned by Kaito. When they saw groups of people dressed in Anbu uniforms quietly appearing and surrounding the Uchiha, they began to believe Kaito's words. The ninjas from the major clans realized, these people were definitely from Danzō's route. When the internal conflict within the Uchiha clan began, leading to the escape of 2 people, and Kaito being attacked outside the clan, and eventually wiping out all their attackers. All the ninjas present basically believed Kaito's words, and also understood the actions of Kaito and the Uchiha clan. In such a situation, anyone would probably lose their patience. Moreover, the ninjas who had witnessed the standoff between Kaito and someone named Danzō a few months ago seemed to understand something. However, once they figured these things out, everyone's expressions changed. They couldn't help but turn their eyes towards Saratobi Hiruzen. They simply couldn't believe that Hidden Leaf Village would personally take action, and seek to destroy their own village's clan. So, everyone has seen it. After the video finished playing, Kaito spoke before Saratobi Hiruzen could. Tonight, our clan was holding a celebration, and the reason for the celebration, I believe the Hokage is already aware. After all, we did submit a report. Who would have thought that such a celebration would become an opportunity in others' eyes? If we hadn't changed our sentries and installed surveillance equipment recently, I'm afraid we would not have had a good outcome tonight. Shimura Danzō and Itachi Uchiha colluded with the mysterious Uchiha who attacked Hidden Leaf Village 8 years ago to plot and implement the attack on the Uchiha clan. Hokage-sama, was I wrong to seek revenge for my clan? Was I wrong to punish evildoers for Hidden Leaf Village, to eliminate hidden dangers for Hidden Leaf Village? On the contrary, Hokage-sama, this is really hard to not suspect. Was this your intention? At this point, Kaito stopped. Saratobi Hiruzen's face had become incredibly unpleasant, and he didn't answer Kaito's words. But at this moment, he truly believed the content of the video. He had never dreamed that such an Uchiha existed 8 years ago. And this Uchiha, who killed the 4th Hokage and his wife, and also killed his own wife, actually found Itachi Uchiha and even became his accomplice. This led to Danzō being utterly discredited, because from the video, they were seen acting in concert with each other. No one would believe that Danzō was unrelated to this individual. Similarly, Danzō was his own staff, and even he was in big trouble now. Itachi Uchiha. At this moment, the rage in Saratobi Hiruzen's heart was beyond measure. He had obtained the confirmation he needed. If before he merely wanted to snuff out Itachi Uchiha, now he truly wanted to tear this guy to shreds. It was this Itachi Uchiha who caused everything that happened now. How could he not hate this guy? I understand, but I must say that this matter is indeed not related to me, yet I am also to blame. After a long while, Saratobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, slowly opening his eyes. At this moment, he looked as if he had aged more than 10 years. I was not aware of this matter, I was too indulgent towards Danzō. I officially declare, everything that Uchiha did tonight was for Hidden Leaf Village. The matter of Danzō must be thoroughly investigated. It can be confirmed that he, as a high-level member of Hidden Leaf Village, betrayed Hidden Leaf Village. He is a rogue ninja of Hidden Leaf Village. Also, according to the video, Itachi Uchiha's life and death are uncertain, but whether he is dead or alive, he is Hidden Leaf Village's #1 rogue ninja, and is despised by Hidden Leaf Village. Whoever, whenever, and wherever sees him can abandon their current mission and look for an opportunity to take him down. In addition, because of the huge damage my mistake has caused to Hidden Leaf Village, I will hold a meeting of ministers and clan heads tomorrow afternoon for discussion and review. Clan Head Kaido, if you have any questions about some of the details, we can talk about it later. Are you satisfied with this decision? Clan Head? When Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered this word, all the people present involuntarily turned their eyes to Kaido again. When did the head of the Uchiha clan become this young man? Ordinary ninjas could not understand, and those from the major clans were even more incredulous. However, when they noticed the calm demeanor of Fugaku Uchiha, they realized that something earth-shattering must have truly happened to the Uchiha clan. I think there are indeed some details that we need to discuss thoroughly. After pondering for a long time, Kaido finally gave a slight nod. Similarly, those major clan ninjas, after hearing about the ministers and clan heads meeting, obviously had no intention of continuing to dispute. Since the Hokage-sama has something to discuss, we will take our leave first. Narashikaku was the first to step forward and speak to Sarutobi Hiruzen. There was no need to involve himself in tonight's affairs any further. After all, the real discussion about these matters with the third Hokage will take place at tomorrow's meeting, so he won't stay here any longer. However, his gaze subtly fell on Kaido, and he gave Kaido a slight nod. In the end, he said nothing and turned to leave. As for investigating Danzō on the spot, do they really think that an unexpected attack without adequate preparation could trip up this third Hokage who has been deeply rooted in Hidden Leaf Village for decades? With his statement, the other clan ninjas successively bid their farewells, but the expressions of the Hyuga clan members seemed a bit complicated. Hiashi Hyuga watched Kaido quietly for a long time, and finally turned to leave after greeting him. Although the civilian ninjas were worried about Sarutobi Hiruzen's safety, after all, the power Kaido demonstrated was too frightening, they eventually chose to leave. The events of tonight were too fantastical for them. They really didn't expect that there was another dark department outside the Anbu, and the village didn't seem as harmonious and beautiful as they imagined. After they all left, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly spoke to Kaido. Clan Head Kaido, shall we talk alone? No problem, Hokage-sama. Kaido nodded, then walked out directly, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also followed him out. Soon, the two of them arrived at a corner, one after the other, and the members of the Anbu and the Uchiha stayed where they were, waiting for orders. Speak up, what do you want? But keep in mind it can't be too excessive, and I reserve the right to agree or disagree. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the overly young face in front of him, and finally spoke. Of course, you're the Hokage, after all. Kaido gave a slight nod, then his face became extremely serious. It was time for the final negotiations, he wouldn't drop the ball now. We don't ask for much. First, we demand fairness. Not everything left by the second Hokage was good. The Uchiha must receive fairness. Not only that, you must also stop suppressing the Uchiha and fully cooperate with the Uchiha to restore their reputation in Hidden Leaf Village. Second, the police force must be expanded. I can tell you in advance that the Uchiha have always been a part of Hidden Leaf Village, and the police force doesn't need to absorb other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Whether they are clan ninjas or civilian ninjas, it's a necessity. I believe you understand, Hokage-sama. Kaido's first condition was acceptable, but the second request was already quite excessive. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was very grim. However, in the end, he closed his eyes and pondered for a long time before silently nodding his head. I can agree to this, but I warn you not to go too far. Kaido looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in confusion. He couldn't understand what this old man meant. Wasn't it just expanding the police force and letting other people in? Why did this guy have an expression as if he was cutting off his own flesh? Very well, then the third and final one. Shaking his head, Kaido didn't bother to think more. He still maintained his smile. The first two conditions were just appetizers, but the last one was the key point. Third, we demand that Naruto's true identity be made public. In addition, we want a copy of the information inside the root. This is to prevent you from reneging in the future. If you renege, these documents will never appear. The Uchiha clan only has these three conditions. Do you agree? Chapter 95. The next morning, Kaido enjoyed a rare sleep-in. Today, no one came to disturb him, regardless of whether there were issues or not. After all, He had gone through so many battles the day before that his exhaustion was unimaginable. By the time he woke up, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. But I'm still so tired. Looking at the dazzling sun outside the window, Kaito involuntarily leaned against the tatami. His whole body felt sore and swollen, and he didn't want to move at all. 2 consecutive days of fighting had consumed a great deal of his physical and mental energy, especially last night's battle, which had depleted him considerably. However, compared to Obito, the force Kaito had used was not great, so he didn't feel his vision was affected. And now, he felt extremely happy. Although recalling what he had said last night, the embarrassing, cringe-inducing lines, made him feel extremely embarrassed. He didn't know why he had been able to utter those lines filled with teenage angst. But he was still incredibly happy. Although he knew the current peace was only temporary, at least he had obtained everything he wanted. Kaito's third condition was very demanding, even challenging Sarutobi Hiruzen's bottom line to some extent. Especially the part about making Naruto's identity public, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more reluctant. Public opinion is fearsome, a fact Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of. Looking at the case of Kakashi Hatake, one would understand. He could explain away Danzō's matter by claiming ignorance and a lack of control over his subordinates, but how could he explain Naruto's matter? Naruto's identity cannot be made public. You know well who he is. Especially at this juncture, I will not allow any complications. However, as an exchange, you can have limited contact with him under strict surveillance from the Anbu. As for the Roots attachment, you can forget about it. I've said that Danzō was involved in too many secrets. There are some things I would rather die than let them come to light. This is my bottom line. You make your choice. You talk as if you've ever stopped us from contacting him. We've only refrained to avoid suspicion. Upon hearing this reply, Kaito was naturally unsatisfied. The gap between being able to contact Naruto and obtaining the Roots data was too vast. Even if Naruto was a strategic weapon, in reality, Kaito didn't know how to control the tailed beasts. Even if he could, Kaito was not out to destroy Hidden Leaf Village. If anyone was to cause destruction, it would be the old man in front of him. Kaito had thought about seizing this opportunity to simply oust this old man from his position. But he was still restrained. He knew this was not the right time. Whether it was his ability to deal with unexpected events, the current reputation of the Uchiha, or Sarutobi Hiruzen's influence, they all told him that it was not yet the time. The key point was, even if they managed to drive Sarutobi Hiruzen away, who would take over? What kind of attitude would the new person have towards the Uchiha? Could he still obtain as many benefits? Replacing him with someone who doesn't know their attitude, and moreover, is in the prime of life, wouldn't that be harder to deal with than this old man whose behind is full of issues? As for what those large families would do, Kaito didn't know, but tomorrow's meeting would reveal all. I've already stuck my neck out to deal with Danzō, let's see how others handle the rest. After much deliberation, Kaito made his final decision. He had an idea of what kind of information those documents contained, especially about the human experiments, which were undeniable. Sarutobi Hiruzen taking away and destroying it might not be a bad thing. This way, he could make up any story he wanted, especially since Kakashi knew about it. As long as he could find a way to contact Kakashi, and considering that Kaito had the register of the Root members, once he spent some time building up the Uchiha's reputation, he would have enough leverage to use Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzō's relationship to move against Sarutobi Hiruzen and those so-called advisors. Kaito didn't believe that these families of ninjas, who despised Danzō so much, would sit idly by when a time came. Contact with Naruto is not a condition, but Danzō must have performed many human experiments with other powers. I want to retrieve his Sharingan, and I must have some of the Roots data. I can do without your experiments, I can do without you assassinating someone for me, but I want Danzō's list of Root members. This is my bottom line, otherwise, I will take Danzō's head to the Yamanaka clan. What will you do with it? Do they dare to actually investigate? Moreover, I have never given any such order. However,